branches with beak and claw, the gods withdraw. The great beasts come, you pen, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, you Pan, you Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate. I am thy man, goat of thy flock. I am gold. I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flour to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks through solstice, stubborn to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, Maynard, man, in the might of Pan, you Pan, you Pan, 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 you Pan.
Okay, this is the end of Ban Elves for Growth Meditation channels, John.
Thrill with listen lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night. Pan, you pan, you pan, you pan, come over the sea from Sicily and from Arcady, roaming his pockets with fawns and pods and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods. On a milk white ass, come over the sea to me, to me. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis, silk and shod and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God. In the moon of the woods, on the marble mound, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet's there, soul, stars, and eyes of blue to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole, the living tree that is spirit and soul, and body and brain come over the sea, O Pan, devil, a god to me, my man, come with trumpet sounding shrill. Over the hill come with drums, the muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe and wine all ripe. I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle, my body weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an ass.
What's below the pond?
Come,
I think, you know what I mean?
oh,
I think.
come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the soul through the glowing fetter. Oh, devourer, oh, begetter, give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, Pan, you Pan, you Pan, you Pan, 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 Pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, Pan, you Pan, you Pan, you Pan, Pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw, the gods withdraw. The great beasts come, you Pan, I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan, you Pan, you Pan, Pan, Pan. I am thy mate. I am thy man, goat of thy flock. I am gold. I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rock. With hoofs of steel, release on the rocks through solstice stubborn. to equinox. And I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin.
Fuck is radio and your mother combined.
Você é distraído e shit, mano. Eu já ouvi
Oi, adem even weet je, vorige keer zei jij...
Okay, this is the name of the panels for Code Meditation channels, John.
Look at all these pages, bro.
Sibiri na wajen gabli da nake kamar Allah. Wala ina ma fiha.
Thrill with listen lust of the light. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night. Pen, you pen, come over the sea from Sicily and from Arcady. Roaming his pockets with fawns and pods and nymphs and satyrs for thy gods. On the milk white ass, come over the sea to me, to me. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis, silk and shod and wash thy white thigh, beautiful God. In the moon of the woods, on the marble mound of the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, soul that startles and eyes of blue to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole, the living tree that is spirit and soul and body and brain. Come over the sea, O Pan, devil, a god to me, my man, come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe and wine all ripe. I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air.
Hey, how about you shut the fuck up? What the fuck you got going on, man?
I'm over here meditating.
My body.
Man, whatever, boy, line, master of my universe. Suck my cock, what you want to talk about, what you want to do, I got, I need to go to the gym and get it out,
Come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom, thrust the soul through the going fetter. Oh, devourer, oh, begetter, give me the sign of the open eye and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, pan you, pan you, pan you, pan, 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 pan. I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can. Oh, pan you, pan you, pan you, pan, pan. I am awake in the grip of the snake. The eagle slashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beasts come, you pan. I am born to death on the horn of the unicorn. I am pan, you pan, you pan, pan, pan. I am thy mate. I am thy man. Goat of thy flock. I am gold. I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flour to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks through souls days stubborn to equinox. And I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend, everlasting world without end. Mannequin, maiden, maenad, man, in the might of pan, you pan, you pan, 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 you pan.
the night advanced, the waves became larger and larger. They swept away the flowers in their vases. Even the Buddha in the shrine was inundated. Before dawn, the temple was nothing but the ebb and flow of an immense sea. In the morning, the teacher found Onami meditating, a faint smile on his face. He patted the wrestler's shoulder. "Now nothing can disturb you," he said. "You are those waves. You will sweep everything before you." The same day, Onami entered the wrestling contest and won. After that, no one in Japan was able to defeat him. Ryokan, a Zen master, lived the simplest kind of life in a little hut at the foot of a mountain. One evening, a thief visited the hut, only to discover there was nothing in it to steal. Ryokan returned and caught him. "You may have come a long way to visit me," he told the prowler, "and you should not return empty-handed. Please take my clothes as a gift." The thief was bewildered. He took the clothes and slunk away. Ryokan sat naked watching the moon. "Poor fellow," he mused. "I wish I could give him this beautiful moon." The Zen master Hoshin lived in China many years. Then he returned to the northeastern part of Japan where he taught his disciples. When he was getting very old, he told them a story he had heard in China. This is the story. One year, on the 25th of December, Tokufu, who was very old, said to his disciples, "I'm not going to be alive next year, so you fellows should treat me well this year." The pupils thought he was joking, but since he was a great-hearted teacher, each of them in turn treated him to a feast on succeeding days of the departing year. On the eve of the new year, Tokufu concluded, "You have been good to me. I shall leave you tomorrow afternoon when the snow has stopped." The disciples laughed, thinking he was aging and talking nonsense since the night was clear and without snow. But at midnight, snow began to fall, and the next day they did not find their teacher about. They went to the meditation hall. There he had passed on. Hoshin, who related this story, told his disciples, "It is not necessary for a Zen master to predict his passing, but if he really wishes to do so, he can." "Can you?" someone asked. "Yes," answered Hoshin. "I will show you what I can do 7 days from now." None of the disciples believed him, and most of them had even forgotten the conversation when Hoshin called them together. 7 days ago," he remarked, "I said I was going to leave you. It is customary to write a farewell poem, but I am neither a poet nor calligrapher. Let one of you inscribe my last words." His followers thought he was joking, but one of them started to write. "Are you ready?" Hoshin asked. "Yes, sir," replied the writer. Then Hoshin dictated, "I came from brilliancy and return to brilliancy. What is this?" The poem was 1 line short of the customary 4, so the disciple said, "Master, we are 1 line short." Hoshin, with the roar of a conquering lion, shouted, "Ka!" and was gone. The exquisite Shunkei, whose other name was Suzu, was compelled to marry against her wishes when she was quite young. Later, after this marriage had ended, she attended the university where she studied philosophy. To see Shunkei was to fall in love with her. Moreover, wherever she went, she herself fell in love with others. Love was with her at the university, and afterwards, when philosophy did not satisfy her and she visited a temple to learn about Zen, the Zen students fell in love with her. Shunkei's whole life was saturated with love. At last in Kyoto, she became a real student of Zen. Her brothers in the sub-temple of Kenin praised her sincerity. One of them proved to be a congenial spirit and assisted her in the mastery of Zen. The abbot of Kenin, Mokurai, Silent Thunder, was severe. He kept the precepts himself and expected his priests to do so. In modern Japan, whatever zeal these priests have lost for Buddhism, they seem to have gained for taking wives. Mokure used to take a broom and chase the women away when he found them in any of his temples, but the more wives he swept out, the more seemed to come back. In this particular temple, the wife of the head priest became jealous of Shunkei's earnestness and beauty. Hearing the students praise her serious Zen made this wife squirm and itch. Finally, she spread a rumor about Shunkei and the young man who was her friend. As a consequence, he was expelled, and Shunkei was removed from the temple. I may have made the mistake of love, thought Shunkei, but the priest's wife shall not remain in the temple either if my friend is to be treated so unjustly. Shunkei the same night with a can of kerosene set fire to the 500-year-old temple and burned it to the ground. In the morning she found herself in the hands of the police. A young lawyer became interested in her and endeavored to make her sentence lighter. "Do not help me," she told him. "I might decide to do something else which would only imprison me again." At last a sentence of 7 years was completed, and Shunkei was released from the prison, where the 60-year-old warden also had become enamored of her. But now everyone looked upon her as a jailbird. No one would associate with her. Even the Zen people who were supposed to believe in enlightenment in this life and with this body shunned her. Zen, Shunkei found, was one thing, and the followers of Zen quite another. Her relatives would have nothing to do with her. She grew sick, poor, and weak. She met a Shinzu priest who taught her the name of the Buddha of love, and in this Shunkei found some solace and peace of mind. She passed away when she was still exquisitely beautiful and hardly 30 years old. She wrote her own story in a futile endeavor to support herself, and some of it she told to a woman writer, so it reached the Japanese people. Those who rejected Shunkei, those who slandered and hated her, now read of her life with tears of remorse. In Tokyo in the Meiji era, there lived two prominent teachers of opposite characteristics. One, Unsho, an instructor in Shingon, kept Buddha's precepts scrupulously. He never drank intoxicants, nor did he eat after 11 o'clock in the morning. The other teacher, Tanzan, a professor of philosophy at the Imperial University, never observed the precepts. When he felt like eating, he ate, and when he felt like sleeping in the daytime, he slept. One day, Unsho visited Tanzan, who was drinking wine at the time, not even a drop of which is supposed to touch the tongue of a Buddhist. "Hello, brother," Tanzan greeted him. "Won't you have a drink?" "I never drink," exclaimed Unsho solemnly. "For one who does not drink is not even human," said Tanzan. "Do you mean to call me inhuman just because I do not indulge in intoxicating liquids?" exclaimed Unsho in anger. "Then if I am not human, what am I?" "A Buddha," answered Tanzan.
If you often have trouble sleeping, experience many dreams, and suffer from neck pain, it might be time to change your pillow. The My Pillow Cervical Traction Care Pillow is Navy certified and ergonomically designed to perfectly fit the curve of your neck. It effectively supports your cervical spine, reduces neck pressure, and helps you maintain the correct posture during sleep to prevent cervical issues. According to research data, snoring was reduced by about 6% among users of this goose-down pillow. It provides perfect neck support and achieves the correct neck curve, reducing the likelihood of snoring and truly allowing you to fall asleep in 5 seconds and correct your cervical spine in 30 days. Filled with high-quality white goose down, it ensures support without being too firm. It also has excellent breathability and moisture absorption, effectively wicking away moisture and heat from the head and neck to keep the pillow dry and fresh. The first 100 customers can order at a 50% discount and miss out. If you're not satisfied with the results, a full refund will be provided.
Hi, welcome to the pharmacy.
Ay, mijo, dile que si tiene algo para el dolor de cuerpo y que no sea muy caro.
Hi, do you have something for body aches?
But like the Mexican monk approved kind. Y que no me dé sueño como la vez pasada. Literal, soy su traductor desde los 12 años. Perdón, desde los 18.
Okay, let me check.
Si te identificas con esto, descarga la aplicación de TikTok para seguir viendo más videos como este.
Showun became a teacher of Soto Zen. When he was still a student, his father passed away, leaving him to care for his old mother. Whenever Showun went to a meditation hall, he always took his mother with him. Since she accompanied him when he visited monasteries, he could not live with the monks. So he would build a little house and care for her there. He would copy sutras, Buddhist verses, and in this manner receive a few coins for food. When Showun brought fish for his mother, people would scoff at him, for a monk is not supposed to eat fish. But Showun did not mind. His mother, however, was hurt to see others laugh at her son. Finally, she told Showun, "I think I will become a nun. I can be a vegetarian too." She did, and they studied together. Showun was fond of music and was a master of the harp, which his mother also played. On full moon nights, they used to play together. One night, a young lady passed by their house and heard music. Deeply touched, she invited Showun to visit her the next evening and play. He accepted the invitation. A few days later, he met the young lady on the street and thanked her for her hospitality. Others laughed at him. He had visited the house of a woman of the streets. One day, Showun left for a distant temple to deliver a lecture. A few months afterwards, he returned home to find his mother dead. Friends had not known where to reach him, so the funeral was then in progress. Showun walked up and hit the coffin with his staff. "Mother, your son has returned," he said. "I'm glad to see you've returned, son," he answered for his mother. "Yes, I'm glad too," Showun responded. Then he announced to the people about him, "The funeral ceremony is over. You may bury the body." When Showun was old, he knew his end was approaching. He asked his disciples to gather around him in the morning, telling them he was going to pass on at noon. Burning incense before the picture of his mother and his old teacher, he wrote a poem. "For 56 years, I lived as best I could, making my way in this world. Now the rain has ended. The clouds are clearing. The blue sky has a full moon." His disciples gathered about him, reciting a sutra, and Showun passed on during the invocation. A university student, while visiting Gasan, asked him, "Have you ever read the Christian Bible?" "No, read it to me," said Gasan. The student opened the Bible and read from St. Matthew. "And why take ye thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself." Gasan said, "Whoever uttered those words I consider an enlightened man." The student continued reading. "Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened." Gasan remarked, "That is excellent. Whoever said that is not far from Buddhahood." Buddha told a parable in a sutra. A man traveling across a field encountered a tiger. He fled, the tiger after him. Coming to a precipice, he caught hold of the root of a wild vine and swung himself down over the edge. The tiger sniffed at him from above. Trembling, the man looked down to where, far below, another tiger was waiting to eat him. Only the vine sustained him. 2 mice, one white and one black, little by little started to gnaw away the vine. The man saw a luscious strawberry near him. Grasping the vine with one hand, he plucked the strawberry with the other. How sweet it tasted. When one goes to Obaku Temple in Kyoto, he sees carved over the gate the words, "The First Principle." The letters are unusually large, and those who appreciate calligraphy always admire them as being a masterpiece. They were drawn by Kosen 200 years ago. When the master drew them, he did so on paper from which workmen made the larger carving in wood. As Kosen sketched the letters, a bold pupil was with him who had made several gallons of ink for the calligraphy and who never failed to criticize his master's work. "That is not good," he told Kosen after the first effort. "How was that one?" "Poor, worse than before," pronounced the pupil. Kosen patiently wrote one sheet after another until 84 first principles had accumulated, still without the approval of the pupil. Then when the young man stepped outside for a few moments, Kosen thought, now is my chance to escape his keen eye, and he wrote hurriedly with a mind free from distraction, "The First Principle." "A masterpiece," pronounced the pupil. Jiun, a Shingon master, was a well-known Sanskrit scholar of the Tokugawa era. When he was young, he used to deliver lectures to his brother's students. His mother heard about this and wrote him a letter. "Son, I do not think you became a devotee of the Buddha because you desired to turn into a walking dictionary for others. There is no end to information and commentation, glory and honor. I wish you would stop this lecture business. Shut yourself up in a little temple in a remote part of the mountain. Devote your time to meditation, and in this way, attain true realization." The master of Kenin Temple was Mokurai, Silent Thunder. He had a little protege named Toyo, who was only 12 years old. Toyo saw the older disciples visit the master's room each morning and evening to receive instructions in sanzen, or personal guidance, in which they were given koans to stop mind-wandering. Toyo wished to do a sanzen also. "Wait a while," said Mokurai. "You're too young." But the child insisted, so the teacher finally consented. In the evening, little Toyo went at the proper time to the threshold of Mokurai's sanzen room. He struck the gong to announce his presence, bowed respectfully 3 times outside the door, and went to sit before the master in respectful silence. "You can hear the sound of 2 hands when they clap together," said Mokurai. "Now show me the sound of 1 hand." Toyo bowed and went to his room to consider this problem. From his window he could hear the music of the geishas. "Ah, I have it," he proclaimed. The next evening, when his teacher asked him to illustrate the sound of 1 hand, Toyo began to play the music of the geishas. No, said Mokurai, "that will never do. That is not the sound of 1 hand. You've not got it at all." Thinking that such music might interrupt, Toyo moved his abode to a quiet place. He meditated again. What can the sound of 1 hand be? He happened to hear some water dripping. "I have it," imagined Toyo. When he next appeared before his teacher, Toyo imitated dripping water. "What is that?" asked Mokurai. "That is the sound of dripping water, but not the sound of 1 hand. Try again." In vain, Toyo meditated to hear the sound of 1 hand. He heard the sighing of the wind, but the sound was rejected. He heard the cry of an owl. This also was refused. The sound of 1 hand was not the locusts. For more than 10 times, Toyo visited Mokurai with different sounds. All were wrong. For almost a year, he pondered what the sound of one hand might be. At last, little Toyo entered true meditation and transcended all sounds. I could collect no more, he explained later, so I reached the soundless sound. Toyo had realized the sound of one hand. Soyen Shaku, the first Zen teacher to come to America, said, "My heart burns like fire, but my eyes are as cold as dead ashes." He made the following rules which he practiced every day of his life. In the morning before dressing, light incense and meditate. Retire at a regular hour. Partake of food at regular intervals. Eat with moderation and never to the point of satisfaction. Receive a guest with the same attitude you have when alone. When alone, maintain the same attitude you have in receiving guests. Watch what you say, and whatever you say, practice it. When an opportunity comes, do not let it pass by, yet always think twice before acting. Do not regret the past, look to the future. Have the fearless attitude of a hero and the loving heart of a child. Upon retiring, sleep as if you had entered your last sleep. Upon awakening, leave your bed behind you instantly, as if you had cast away a pair of old shoes. When Eishun, the Zen nun, was past 60 and about to leave this world, she asked some monks to pile up wood in the yard. Seating herself firmly in the center of the funeral pyre, she had it set fire around the edges. "Oh, nun," shouted one monk, "is it hot in there?" "Such a matter would concern only a stupid person like yourself," answered Eishun. Flames arose and she passed away. A farmer requested a Tendai priest to recite sutras for his wife who had died. After the recitation was over, the farmer asked, "Do you think my wife will gain merit from this?" "Not only your wife, but all sentient beings will benefit from the recitation of sutras," answered the priest. "If you say all sentient beings will benefit," said the farmer, "my wife may be very weak and others will take advantage of her, getting the benefit she should have. So please, recite sutras just for her." The priest explained that it was the desire of a Buddhist to offer blessings and wish merit for every living being. "That is a fine teaching," concluded the farmer, "but please make one exception. I have a neighbor who is rough and mean to me. Just exclude him from all those sentient beings." Suiwo, the disciple of Hakuin, was a good teacher. During one summer seclusion period, a pupil came to him from a southern island of Japan. Suiwo gave him a problem. Hear the sound of one hand. The pupil remained 3 years but could not pass this test. One night he came in tears to Suiwo. "I must return south in shame and embarrassment," he said, "for I cannot solve my problem." "Wait 1 week more and meditate constantly," advised Suiwo. Still no enlightenment came to the pupil. "Try for another week," said Suiwo. The pupil obeyed, but in vain. Still another week. Yet this was of no avail. In despair, the student begged to be released, but Suiwo requested another meditation of 5 days. They were without result. Then he said, "Meditate for 3 days longer. Then if you fail to attain enlightenment, you had better kill yourself." On the second day, the pupil was enlightened. Provided he makes and wins an argument about Buddhism with those who live there, any wandering monk can remain in the Zen temple. If he is defeated, he has to move on. In a temple in the northern part of Japan, two brother monks were dwelling together. The elder one was learned, but the younger one was stupid and had but one eye. A wandering monk came and asked for lodging, properly challenging them to a debate about the sublime teaching. The elder brother, tired that day from much studying, told the younger one to take his place. Go and request the dialogue in silence, he cautioned. So the young monk and the stranger went to the shrine and sat down. Shortly afterwards, the traveler rose and went into the elder brother and said, Your young brother is a wonderful fellow. He defeated me. Relate the dialogue to me, said the elder one. Well, explained the traveler, first I held up one finger, representing Buddha, the enlightened one. So he held up two fingers, signifying Buddha and his teaching. I held up three fingers, representing Buddha, his teaching, and his followers living the harmonious life. Then he shook his clenched fist in my face, indicating that all three come from one realization. Thus he won, and so I have no right to remain here. With this, the traveler left. Where's that fellow? Asked the younger one, running into his elder brother. I understand you won the debate. Won nothing. I'm going to beat him up. Tell me the subject of the debate, asked the elder one. Why, the minute he saw me, he held up one finger, insulting me by insinuating that I have only one eye. Since he was a stranger, I thought I would be polite to him, so I held up two fingers, congratulating him that he has two eyes. Then the impolite wretch held up three fingers, suggesting that between us we only have three eyes. So I got mad and started to punch him, but he ran out and that ended it. After Bankei had passed away, a blind man who lived near the master's temple told a friend, Since I'm blind, I cannot watch a person's face, so I must judge his character by the sound of his voice. Ordinarily, when I hear someone congratulate another upon his happiness or success, I also hear a secret tone of envy. When condolence is expressed for the misfortune of another, I hear pleasure and satisfaction, as if the one condoling was really glad there was something left to gain in his own world. In all my experience, however, Bankei's voice was always sincere. Whenever he expressed happiness, I heard nothing but happiness, and whenever he expressed sorrow, sorrow was all I heard. Keichu, the great Zen teacher of the Meiji era, was the head of Tofuku, a cathedral in Kyoto. One day the governor of Kyoto called upon him for the first time. His attendant presented the card of the governor, which read, Kitagaki, governor of Kyoto. I have no business with such a fellow, said Keichu to his attendant. Tell him to get out of here. The attendant carried the card back with apologies. That was my error, said the governor, and with a pencil he scratched out the words, Governor of Kyoto. Ask your teacher again. Oh, is that Kitagaki? Exclaimed the teacher when he saw the card. I want to see that fellow. When Banzan was walking through a market, he overheard a conversation between a butcher and his customer. Give me the best piece of meat you have, said the customer. Everything in my shop is the best, replied the butcher. You cannot find here any piece of meat that is not the best. At these words, Banzan became enlightened. Mokusen Hiki was living in a temple in the province of Tamba. One of his adherents complained of the stinginess of his wife. Mokusen visited the adherent's wife and showed her his clenched fist before her face. What do you mean by that? Asked the surprised woman. Suppose my fist were always like that. What would you call it? He asked. Deformed, replied the woman. Then he opened his hand flat in her face and asked, Suppose it were always like that. What then? Another kind of deformity, said the wife. If you understand that much, finished Mokusen, you are a good wife. Then he left. After his visit, this wife helped her husband to distribute as well as to save. was never known to smile until his last day on earth. When his time came to pass away, he said to his faithful ones, "You have studied under me for more than 10 years. Show me a real interpretation of Zen. Whoever expresses this most clearly shall be my successor and receive my robe and bowl." Everyone watched Mokugen's severe face, but no one answered. Encho, a disciple who had been with his teacher for a long time, moved near the bedside. He pushed forward the medicine cup a few inches. This was his answer to the command. The teacher's face became even more severe. "Is that all you understand?" he asked. Encho reached out and moved the cup back again. A beautiful smile broke over the features of Mokugen. "You rascal," he told Encho. "You have worked with me 10 years and have not yet seen my whole body. Take the robe and bowl. They belong to you."
Now give it to me. Oh yeah.
When you're starting out with your finances, you want to see your money grow. Credit Karma can help you improve a low score and gives you tools to manage your spending and savings so your financial success can continue to bloom. Into it, Credit Karma.
Zen students are with their masters at least 10 years before they presume to teach others. Non-In was visited by Tenno, who, having passed his apprenticeship, had become a teacher. The day happened to be rainy, so Tenno wore wooden clogs and carried an umbrella. After greeting him, Non-In remarked, "I suppose you left your wooden clogs in the vestibule. I want to know if your umbrella is on the right or left side of the clogs." Tenno, confused, had no instant answer. He realized that he was unable to carry his Zen every minute. He became Non-In's pupil, and he studied 6 more years to accomplish his every minute Zen. Subhuti was Buddha's disciple. He was able to understand the potency of emptiness, the viewpoint that nothing exists except in its relationship of subjectivity and objectivity. One day, Subhuti, in a mood of sublime emptiness, was sitting under a tree. Flowers began to fall about him. "We are praising you for your discourse on emptiness," the gods whispered to him. "But I have not spoken of emptiness," said Subhuti. "You have not spoken of emptiness. We have not heard emptiness," responded the gods. "This is the true emptiness." And blossoms showered upon Subhuti as rain. Gisho was ordained as a nun when she was 10 years old. She received training just as the little boys did. When she reached the age of 16, she traveled from one Zen master to another, studying with them all. She remained 3 years with Unzan, 6 years with Kuke, but was unable to obtain a clear vision. At last she went to the master Inzan. Inzan showed her no distinction at all on account of her sex. He scolded her like a thunderstorm. He cuffed her to awaken her inner nature. Gisho remained with Inzan 13 years, and then she found that which she was seeking. In her honor, Inzan wrote a poem. This nun studied 13 years under my guidance. In the evening, she considered the deepest koans. In the morning, she was wrapped in other koans. The Chinese nun Tetsuma surpassed all before her, and since Mujaku, none has been so genuine as this Gisho. Yet there are many more gates for her to pass through. she should receive still more blows from my iron fist. After Geisha was enlightened, she went to the province of Banshu, started her own Zen temple, and taught 200 other nuns until she passed away 1 year in the month of August. The Master Soyen Shaku passed from this world when he was 61 years of age. Fulfilling his life's work, he left a great teaching, far richer than that of most Zen masters. His pupils used to sleep in the daytime during midsummer, and while he overlooked this, he himself never wasted a minute. When he was but 12 years old, he was already studying Tendai philosophical speculation. One summer day, the air had been so sultry that little Soyen stretched his legs and went to sleep while his teacher was away. 3 hours passed when, suddenly waking, he heard his master enter, but it was too late. There he lay, sprawled across the doorway. "I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon," his teacher whispered, stepping carefully over Soyen's body, as if it were that of some distinguished guest. After this, Soyen never slept again in the afternoon. Our schoolmaster used to take a nap every afternoon related to a disciple of Soyen Shaku. We children asked him why he did it, and he told us, "I go to dreamland to meet the old sages just as Confucius did." When Confucius slept, he would dream of ancient sages and later tell his followers about them. It was extremely hot one day, so some of us took a nap. Our schoolmaster scolded us. "We went to dreamland to meet the ancient sages, the same as Confucius did," we explained. "What was the message from those sages?" our schoolmaster demanded. One of us replied, "We went to dreamland and met the sages and asked them if our schoolmaster came there every afternoon, but they said they had never seen any such fellow." Joshu began the study of Zen when he was 60 years old and continued until he was 80 when he realized Zen. He taught from the age of 80 until he was 120. A student once asked him, "If I haven't anything in my mind, what shall I do?" Joshu replied, "Throw it out." "But if I haven't anything, how can I throw it out?" continued the questioner. "Well," said Joshu, "then carry it out." When Mamiya, who later became a well-known preacher, went to a teacher for personal guidance, he was asked to explain the sound of one hand. Mamiya concentrated upon what the sound of one hand might be. "You're not working hard enough," his teacher told him. "You are too attached to food, wealth, things, and that sound. It would be better if you died. That would solve the problem." The next time Mamiya appeared before his teacher, he was again asked what he had to show regarding the sound of one hand. Mamiya at once fell over as if he were dead. "You're dead, all right," observed the teacher. "But how about that sound?" "I haven't solved that yet," replied Mamiya, looking up. "Dead men do not speak," said the teacher. "Get out." Tosui was a well-known Zen teacher of his time. He had lived in several temples and taught in various provinces. The last temple he visited accumulated so many adherents that Tosui told them he was going to quit the lecture business entirely. He advised them to disperse and to go wherever they desired. After that, no one could find any trace of him. 3 years later, one of his disciples discovered him living with some beggars under a bridge in Kyoto. He at once implored Tosui to teach him. "If you can do as I do for even a couple of days, I might," Tosui replied. So the former disciple dressed as a beggar and spent a day with Tosui. The following day, one of the beggars died. Tosui and his pupil carried the body off at midnight and buried it on a mountainside. After that, they returned to their shelter under the bridge. Tosui slept soundly the remainder of the night, but the disciple could not sleep. When morning came, Tosui said, "We do not have to beg food today. Our dead friend has left some over there." But the disciple was unable to eat a single bite of it. "I have said you could not do as I," concluded Tosui. "Get out of here and do not bother me again." When Bankei held his seclusion weeks of meditation, pupils from many parts of Japan came to attend. During one of these gatherings, a pupil was caught stealing. The matter was reported to Bankei with the request that the culprit be expelled. Bankei ignored the case. Later, the pupil was caught in a similar act, and again Bankei disregarded the matter. This angered the other pupils, who drew up a petition asking for the dismissal of the thief, stating that otherwise they would leave in a body. When Bankei had read the petition, he called everyone before him. "You are wise brothers," he told them. "You know what is right and what is not right. You may go somewhere else to study if you wish. But this poor brother does not even know right from wrong. Who will teach him if I do not? I'm going to keep him here even if all the rest of you leave." A torrent of tears cleansed the face of the brother who had stolen. All desire to steal had vanished. During the Kamakura period, Shinkan studied Tendai 6 years and then studied Zen 7 years. Then he went to China and contemplated Zen for 13 years more. When he returned to Japan, many desired to interview him and asked obscure questions. But when Shinkan received visitors, which was infrequently, he seldom answered their questions. One day, a 50-year-old student of enlightenment said to Shinkan, "I have studied the Tendai school of thought since I was a little boy, but one thing in it I cannot understand. Tendai claims that even the grass and trees will become enlightened. To me, this seems very strange. Of what use is it to discuss how grass and trees become enlightened?" asked Shinkan. "The question is how you yourself can become so. Did you ever consider that?" "I never thought of it in that way," marveled the old man. "Then go home and think it over," finished Shinkan. The Buddhist nun known as Ryonen was born in 1797. She was a granddaughter of the famous Japanese warrior Shingen. Her poetical genius and alluring beauty were such that at 17 she was serving the empress as one of the ladies of the court. Even at such a youthful age, fame awaited her. The beloved empress died suddenly, and Ryonen's hopeful dreams vanished. She became acutely aware of the impermanency of life in this world. It was then that she desired to study Zen. Her relatives disagreed, however, and practically forced her into marriage. With a promise that she might become a nun after she had borne 3 children, Ryonen assented. Before she was 25, she had accomplished this condition. Then her husband and relatives could no longer dissuade her from her desire. She shaved her head, took the name of Ryonen, which means to realize clearly, and started on her pilgrimage. She came to the city of Edo and asked Tetsugyu to accept her as a disciple. At one glance, the master rejected her because she was too beautiful. Ryonen then went on to another master, Hakuo. Hakuo refused her for the same reason, saying that her beauty would only make trouble. Ryonen obtained a hot iron and placed it against her face. In a few moments, her beauty had vanished forever. Hakuo then accepted her as a disciple. Commemorating this occasion, Ryonen wrote a poem on the back of a little mirror. "In the service of my empress, I burned incense to perfume my exquisite clothes. Now, as a homeless mendicant, I burn my face to enter a Zen temple." When Ryonen was about to pass from this world, she wrote another poem. 66 times, these eyes beheld the changing scene of autumn. I have said enough about moonlight. Ask no more. Only listen to the voice of pines and cedars when no wind stirs. The cook monk, Daidio, at Bankai's monastery decided that he would take good care of his old teacher's health and give him only fresh miso, a paste of soybeans mixed with wheat and yeast that often ferments. Bankei, noticing that he was being served better miso than his pupils, asked, "Who's the cook today?" Daidio was sent before him. Bankei learned that according to his age and position, he should eat only fresh miso. So he said to the cook, "Then you think I shouldn't eat at all?" With this, he entered his room and locked the door. Daidio, sitting outside the door, asked his teacher's pardon. Bankei would not answer. For 7 days, Daidio sat outside and Bankei within. Finally, in desperation, an adherent called loudly to Bankei, "You may be all right, old teacher, but this young disciple here has to eat. He cannot go without food forever." At that, Bankei opened the door. He was smiling. He told Daidio, "I insist on eating the same food as the least of my followers. When you become the teacher, I do not want you to forget this." A student of Tendai, a philosophical school of Buddhism, came to the Zen abode of Gasan as a pupil. When he was departing a few years later, Gasan warned him, "Studying the truth speculatively is useful as a way of collecting preaching material. But remember that unless you meditate constantly, your light of truth may go out." While Seisetsu was the master of Engaku in Kamakura, he required larger quarters since those in which he was teaching were overcrowded. Umezu Seibi, a merchant of Edo, decided to donate 500 pieces of gold called ryo toward the construction of a more commodious school. This money he brought to the teacher. Seisetsu said, "All right, I will take it." Umezu gave Seisetsu the sack of gold, but he was dissatisfied with the attitude of the teacher. One might live a whole year on 3 ryo, and the merchant had not even been thanked for 500. "In that sack are 500 ryo, hinted Umezu. "You told me that before," replied Seisetsu. "Even if I am a wealthy merchant, 500 ryo is a lot of money," said Umezu. "Do you want me to thank you for it?" asked Seisetsu. "You ought to," replied Umezu. "Why should I?" inquired Seisetsu. "The giver should be thankful." Taiko, a warrior who lived in Japan before the Tokugawa era, studied Chan no Yu, tea etiquette, with Sen no Rikyu, a teacher of that aesthetical expression of calmness and contentment. Taiko's attendant warrior, Keito, interpreted his superior's enthusiasm for tea etiquette as negligence of state affairs, so he decided to kill Sen no Rikyu. He pretended to make a social call upon the tea master and was invited to drink tea. The master, who was well skilled in his art, saw at a glance the warrior's intention, so he invited Keito to leave his sword outside before entering the room for the ceremony, explaining that Chan no Yu represents peacefulness itself. Keito would not listen to this. "I am a warrior," he said. "I always have my sword with me. Chan no Yu or no Chan no Yu, I have my sword." "Very well. Bring your sword in and have some tea," consented Sen no Rikyu. The kettle was boiling on the charcoal fire. Suddenly, Sen no Rikyu tipped it over. Hissing steam arose, filling the room with smoke and ashes. The startled warrior ran outside. The tea master apologized. "It was my mistake. Come back in and have some tea. I have your sword here covered with ashes, and we'll clean it and give it to you. In this predicament, the warrior realized he could not very well kill the tea master, so he gave up the idea. Just before Ninakawa passed away, the Zen master Ikkyu visited him. "Shall I lead you on?" Ikkyu asked. Ninakawa replied, "I came here alone, and I go alone. What help could you be to me?" Ikkyu answered, "If you think you really come and go, that is your delusion. Let me show you the path on which there is no coming and no going." With his words, Ikkyu had revealed the path so clearly that Ninakawa smiled and passed away. A soldier named Nobushige came to Hakuin and asked, "Is there really a paradise and a hell?" "Who are you?" inquired Hakuin. "I am a samurai," the warrior replied. "You, a soldier?" exclaimed Hakuin. "What kind of ruler would have you as his guard? Your face looks like that of a beggar." Nobushige became so angry that he began to draw his sword, but Hakuin continued, "So you have a sword. Your weapon is probably much too dull to cut off my head." As Nobushige drew his sword, Hakuin remarked, "Here open the gates of hell." At these words, the samurai, perceiving the master's discipline, sheathed his sword and bowed. "Here open the gates of paradise," said Hakuin. A merchant bearing 50 rolls of cotton goods on his shoulders stopped to rest from the heat of the day beneath a shelter where a large stone Buddha was standing. There he fell asleep, and when he awoke, his goods had disappeared. He immediately reported the matter to the police. A judge named Ooka opened court to investigate. "That stone Buddha must have stolen the goods," concluded the judge. "He is supposed to care for the welfare of the people, but he has failed to perform his holy duty. Arrest him." The police arrested the stone Buddha and carried it into court. A noisy crowd followed the statue, curious to learn what kind of sentence the judge was about to impose. When Ooka appeared on the bench, he rebuked the boisterous audience. "What right have you people to appear before the court laughing and joking in this manner? You are in contempt of court and subject to a fine and imprisonment." The people hastened to apologize. "I shall have to impose a fine on you," said the judge, "but I will remit it, provided each one of you brings 1 roll of cotton goods to the courts within 3 days. Anyone failing to do this will be arrested." One of the rolls of cloth which the people brought was quickly recognized by the merchant as his own, and thus the thief was easily discovered. The merchant recovered his goods, and the cotton rolls were returned to the people.
You can order almost anything off of the internet these days, so why aren't you doing the same with your contact lenses? Seriously, I remember going out of my way just to drive all the way to the eye doctor, only to pay for overpriced contact lenses. But it's 2024, you should be using the 1-800-CONTACTS app or ordering online, and with just a few taps or clicks, you can have your contact lenses headed straight to your door super fast. And when I say super fast, I mean fast. There's an overnight shipping option, so you never have to worry about waiting too long for your contacts. So for me, when I rely heavily on my eyesight at photo shoots or video shoots for clients, I never have to worry about running out of contacts ever again. So if you're busy like me, or you're an introvert like me and you really just don't want to go back to the eye doctor to reorder those contacts, give online ordering with 1-800-CONTACTS a try. It's faster and easier than ever.
Once a division of the Japanese army was engaged in a sham battle, and some of the officers found it necessary to make their headquarters in Gasan's temple. Gasan told his cook, "Let the officers have only the same simple fare we eat." This made the army men angry, as they were used to very deferential treatment. One came to Gasan and said, "Who do you think we are? We are soldiers, sacrificing our lives for our country. Why don't you treat us accordingly?" Gasan answered sternly, "Who do you think we are? We are soldiers of humanity, aiming to save all sentient beings." Zenkai, the son of a samurai, journeyed to Edo and there became the retainer of a high official. He fell in love with the official's wife and was discovered. In self-defense, he slew the official. Then he ran away with the wife. Both of them later became thieves, but the woman was so greedy that Zenkai grew disgusted. Finally, leaving her, he journeyed far away to the province of Buzen, where he became a wandering mendicant. To atone for his past, Zenkai resolved to accomplish some good deed in his lifetime. Knowing of a dangerous road over a cliff that had caused the death and injury of many persons, he resolved to cut a tunnel through the mountain there. Begging food in the daytime, Zenkai worked at night digging his tunnel. When 30 years had gone by, the tunnel was 2,280 feet long, 20 feet high, and 30 feet wide. 2 years before the work was completed, the son of the official he had slain, who was a skillful swordsman, found Zenkai out and came to kill him in revenge. "I will give you my life willingly," said Zenkai. "Only let me finish this work. On the day it is completed, then you may kill me." So the son awaited the day. Several months passed and Zenkai kept on digging. The son grew tired of doing nothing and began to help with the digging. After he had helped for more than a year, he came to admire Zenkai's strong will and character. At last, the tunnel was completed, and the people could use it to travel in safety. "Now cut off my head," said Zenkai. "My work is done." "How can I cut off my own teacher's head?" asked the younger man, with tears in his eyes. A great Japanese warrior named Nobunaga decided to attack the enemy, although he had only 1/10 the number of men the opposition commanded. He knew that he would win, but his soldiers were in doubt. On the way, he stopped at a Shinto shrine and told his men, "After I visit the shrine, I will toss a coin. If heads comes, we will win. If tails, we will lose. Destiny holds us in her hand." Nobunaga entered the shrine and offered a silent prayer. He came forth and tossed a coin. Heads appeared. His soldiers were so eager to fight that they won their battle easily. "No one can change the hand of destiny," his attendant told him after the battle. "Indeed not," said Nobunaga, showing a coin which had been doubled, with heads facing either way. Gasan instructed his adherents one day, "Those who speak against killing and who desire to spare the lives of all conscious beings are right. It is good to protect even animals and insects. But what about those persons who kill time? What about those who are destroying wealth and those who destroy political economy? We should not overlook them. Furthermore, what of the one who preaches without enlightenment? He is killing Buddhism." A young wife fell sick and was about to die. "I love you so much," she told her husband. "I do not want to leave you. Do not go from me to any other woman. If you do, I will return as a ghost and cause you endless trouble." Soon the wife passed away. The husband respected her last wish for the first 3 months, but then he met another woman and fell in love with her. They became engaged to be married. Immediately after the engagement, a ghost appeared every night to the man, blaming him for not keeping his promise. The ghost was clever, too. She told him exactly what had transpired between himself and his new sweetheart. Whenever he gave his fiancée a present, the ghost would describe it in detail. She would even repeat conversations, and it so annoyed the man that he could not sleep. Someone advised him to take his problem to a Zen master who lived close to the village. At length, in despair, the poor man went to him for help. "Your former wife became a ghost and knows everything you do," commented the master. "Whatever you do or say, whatever you give your beloved, she knows. She must be a very wise ghost. Really, you should admire such a ghost. The next time she appears, bargain with her. Tell her that she knows so much you can hide nothing from her, and that if she will answer you one question, you promise to break your engagement and remain single." "What is the question I must ask her?" inquired the man. The master replied, "Take a large handful of soybeans and ask her exactly how many beans you hold in your hand. If she cannot tell you, you will know she is only a figment of your imagination and will trouble you no longer." The next night, when the ghost appeared, the man flattered her and told her that she knew everything. "Indeed," replied the ghost, "and I know you went to see that Zen master today." "And since you know so much," demanded the man, "tell me how many beans I hold in this hand." There was no longer any ghost to answer the question. Yamaoka Teshu was a tutor of the emperor. He was also a master of fencing and a profound student of Zen. His home was the abode of vagabonds. He had but one suit of clothes, for they kept him always poor. The emperor, observing how worn his garments were, gave Yamaoka some money to buy new ones. The next time Yamaoka appeared, he wore the same old outfit. "What became of the new clothes, Yamaoka?" asked the emperor. "I provided clothes for the children of your majesty," explained Yamaoka. In modern times, a great deal of nonsense is talked about masters and disciples, and about the inheritance of a master's teaching by favorite pupils, entitling them to pass the truth on to their adherents. Of course, Zen should be imparted in this way from heart to heart, and in the past it was really accomplished. Silence and humility reigned rather than profession and assertion. The one who received such a teaching kept the matter hidden even after 20 years. Not until another discovered through his own need that a real master was at hand was it learned that the teaching had been imparted, and even then the occasion arose quite naturally, and the teaching made its way in its own right. Under no circumstance did the teacher even claim, "I am the successor of so-and-so." Such a claim would prove quite the contrary. The Zen master, Munan, had only one successor. His name was Shoju. After Shoju had completed his study of Zen, Munan called him into his room. "I'm getting old," he said. "And as far as I know, Shoju, you are the only one who will carry on this teaching. Here's a book. It has been passed down from master to master for 7 generations. I also have added many points according to my understanding. The book is very valuable, and I'm giving it to you to represent your successorship." "If the book is such an important thing, you had better keep it," Shoju replied. "I received your Zen without writing, and I'm satisfied with it as it is." "I know that," said Munan. "Even so, this work has been carried from master to master for 7 generations, so you may keep it as a symbol of having received the teaching. Here." The two happened to be talking before a brazier, The instant Shoju felt the book in his hands, he thrust it into the flaming coals. He had no lust for possessions. Munan, who never had been angry before, yelled, "What are you doing?" Shoju shouted back, "What are you saying?" After Kakuwa visited the emperor, he disappeared and no one knew what became of him. He was the first Japanese to study Zen in China, but since he showed nothing of it, save one note, he is not remembered for having brought Zen into his country. Kakuwa visited China and accepted the true teaching. He did not travel while he was there. Meditating constantly, he lived on a remote part of a mountain. Whenever people found him and asked him to preach, he would say a few words and then move to another part of the mountain where he could be found less easily. The emperor heard about Kakuwa when he returned to Japan and asked him to preach Zen for his edification and that of his subjects. Kakuwa stood before the emperor in silence. He then produced a flute from the folds of his robe and blew one short note. Bowing politely, he disappeared. Circumstances arose one day which delayed preparation of the dinner of a Soto Zen master, Fugai, and his followers. In haste, the cook went to the garden with his curved knife and cut off the tops of green vegetables, chopped them together, and made soup, unaware that in his haste he had included part of a snake in the vegetables. The followers of Fugai thought they never had tasted such a good soup. But when the master himself found the snake's head in his bowl, he summoned the cook. "What is this?" he demanded, holding up the head of the snake. "Oh, thank you, master," replied the cook, taking the morsel and eating it quickly. Sozan, a Chinese Zen master, was asked by a student, "What is the most valuable thing in the world?" The master replied, "The head of a dead cat." "Why is the head of a dead cat the most valuable thing in the world?" inquired the student. Sozan replied, "Because no one can name its price." The pupils of the Tendai school used to study meditation before Zen entered Japan. 4 of them, who were intimate friends, promised one another to observe 7 days of silence. On the first day all were silent. Their meditation had begun auspiciously. But when night came and the oil lamps were growing dim, one of the pupils could not help exclaiming to a servant, "Fix those lamps." The second pupil was surprised to hear the first one talk. "We're not supposed to say a word," he remarked. "You two are stupid. Why did you talk?" asked the third. "I am the only one who has not talked," concluded the fourth pupil. Zen pupils take a vow that even if they are killed by their teacher, they intend to learn Zen. Usually they cut a finger and seal their resolution with blood. In time, the vow has become a mere formality, and for this reason, the pupil who died by the hand of Aikido was made to appear a martyr. Aikido had become a severe teacher. His pupils feared him. One of them on duty striking the gong to tell the time of day missed his beats when his eye was attracted by a beautiful girl passing the temple gate. At that moment, Aikido, who was directly behind him, hit him with a stick, and the shock happened to kill him. The pupil's guardian, hearing of the accident, went directly to Aikido. Knowing that he was not to blame, he praised the master for his severe teaching. Aikido's attitude was just the same as if the pupil were still alive. After this took place, he was able to produce under his guidance more than 10 enlightened successors, a very unusual number. Ryokan devoted his life to the study of Zen. One day he heard that his nephew, despite the admonitions of relatives, was spending his money on a courtesan. Inasmuch as the nephew had taken Ryokan's place in managing the family estate and the property was in danger of being dissipated, the relatives asked Ryokan to do something about it. Ryokan had to travel a long way to visit his nephew, whom he had not seen for many years. The nephew seemed pleased to meet his uncle again and invited him to remain overnight. All night, Ryokan sat in meditation. As he was departing in the morning, he said to the young man, "I must be getting old. My hand shakes, so will you help me tie the string of my straw sandal?" The nephew helped him willingly. "Thank you," finished Ryokan. "You see, a man becomes older and feebler day by day. Take good care of yourself." Then Ryokan left, never mentioning a word about the courtesan or the complaints of the relatives. But from that morning on, the dissipations of the nephew ended. A Zen student came to Bankei and complained, "Master, I have an ungovernable temper. How can I cure it?" "You have something very strange," replied Bankei. "Let me see what you have." "Just now I cannot show it to you," replied the other. "When can you show it to me?" asked Bankei. "It arises unexpectedly," replied the student. Then concluded Bankei, "It must not be your own true nature. If it were, you could show it to me at any time. When you were born, you did not have it, and your parents did not give it to you. Think that over." Hogan, a Chinese Zen teacher, lived alone in a small temple in the country. One day, 4 traveling monks appeared and asked if they might make a fire in his yard to warm themselves. While they were building the fire, Hogan heard them arguing about subjectivity and objectivity. He joined them and said, "There is a big stone. Do you consider it to be inside or outside your mind?" One of the monks replied, "From the Buddhist viewpoint, everything is an objectification of mind. So I would say that the stone is inside my mind." "Your head must feel very heavy," observed Hogan, "if you were carrying around a stone like that in your mind." A rich man asked Sengai to write something for the continued prosperity of his family so that it might be treasured from generation to generation. Sengai obtained a large sheet of paper and wrote, "Father dies, son dies, grandson dies." The rich man became angry. "I asked you to write something for the happiness of my family. Why do you make such a joke as this?" "No joke is intended," explained Sengai. "If before you yourself die, your son should die, this would grieve you greatly. If your grandson should pass away before your son, both of you would be broken-hearted. If your family, generation after generation, passes away in the order I have named, it will be the natural course of life. I call this real prosperity." A woman of Nagasaki named Kame was one of the few makers of incense burners in Japan. Such a burner is a work of art to be used only in a tea room or before a family shrine. Kame, whose father before her had been such an artist, was fond of drinking. She also smoked and associated with men most of the time. Whenever she made a little money, she gave a feast inviting artists, poets, carpenters, workers, men of many vocations and avocations. In their association, she evolved her designs. Kame was exceedingly slow in creating, but when her work was finished, it was always a masterpiece. Her burners were treasured in homes whose womenfolk never drank, smoked, or associated freely with men. The mayor of Nagasaki once requested Kame to design an incense burner for him. She delayed doing so until almost half a year had passed. At that time, the mayor, who had been promoted to office in a distant city, visited her. He urged Kame to begin work on his burner. At last, receiving the inspiration, Kame made the incense burner. After it was completed, she placed it upon a table. She looked at it long and carefully. She smoked and drank before it as if it were her own company. All day she observed it. At last, picking up a hammer, Kame smashed it to bits. She saw it was not the perfect creation her mind demanded. When Bankei was preaching at Ryomon Temple, a Shinshu priest who believed in salvation through the repetition of the name of the Buddha of Love was jealous of his large audience and wanted to debate with him. Bankei was in the midst of a talk when the priest appeared, but the fellow made such a disturbance that Bankei stopped his discourse and asked about the noise. The founder of our sect, boasted the priest, had such miraculous powers that he held a brush in his hand on one bank of the river. His attendant held up a paper on the other bank, and the teacher wrote the holy name of Amida through the air. Can you do such a wonderful thing? Bankei replied lightly, perhaps your fox can perform that trick, but that is not the manner of Zen. My miracle is that when I feel hungry, I eat, and when I feel thirsty, I drink.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With Chews by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our chews are powered by clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride, so you can grow thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months. Your treatment is 100% personalized to your hair goals and comes at an affordable price that works for your budget, so you can step out with full confidence. Hats off to hair growth with treatment that works for you. Start today at hims.com.
Yamaoka Teshu, as a young student of Zen, visited one master after another. He called upon Dokuon of Shokoku. Desiring to show his attainment, he said, the mind, Buddha, and sentient beings, after all, do not exist. The true nature of phenomena is emptiness. There is no realization, no delusion, no sage, no mediocrity. There is no giving and nothing to be received. Dokuan, who was smoking quietly, said nothing. Suddenly he whacked Yamaoka with his bamboo pipe. This made the youth quite angry. If nothing exists, inquired Dokuan, where did this anger come from? Hyakujo, the Chinese Zen master, used to labor with his pupils even at the age of 80, trimming the gardens, cleaning the grounds, and pruning the trees. The pupils felt sorry to see the old teacher working so hard, but they knew he would not listen to their advice to stop, so they hid away his tools. That day the master did not eat. The next day he did not eat, nor the next. He may be angry because we have hidden his tools, the pupils surmised. We had better put them back. The day they did, the teacher worked and ate the same as before. In the evening, he instructed them. No work, no food. EQ, the Zen master, was very clever even as a boy. His teacher had a precious teacup, a rare antique. EQ happened to break this cup and was greatly perplexed. Hearing the footsteps of his teacher, he held the pieces of the cup behind him. When the master appeared, EQ asked, "Why do people have to die?" "This is natural," explained the older man. "Everything has to die and has just so long to live." EQ, producing the shattered cup, added, "It was time for your cup to die." A Zen master named Keitan lived in the latter part of the Tokugawa era. He used to say, "There are three kinds of disciples: those who impart Zen to others, those who maintain the temples and shrines, and then there are the rice bags and the clothes hangers." Gasan expressed the same idea. When he was studying under Tekesui, his teacher was very severe. Sometimes he even beat him. Other pupils would not stand this kind of teaching and quit. Gasan remained, saying, "A poor disciple utilizes a teacher's influence. A fair disciple admires a teacher's kindness. A good disciple grows strong under a teacher's discipline." Zen teachers train their young pupils to express themselves. Two Zen temples each had a child protege. One child going to obtain vegetables each morning would meet the other on the way. "Where are you going?" asked the one. "I'm going wherever my feet go," the other responded. This reply puzzled the first child, who went to his teacher for help. "Tomorrow morning," the teacher told him, "when you meet that little fellow, ask him the same question. He'll give you the same answer, and then you ask him, 'Suppose you have no feet. Then where are you going?' That'll fix him." The children met again the following morning. "Where are you going?" asked the first child. "I'm going wherever the wind blows," answered the other. This again nonplussed the youngster, who took his defeat to his teacher. "Ask him where he's going if there's no wind," suggested the teacher. The next day the children met a third time. "Where are you going?" asked the first child. "I'm going to market to buy vegetables," the other replied. Tongan had studied with Sengai since childhood. When he was 20, he wanted to leave his teacher and visit others for comparative study, but Sengai would not permit this. Every time Tongan suggested it, Sengai would give him a rap on the head. Finally, Tongan asked an elder brother to coax permission from Sengai. This the brother did, and then reported to Tongan, "It is arranged. I have fixed it for you to start on your pilgrimage at once." Tongan went to Sengai to thank him for his permission. The master answered by giving him another rap. When Tongan related this to his elder brother, the other said, "What is the matter? Sengai has no business giving permission and then changing his mind. I'll tell him so." And off he went to see the teacher. "I did not cancel my permission," said Sengai. "I just wish to give him one last smack over the head. For when he returns, he'll be enlightened, and I will not be able to reprimand him again." Matajuro Yagyo was the son of a famous swordsman. His father, believing that his son's work was too mediocre to anticipate mastership, disowned him. So Matajuro went to Mount Futara, and there found the famous swordsman Banzo. But Banzo confirmed the father's judgment. "You wish to learn swordsmanship under my guidance?" asked Banzo. "You cannot fulfill the requirements." "But if I work hard, how many years will it take me to become a master?" persisted the youth. "The rest of your life," replied Banzo. "I cannot wait that long," explained Matajuro. "I am willing to pass through any hardship if only you will teach me. If I become your devoted servant, how long might it be?" "Oh, maybe 10 years," Banzo relented. "My father's getting old, and soon I must take care of him," continued Matajuro. "If I work far more intensely, how long will it take me?" "Oh, maybe 30 years," said Banzo. "Why is that?" asked Matajuro. "First you say 10, and now 30 years. I will undergo any hardship to master this art in the shortest time." "Well," said Banzo, "in that case, you'll have to remain with me for 70 years. A man in such a hurry as you are to get results seldom learns quickly." Very well, declared the youth, understanding at last that he was being rebuked for impatience. I agree. Matajuro was told never to speak of fencing and never to touch a sword. He cooked for his master, washed the dishes, made his bed, cleaned the yard, cared for the garden, all without a word of swordsmanship. 3 years passed. Still, Matajuro labored on. Thinking of his future, he was sad. He had not even begun to learn the art to which he had devoted his life. But one day, Banjo crept up behind him and gave him a terrific blow with a wooden sword. The following day, when Matajuro was cooking rice, Banjo again sprang upon him unexpectedly. After that, day and night, Matajuro had to defend himself from unexpected thrusts. Not a moment passed in any day that he did not have to think of the taste of Banjo's sword. He learned so rapidly, he brought smiles to the face of his master. Matajuro became the greatest swordsman in the land.
I was just checking to see if I went viral. No? Okay.
Encho was a famous storyteller. His tales of love stirred the hearts of his listeners. When he narrated a story of war, it was as if the listeners themselves were on the field of battle.
No?
One day, Encho met Yamaoka Teshu, a layman who had almost embraced masterhood in Zen.
No?
I understand, said Yamaoka, you are the best storyteller in our land,
I was just checking to see if I
and you
went
make
viral.
people cry or laugh at will. Tell me my favorite story of the Peach Boy.
I was just
When
checking
I
to
was
see
a
if I
little
went viral.
tot, I used to sleep beside my mother, and she often related this legend. In the middle of the story, I would
I was
fall
just checking to
asleep.
see if I went viral.
Tell it to me just as my mother did.
Let's check one more time.
Encho dared not attempt to do this.
I was just checking to see if
He
I went viral.
requested time to study.
No?
Several months later, he went to Yamaoka and said, please give me the opportunity to tell you the story.
No?
Some other day, answered Yamaoka. Encho was keenly
I was just checking
disappointed.
to see if I went viral.
He studied further and tried again. Yamaoka rejected him many times.
I was
When
just checking to
Encho
see
would
if I
start
went
to
viral.
talk, Yamaoka would stop him, saying, you're not yet like my mother. It took Encho 5 years to be able to tell Yamaoka the legend as his mother had told it to him. In this way, Yamaoka imparted Zen to Encho.
Let's check one more time. I was just checking to see if I went viral.
Many pupils were studying meditation under the Zen master Sengai. One of them used to arise at night, climb over the temple wall, and go to town on a pleasure jaunt.
Let's check one more time.
Sengai, inspecting the
I
dormitory
was just checking to
quarters,
see if I went viral.
found this pupil missing one night and also discovered the high stool he had used to scale the wall.
I was just checking to see if I went viral.
Sengai removed the stool and stood there in its place.
Let's check one more time.
When the wanderer returned,
I was just checking to
not
see if I
knowing
went
that
viral.
Sengai was the stool, he put his feet on the master's head and jumped down into the grounds.
I was just checking to see if I
Discovering
went
what he
viral.
had done, he was aghast. Sengai said,
Check one more time.
it is very chilly in the early
I
morning.
was just checking to see if I
Do
went
be
viral.
careful not to catch cold yourself. The pupil never went out at night again.
I was just checking to see if I went viral. No? Let's check one more time.
Basui wrote
I was
the
just checking to
following
see if I
letter
went viral.
to one of his disciples who was about to die.
Let's check one more time.
The essence of your mind
I was
is
just
not
checking to see if I
born,
went viral.
so it will never die. It is not an existence which is perishable.
I was just checking to see if I went viral.
It is not an emptiness which is a mere void.
Let's check one more time.
It has neither color
I was
nor
just checking to see
form.
if I went.
It enjoys no pleasures and suffers no pain. I know you are very ill. Like a good Zen student, you are facing that sickness squarely. You may not know exactly who is suffering, but question yourself. What is the essence of this mind? Think only of this. You will need no more. Covet nothing. Your end, which is endless, is as a snowflake dissolving in the pure air. A Zen master named Isan asked a young student to bring him a pail of water to cool his bath. The student brought the water, and after cooling the bath, threw onto the ground the little that was left over. "You dunce," the master scolded him. "Why didn't you give the rest of the water to the plants? What right have you to waste even a drop of water in this temple?" The young student attained Zen in that instant. He changed his name to Tekisui, which means a drop of water. Tosui was the Zen master who left the formalism of temples to live under a bridge.
No, I mean, it's fine for her to take on any of us that are theists. Going to be contrary to what we accept, and maybe we can have that out. But I don't want people to be
So you're saying you're happy for her to get smashed so long as it's consensual?
Right.
Well, Sailor just presents points of view and then just like, there it is, man. Then you respond to her. She doesn't really get engage the response.
Sayla, have you met Andrew Kiss?
She knows that when she's done that to me.
Yeah, she's doing two things right now. She's knocking your evolution. She's saying you're a monkey, and evolution. She's also flipping you off.
Like how many times do you think like Himotheus is gonna like say like today? Like 1,000 times like, maybe like?
Who's Himotheus?
Who's that? Who's the fucking...
John,
Like who just said that like?
John, since you read so much and listen to our rooms all day, you surely understand the arguments very well, and you understand what a formal argument is, because you tell us, we need to read more and everything, so you understand it. So can you give a good formal argument for God?
Like I can give you the structure of how to formulate an argument, like, and essentially like give you my theory and hypothesis, like for God, like.
Okay.
Andrew, why are you doing this? This guy's like a Muppet.
This is what Andrew does.
I saw you in Chili's. That was. Do you want to talk to him?
Yeah.
Can I translate for him?
What about Chillism, Andrew?
That was epic. You and Matt, that was epic.
They kicked me from the room.
With beggars. When he was getting very old, a friend helped him to earn his living without begging. Tosui had to collect rice and manufacture vinegar from it. And Tosui did this until he passed away. While Tosui was making vinegar,
Did you meet the guys from Clubhouse in Vegas? There were a lot of people from Vegas.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I did.
Yeah, a lot of them.
I had a lot of important parties.
Yeah.
We don't hear you well. Stop.
Is she that pretty in person too? Nora?
Yeah, some of them.
Oh yeah. Didn't you see her jihadist video in the elevator shaft? She looks like she's 50 years old with a bad hairdo.
Oh, hey, Edmund.
Oh hey.
How are you, darling?
Good. I just got back from a great lunch. I'm about to sit in the sun.
Oh, did you go for your nice little walk?
I did. I went for a nice little walk.
Yeah,
I sometimes miss this retarded rooms. I like to see it all.
Well, this is technically a holding facility for those with Down syndrome.
This is the old type of rooms. Yeah.
What's new, Diego? How are the Jews treating you today?
Like you went to Vegas with Princessia.
Oh, really? Wow.
You.
It really
Remember
is true
Princessia
love.
was talking about Las Vegas in her crazy post in X.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was this week.
So what did you do? Did you sell a Bitcoin and take her to, City Center or Bellagio or Wynn, or where did you go, Diego? Where did you stay?
It's been a fucking year? We don't know what you're talking about, Don.
You just said it.
We said what?
The
What
post.
did we say, Don?
The post.
What post?
No, that post was like 2 months ago.
It was from the fucking winter, wasn't it? Like November or something, Christmas time. Diego, when did you?
That was 2 months ago. It was from February when she got in the
Ghosted.
in the
She got
credit card.
ghosted.
I thought, God damn, it's been a year. Where the fuck have I been? No.
How did
she
her?
got-
How did her trial go?
Is she pregnant now?
Diego, congratulations!
Oh, is this your first child, Diego? Are you going to be a father
No,
soon
it's
too?
like the 12th.
He's gonna ignore Brincesia in like a year, like the same way he ignores his family now.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you a Mormon? Do you have so many kids?
No, it's just a man whore.
Oh, so he's like me.
They both have something in common, which is dry scalp syndrome, otherwise known as dandruff.
Nice.
Actually, dandruff is a fungal infection on your scalp.
Oh shit! Well, I used to get dandruff from using Propecia or minoxidil, and I know how hard.
Both of them have flakes. One of them, dandruff is yellow, dry scalp is white.
Disgusting either way. I'm glad I suffer from oily hair where I don't have that problem.
You.
Could you imagine not just aligning with a person on the physical plane through dandruff, but on the spiritual plane through Jew hate? It's truly a match made in
That
heaven.
happened to me, John.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened to me with my ex.
Oh, Rico is a Jew hater?
Yeah, but in all reality, though, he is a piece of shit.
Rico, hey!
Speaking of Rico,
Speaking of the Jew hater. But what I don't understand is Catholics are big in the banking industrial complex. So, like, why would a Catholic hate a Jew who's also got game? Like, game should respect game.
That's why I respect you, John.
Yeah, but he's a retard, though. And we all know he's a retard. So there's that. And a liar. Rico, he's a fucking retard and a liar. And a liar, you hear me? And a liar. So there's a liar. He's a liar. No, I meant to say liar, not lighter. But
what does he lie about?
Huh?
I was thinking about you today, Danicus.
I was thinking about you the other day because Jazzy said that you said that I said about her that I was in Sig's room talking shit about her, Dawn, when I wasn't talking shit about anyone.
No, I did not say that.
Well, that's what Jazzy said.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, she's talking about. Dawn's always stirring the shit.
I know. Because Dawn is just a shit stirrer. But that's okay, Dawn. That's what we love about you.
No.
Dawn, when was the last time you got out of bed and made a good bowel movement?
This morning. Every day.
PTR, the proof.
I love that for you. I love that for you, Dawn. I do. I love that for you. I love you.
She's not like Simon. Simon poops only once a week.
Yeah, that's me too. Because
He actually admitted to only pooping once every 3 days.
He sounds like he's constipated. Just kidding. No,
not too much.
He does the carnivore diet and
I do too.
Poop only once a week.
I do too, Issa. I'm on carnivore with my cousin. So yeah.
How's that going for you? How do you like it?
I lost over 100-something pounds, Dawn.
Wow. Really? Wow. That makes you even more happy. And how long, Danica?
It's been, I've been on my weight loss journey since April of 2020.
But I mean from the carnivore start.
December of 2023. So it's going on 2 years this December.
So a year and a half right now, you've lost 100 pounds.
Yeah. Would you like to see what I currently look like?
Yes. Do you have a before and after?
Yeah. I have a before and after. I'll show you.
Show us, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Cuckoo, Justice League is assembled.
He's so handsome anyway, Danicus.
Thank you, Dom. I appreciate it.
How's your baby, Danicus?
He turned 18.
No.
Yeah, he's doing good.
Oh my god. Wow. How do you feel about him turning 18? Did it make you feel old?
Well, it made me feel old, and it also made me feel very afraid, and like a whole bunch of other things. I had a weird premonition with him the other day, and I had to call him Tuesday, and I said, listen, don't make me a fucking grandpa just yet, all right? I'm not ready for that, and you're 18. You haven't finished high school yet, because his birthday's in January. That's why he hasn't finished high school yet, because they graduate in June.
Right.
So, you could PTR, Issa.
Okay. My birthday is January also the 2nd.
Yeah.
Let me open it.
It's
Oh, wow.
You look good, Danicus.
Thank you.
You look really, really good.
Yeah.
Look at your face, dude.
Yeah.
Have you been working out as well?
Yeah, I go to the gym. I do calisthenics. I weight lift.
No, I'm asking because like such a big weight loss, like so it goes better when you're like still tight. You know, you tighten your skin and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm taut. Yeah, I'm very taut.
You're taut.
You're
Oh wow, that's really good.
Yeah, man.
You're ready to go. You're ready to go to Gaza to join the IDF to fight. You look like you're such great shape, you soldier.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, John. I appreciate
Now he looks more like a Dominican now.
Yeah, you do look like a Latino. What's going on with your look, and what's up with the red glasses?
Vete pa'l carajo con la mierda tuyo. There you go. You wanted some of that? I gave you some of that.
Pepe, what do you think about Danicus's life transformation?
Oh my gosh, unbelievable. I'm gonna do it in
Unbelievable.
Oh my God, it's unbelievable.
I remember you said that.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness, it's unbelievable. Look at you, Isa. You're so unbelievable, darling.
Unbelievable.
Here, this is me at the gym, Isa. Hold on.
Hey, Chaz.
Well, when
I'm doing hair, I be in the zone.
Hold on. Unbelievable.
When I'm doing hair, I be in the zone.
Yeah, really congratulations.
I be in the zone.
Thank you. When this photo decides that it wants to upload, I don't know what's going on with this. Takes fucking forever.
Do you recognize that people treat you differently? It's so strange that they're nicer to you now that you've lost weight. I found that to be true. Like people would hold doors for me and stuff like that at a smaller weight. They would.
So what you're saying is, when you're a fat piece of shit, nobody's got no respect for you. They don't give you no respect.
You're right.
So if you want to get respect, you don't just have to give respect. You got to lose the weight to get the respect, to give the respect.
Put the Twinkie down, John.
Soy un gordo. Yo tengo hambre.
Put that licorice down, honey. It might not have fat, but it's full of sugar.
My uncle says that in the end of the day, it is the fat that satisfies.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about if you make love to a skinny woman with no ass, and then you make love to a woman who's kind of fat but got a great ass, it is the woman with the better ass that is the better leg. Because in the end of the day, it is the fat that satisfies.
Oh my goodness. Unbelievable.
So you rather make love to a chubby woman than to a super skinny woman in her body?
No, I'm talking turkey drum legs, thigh gap, a great piece of ass.
ass?
No, fake.
BBL?
No, that is disgusting. That and the fake titties too. That is disgusting. I like it all natural. I am a naturalist.
You're a naturalist.
Lisa, just for you, PTR, Lisa, look at me with a blazer suit. Look at that, darling.
See, I cannot open it. Wait. Oh, look at you. Why did you want to cover your face?
Because I wanted to show Kidanicus. Unbelievable. It's very on brand, isn't it? Unbelievable.
That's really, really good.
Thank you,
Danicus, why won't you accept my Instagram friend requests?
Because you're the one. Your shot, Don? Are you shooting your shot, Don?
Danica, no.
No.
Well, I don't trust it anymore. Like, you used to shoot your shot at Randy, and you said that you would peg him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, God, no.
Unbelievable.
Too young.
You remember that? Don?
Ron is way too young. I think he's handsome. He is so handsome.
Yeah, but he said that he would allow an older woman to peg him.
No, I wouldn't really do that. No.
What? Older woman to peg you? What the? Okay, Issa, you can PTR, darling.
Do you look like a Dominican, Ian?
I don't know how. What?
You're darling. Look at you. Oh my God.
Oh, thank
She
you,
wants
Don.
to eat you, Don. Danica, Don wants to eat you.
No, she doesn't. You're so silly, Issa. You are so silly, girl. Oh my goodness, I can't believe how silly you are. And she laughed. So Johnny boy.
What's the deal, Danicus? What are we gonna do the rest of the day?
I don't know. What's the dealio, my friend? You tell me.
I'm gonna go to my living room, sit in the sun, butt naked, and suntan my butthole. Gonna have a nice Miller High Life with some orange juice, smoke a little more weed, do some yoga, take a nice hot bath, and then go out tonight and hopefully get laid. It's Saturday night. Everybody's gonna party.
Unbelievable, my friend.
It's a big party. Ryan, you're invited. Cuco, you're invited to the party.
Yo, John, I love the new voice, man. The Mexican character you got going. It's freaking amazing.
Oh, what's wrong? Very good, my friend. Unbelievable.
Thank you, Cuco. You're also invited to La Fiesta.
This is amazing. Can we make this a Mexican room?
No, we cannot because it's not a Mexican room, my friend.
You know, but Danicus, you almost had me with that first picture, I swear. It really looked almost like you, bro.
The one that I lost a lot of weight? That is me.
No, come on.
Yes, that is me. Yeah, that's not a fake picture. That was really me.
Oh, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I thought the one on the left was still the, like... Alright, come on.
We're going to talk about why is it cool to stone women. You know, it's like society was already not in their favor, and double down on it and make it worse. So not only is it like 50% chance they don't bleed anyway, and an unmarried woman has very bad chances in life back then. Let's make it worse. Let's kill them. Yeah, and also like it's so easy to for the husbands to make some shit up. So how's that work? Oh, you go. That was the times. Yeah. So this revolutionary religion, it was too much for God to say, you know what, maybe we should treat women more fairly and not kill them by stoning. You know, like God, it never crossed his mind. Kind of like
he kind of sat there and watched, like when they, held the battles of the Colosseum, in ancient Rome. It's kind of how it was. You just sat there.
But that's fine. But this is like God's direct orders to do this. This is like stone the women after you spread the cloth out in front of the Jewish elders, they can see. Just bring any cloth. How do they know?
Hey, were you in that room yesterday with that guy, like Jiraiya or Karaya or whatever? Kyria?
I was in a room with Daniel.
Yeah.
I think I ended
Yeah,
the
yeah,
night with like the quiz, the little game. I think you were gone by then. Anyway.
Well, when I was, because I laid it all out. Like, I literally laid it all out so perfectly, and I gave him every opportunity to fucking just be reasonable and ethical, I guess, or, have like a moral compass or an opinion on the matter, and he could not muster up the balls to do so. It was wild.
You mean like this a non-coward down here, like doing eye roll emojis? Like come up here and fucking, yeah.
Yeah, turn off the
It's
knob.
Adrian Dittman, dude.
Turn off the night. Come on here and talk to me. I'll dismantle your stupid religious beliefs, and it's not gonna go well for you.
Yo. That's Adrian.
It's
It's not me.
Shit down your.
He said that.
Yes, it is, Adrian. Come on, dude.
JCC, he's here. I apologize if I'm being too.
I need like a better floor cleaner. This shit smells too powerful. It's pine salt.
Gotta get the one that smells like lemon. Or
Speaking of work, here's
I was in Airbnb and it was gross. It was in Florida. And I was like, the floors are dirty. So I found that Fabuloso, that purple shit that like the Spanish ladies used.
Oh yeah.
It was so powerful, like so strong.
My office building smells like that every day.
I guess I could dilute it more. I don't know.
Oh, Lynn is here. Hey.
It is a lady who likes men who sing. Yeah.
I think, can we all come to the consensus that can we come to the consensus together?
Okay, Christian, the command to execute the mute function travels quicker than your audio. So if you talk and then mute really fast, it actually cuts off the last few words.
Oh.
Just a heads up.
Oh, okay, my bad. Well, I was just saying, I think that, I think we all need to come to the consensus that Anon is Adrian Dittman. And I think we just all need to agree on that.
Are you Mr. Dittman or are you John Kitover?
Well,
Who are you really?
John Kitover is Adrian Dittman as well, so what does it matter?
Well, maybe he has multiple accounts in here streaming, from his different houses, because he's got...
Well, he said he has over 100 accounts. He said.
Oh, well, that's great. He'll just forever be on Clubhouse, doing this.
Okay, this is Clownhouse Man.
You see the grandma's here. I don't see it.
No, Lynn isn't here. She left after a second. GCC, when are you going to turn your life over to the almighty, powerful GCC?
When this God actually convinces me it exists.
What wishes when, GC? Give an estimate, because God is waiting for you in the afterlife.
Wait. So you're saying God's waiting for me? Then that makes no sense, right? Because then I'd be telling God to fuck off, right? So that makes me more powerful than God.
Well, then I guess you're more powerful than God. I don't know.
Well, it doesn't make sense when you say God's waiting for me. What the hell does that mean?
If you know, you know.
If
Do you know, Christian?
You shall find. If you seek, you shall find.
Do you know, Christian?
I do not know. I'm honestly messing around with JC.
Are you a Christian?
I thought we would have this. I thought we'd had this conversation.
Yeah, but I mean, people change their mind daily, so I just wondered.
Oh yeah, I'm still Christian. I'm not an atheist. I haven't switched yet.
Well, you don't have to be an atheist. You could always go deist. You know, you could go spiritualist. There's many options.
You can believe in spiritual stuff and not even believe in a deity. That's also an option. But the thing where it says seek and you will find, what James said, is actually very wise. And I always thought if you go around asking these dumb questions like where do we come from, where are we going, what do bananas mean? Like someone will tell you the answer. There's always a charlatan that will give you the answer to these stupid metaphysical deep questions that you have. And then you get sucked into that belief system or cult. So seek and you will find, it maybe doesn't mean what you think it does.
Wow, daily dose of Rovis right there. I honestly have only one response for that.
Well, he has a calendar that he published, and every day it has a different affirmation for you if you want to pick that up.
Oh, the Reuters calendar? That'd be awesome. That'd be hot fire. Don't eat Tide Pods.
Yeah, do you want me to send you one, Christian?
You said what?
I can send you one of Royvis's calendars that he published that has a daily affirmation on it every day.
Yeah, please. That'd be great.
Every month a different heavy metal bass player or a different professional wrestler? Yeah.
Every day probably says, keep believing God does. No, but I would love to get that calendar. I would love.
Christian, are you really a Christian or?
Yep.
Are you playing the role of one? Or?
No, I'm really a Christian. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people think I'm an atheist.
Yeah. Well, are you going to heaven?
I like to think so.
You like to think so? Oh, so you're not sure?
Well, no one can really be sure.
What do you mean?
Well, no one really knows where they're going until they actually experience it, right? I mean, I think everybody can agree to that consensus, religious, theist, atheist or not. I think that we don't really definitively know. We just believe.
Well, wait, but don't you believe that God wants you to go to heaven?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, doesn't God always get what he wants?
Well, some people think so, some people don't.
Well, I'm asking you, Christian.
Do I think that God always gets what he wants? Is that the question you asked?
Well, look, I would just say yes. I don't see why this is so difficult.
I mean, you know what? Yeah.
If he's a God, he probably gets the stuff that he desires, right? And he wants you to go to heaven, but you're not sure if you're going there? I don't know if you're a real Christian, dude.
No, I mean, I am.
So can you tell me what part didn't make sense that I said?
No, I mean, I thought it made all sense to me.
You want to be humble, right? You just don't want to be sound arrogant. Of course I'm going to heaven.
Well, that's not arrogant. That's just going with what God told him is going to be the case.
I mean, that's kind of a good point that Honey's making. That if you're really going to follow this religion and do all this stuff and take all the time out of your week to do these rituals or hang out in church, you should be getting something for it. And it should be I know if I do these things, I will go to heaven. Instead of just I don't know. I mean, how do I hope I did the right things, but yeah, you know.
Yeah, it just kind of makes it sound like you don't really believe this stuff, Christian.
No, I do.
And what if God's really annoyed at you and he just wants you to go away? And
well,
he's like, this Christian will not stop praying to me. It's really getting on my nerves.
Christian, do you believe in Jesus Christ? Do you know about Deuteronomy 22:13 tells so for a man to kill his wife with rock? You sound like Eric Cartman, kind of. I don't know. That's kind of what's happening.
I'm glad that your mom and your grandma know that you're hanging out with these atheist demons.
Oh, yes, I know. These atheists are so
go
ahead, Maz. Do it, Maz.
Assalamu alaikum, Christian. How you doing, man?
Are you talking to me?
I don't know. Your name is Christian?
Yeah, no, my name is Christian and I'm also a Christian, so I don't know if you're talking to me or
you're a Muslim Christian, okay.
That's why you should be an atheist.
Wait, no, Rose. I know it's
Perfect. Your name would be Christian, but you're an atheist. That's awesome. It's awesome.
Hey, Bill Maher says that God does not always get what he wants, and I'm sure he could talk about it for 10 minutes straight.
Well,
I can go fuck off.
you know what? 10 minutes equals 10 minutes of content.
You keep doing it with the mute button.
Oh, God. Okay, I said, 10 minutes equals 10 minutes of content. Let's hear it.
Oh, Lynn, are you a Christian or a Muslim? Lynn who?
I'm a Christian.
You are? Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you going to heaven?
Won't know.
What was that?
You don't know.
You don't know if you're going to heaven or not? Hold on.
I can explain myself.
Well, hold on. I just want to I don't need you to explain it. I just want to know, I'm super dumb, so I try to be really simpleton. Are you under the impression that God gets the things that he desires?
What he desires may not be the same that you think it is.
Well, yeah, I just wondered if all things considered, do you think that God gets what he wants overall?
Overall, no.
Oh, okay.
Tell you what. It's a real simple thing. With humans, he wanted obedience. And if he's playing them like a puppet, he doesn't get obedience. He gets a dictatorship, right?
Yeah, but
that doesn't follow.
A dictatorship still has obedience from his subjects.
Right, but it's not the obedience that he wants. He wants a tone out.
So he wants a little rebellion in there.
No.
Or like some disobedience.
No.
Yeah, because if he just wanted obedience, he would just make us all slaves. Then he would get, because you're saying he wants obedience.
But he does. But what I'm saying is he wants it from us. He doesn't want it from his doing. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to do the earthly experiment.
Okay, hold on, Lynn, really quick. Let's go back to the beginning. Do you think the Adam and Eve story in the garden is a true story?
I think there's concepts about it.
Okay, so it's not entirely true, is what you're saying.
I believe that there's a concept issue with it. It's
not entirely true. Is that accurate?
Possibly, yes.
Possibly.
Yes.
Okay, so it's possibly incorrect.
Yes.
Okay, so what part do you think is true?
I believe that there was a test with the first humans, and that test was going to determine whether or not that this experiment was necessary.
Yeah.
And
I'm already lost. What part of the story of Adam and Eve do you actually just think is true? Just give me because I have a fundamental understanding of what it's portraying there, and I have some issues with it, and I just wonder if you share them.
Okay, so I believe that he created the two humans, and that he allowed, quote unquote, Satan to have a war using those two first.
So he allowed, is Satan his friend?
No.
Is it his enemy?
Yes.
And he allowed Satan to come in between him and his children, is that right?
Of course.
Of
And
course.
the reason to remember is Satan was actually first an angel, right?
Yeah.
Living been with Jesus Christ, and he, quote, dispelled them and him because he was not on the side of the
so there wasn't so the war started actually before the garden. It started when there were angels and God in heaven, right?
Yes.
Right. And so what happened is was God not very charismatic?
I wouldn't say that.
Well, what would you consider it if there's no humans to mess anything up? There's no other influences of, kind of this carnal knowledge or flesh or anything. It's actually angelic beings in a place called heaven with only God, and they rebelled? That just doesn't add up to me.
I'm trying to figure out how to simply answer what you're asking me, and I haven't come up with a simple answer.
Yeah, well, I'm being really simple about it. To me, it just sounds like either God sucks at leadership and management, he's not charismatic, he's not very convincing, or he intentionally creates hardship for himself in a place called heaven.
Yeah, I think that's a little too simple, but okay. Whatever. I'm not here to change your mind.
Well, no, I don't think you could. I just like to expose how silly it sounds when Christians talk out loud about stuff.
You might think it's silly, and that's fine, but it's not silly to the people that have the faith, and so therefore you can either accept what you believe, and or you can belittle those that believe different, and the choice is really up to you.
What do you think is silly about our lack of belief or what you think we believe?
I didn't say your lack of belief was silly. That's your deal. I never said you were silly. I said you believe what you're going to believe, but telling us that we're silly because we still have that faith is just, I don't understand that.
Lynn, I didn't take Honey to say you're silly. It's just the concept is silly. So it's interesting that you said that you agreed with what Honey brought up, the enemy, and this God allowed the enemy to intervene with this God's children. Do you think that's a good thing as a parent to allow somebody that you consider an enemy to interact with your children?
Actually, these weren't children, they were adults, but...
Okay, so...
Well, don't you have adult children?
I do.
All right, so what are you talking about?
What do I do as a parent? What do I do as a parent?
Well, let's see. If my kids weren't... Okay, wait, let me just make sure I understand this part too, just before we go on, because I don't want to mischaracterize you. Do you think that God encouraged or discouraged his children in the garden from understanding what good was?
No, I don't think he did discourage or encourage him. No, I don't. I think that...
Wait, hold on. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure you understood my question, because as I've heard it, there's this tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Good seems to be the priority there because it's mentioned first. The evil part is kind of an afterthought in a way, or at least just secondary to good. So to me, it seems like he was, in fact, not very welcoming of their knowledge of good. Don't you agree?
No.
Oh, and how did you come to that conclusion?
Because it's a little bit more in nuance than that. It was about them forgetting what they knew when they resided with him and telling them, you know, this is a dangerous tree. Don't eat from this tree, right? Because it gave them the knowledge of evil. And
wait. Why was it dangerous to know the difference between good and evil, or even understand what good was or evil was in the first place? Why would that be dangerous?
Because they learned about evil.
Well, don't you want your kids to know what's bad out there?
Yeah, they get warnings, right? Yeah. I mean, that's like clear.
It helps them stay safe when they know what could be threatening, right?
Well, yeah, but you don't just throw. Yeah, but if they have gone through the veil of forgetfulness, that wasn't about them, like, to come here on earth. They didn't have the same knowledge that they had in heaven.
Well, there was no death or anything, and there were no evil beings. There was no sin or anything. So what exactly would have been bad for them to learn about at the time?
I think it wasn't that it was bad for them to learn about it as much as it was to become victims.
No, I mean the facts of the matter. Like if you were there in the garden, right, and you knew that sin didn't exist yet, death didn't exist, there's nothing bad to even learn about, right?
Right. But we do know that evil existed because...
No, evil didn't exist. Oh, you're just saying that the evil that God allowed his, like the evil guy to come into the garden, that evil?
Yes.
Okay, so again, I guess it gets back to James's question. Why, as a loving parent, would you allow your arch enemy to fuck with your children?
Can I give that a shot?
No, not yet.
Okay, you're busy humiliating us.
Yes, we are. We're in the midst of humiliating another person.
I'm not humiliated though, so that's okay.
No, I know. We're just exposing how silly this stuff sounds.
Well, and by the way, Bagger, I just want to mention, this is Nana Lynn.
This is what?
This is Nana Lynn.
That was your grandma?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, good. Then she should be well versed in this stuff because she's a little older.
Was the tree fucking had, okay, when you ate the apple, did you suddenly download, like, Matrix style, some knowledge? Or was the tree of good and evil just the don't eat the apple was the evil? Like, that was it?
No, I think to I think to state that if you want to say download it, that might be a good. Yeah, I think that might be a good thing because otherwise they were innocent, right?
Well, but what if you called the tree the choice between obedience and disobedience, and that was it? Because it was also referred to as the tree of life, which is
there's another tree. There's two trees, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, there's two trees?
Mm-hmm.
Royvis.
I didn't know there were two fucking trees.
You knew the Bible better than that, dude. Come on.
Wow, I am shocked with this.
This is a glaring oversight.
Yeah, I would just mute up and go study for a little bit.
Basic oversight.
Yeah, go back to your Bible.
Oh my god, this is the worst day ever.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, because what's funny is the reason that death entered their existence is simply because they didn't have access to the tree of life anymore. As soon as they got kicked out of the garden, supposedly, the tree of life was no longer accessible to them, right? So that's the only reason. Yeah, that's the only reason death even entered. That they could have eaten from the tree of life had they remained in the garden.
They were kicked out of the garden after that happened, right?
I guess I always thought that was just another name for the same tree. Right.
No, totally different tree. The deal is this. He said, if you eat from this tree, you will surely die. But it was a misunderstanding, and Satan told them, you're not going to die.
Right out of the gate.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's right. I mean, it makes sense, though, because it's God we're talking about. He's always misunderstood.
Well, yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
Good point.
I know.
So basically, when he said you're dying, he meant that your soul is in jeopardy of dying. Just like Jesus said, don't worry about the death of your body, but worry about the death of your soul. So when they ate from the tree of knowledge, that means they became aware of themselves and responsible for their actions, unlike all the other animals who are always in Zen-like state. All the other animals are at one with God, and they're at Zen, so they can't suffer. They don't suffer. Wild things don't suffer. Humans do.
Wild things don't suffer. Is that right?
No, they don't.
Okay, Hans.
You must not spend too much time on a farm or ranch.
Yeah, they don't suffer at all.
Farm and
They
ranch
don't worry.
that's not the wild. That's like a human technology.
Yeah, but all ranches and farms come up.
Living, no, but it hasn't been a wild.
You obviously haven't spent much time there either, because all farms and ranch borders the wild, like on the farm that I have in Maui. Yeah, it does.
You're just, dude, come on, Hans. You're kind of more of like you're better at farming than a lot of people. Most farms do not lie on the fringe of wilderness, dude, or wild.
They do.
You could be playing on my.
On the other side of the fence, you get bear, you get deer, you get all that stuff,
dude,
man.
There's a difference between.
And in case you didn't know, bears are wild beings, right?
God, Hans.
But there's a difference between physical suffering and emotional suffering. We can't say that animals or wild animals don't have physical suffering. They absolutely do. But if you look at how animals, for instance, perceive death, it's not like the end of the freaking world for them.
Because it literally just is, yeah.
I mean, how do you know elephants don't know? Because they know that their relatives have passed on, and they even visit them. So don't you think they can sort of have the ability to recognize that they're also going to die? You don't think they have a sort of...
They certainly do have funeral rights. Elephants do have funeral rights.
Yeah, but this is getting off topic. We all know that certain animals have different capacities for emotional response and consideration and forethought and all that stuff. So we were talking about the garden, though, and it just sounds like at the beginning, God was either misunderstood again, right? Or what? I mean, like, it's like if you have an enemy and you know who your enemy is and you're God and you don't want him to influence your kids, he just wouldn't. But apparently he did, because that's what God wanted, right?
It's not that complex. When they ate from the tree of knowledge...
I thought I was really simpleton about it, dude.
That was the birth of the ego, when they ate from the tree of knowledge.
Well, that's what you're saying now. Does that say that in the book?
Well, Troy wasn't around. Troy wasn't around when the Bible was written.
This is like a more modern interpretation.
It sounds like some vineyard, like Chronicles or something.
The Bible was printed, right?
Did you grow wine by chance, Hans?
Did I do what?
Have you ever been a vintner by chance?
I was a commercial vine grower and been
I knew it.
4
'Cause
years.
this-
Yeah.
Yeah, because this sounds like the thoughts of a vintner to me.
Well, you had inside information, dude. You're cheating. So all I'm saying is eating from the tree of knowledge was the birth of the ego. And no animals have an ego. Only humans are aware of themselves. And it even points that out in the Bible. It says, oh, why are you hiding? They were hiding. Well, we're hiding because we're naked. And God says, who told you you were naked?
Yeah,
So
because he doesn't even know.
I don't think the God of Abraham is omniscient.
He didn't know where they were.
Maybe he was playing with them like kids.
Maybe it's
I
just
don't
all.
know.
Maybe it's all just a joke.
They're
Of
missing
symbolism,
the
like
point.
the whole thing. Well, I think the whole thing is that you're starting to sound like all of this is just metaphor and like Aesop's fables kind of stuff.
A lot of it is, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a metaphor.
Do you
It's
agree
just
with
like-
that, Lynn? Do you think it's mostly just kind of metaphor and Aesop's fables, and none of it's really factually true?
No, metaphors can lead to factual
Yeah,
truth.
it can, but
That's the whole point
it
of
can.
a metaphor.
Yeah, for sure it can. Do you believe that, Lynn? Do you believe that like the Garden of Eden is just kind of a metaphor for stuff?
Sorry, I'm interrupted. What was being talked about? Because I missed.
We were just trying to figure out how much of it you think is actually just metaphor or if it's factually correct information.
I think some of it is definitely metaphor. I do believe that there's some factual truth to it. So if you understood the entirety of what was actually written, then you would know that it's a lot more nuanced. So let's change it up. Let's make me Christian's parent, right? I know that coming on Clubhouse, just like walking the streets, taking the bus for the first time, learning how to drive, all of those things come with inherent dangers. But I don't protect him from those. I actually help him become a part of those, right? So that he learns how to self-protect. Okay? So I think in the God world, okay, if we were all
Wait, really quick. I just wanted to clarify. When you say the God world, is that somewhere other than I am?
I think the God world is all around us.
Okay, so there's no difference.
But I'm talking about before or prior to.
What do you mean prior to? God's timeless, right?
No, I meant, I
And
understand that.
creation.
I'm talking about the difference between the time in heaven and the time in earth.
Time in heaven. Okay.
Okay? So if we were preconceived, we were souls prior that come down from heaven to gain our earthly body, to gain our earthly experience, to make the decision whether or not to follow Christ or not, or God, then that is in itself, that's kind of like letting Christian grow up and go to college.
Oh, okay. So you think God's kind of just like a dude?
Not kind of like a dude, but I think that when he lost Michael, I think that alerted to him a tear in his perfection.
Wait, what led to a tear in God's perfection?
When he lost Satan as an angel.
Okay, let me just, I just want to address that really quickly. You think God is capable of losing?
Yes.
See, this is all strange information to me because it just, the more we talk about it, it just sounds like he's some guy who lives in like a condo or something.
I know. We can simplify it that way very easily, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's very simple. I mean, God had a perfect heaven called heaven with beings called angels, right? Now, usually those are pretty powerful terms,
I don't
right?
know that I don't know that everybody that was up there was an angel.
Oh, okay.
I think
But
we're
either way,
yeah.
Lucifer was an angel, right?
Yes.
But then he became not an angel, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And how did he do that? Did he do that himself, or did God make him something other than an angel?
I think AI might answer that question.
You don't know?
I think that he chose.
So you're not sure?
No, I believe that he chose, which is what I've been,
Right. And he was granted the capabilities, yeah.
Yes, that he made the choice to fall from grace and to try and attempt the power.
Oh, okay. So you think that they were presented with these choices before he chose to fall from grace? Is that right?
Yes. The bottom line is he was offered to serve humans, and Satan said, fuck that. These people are far lower than me. I don't trust them. I don't like them. And so God basically said, cool, you can be their adversary. And he became a fallen because he didn't want to serve humans like God offered them.
Okay.
What were you going to say, Christian? Christian, were you going to say something?
Well, I mean, either way, it sounds like you guys got this pretty pegged. And it sounds like it's not really that cryptic or nuanced and stuff. It sounds like it's pretty simple and laid out for you guys. Isn't that right?
It's simple to me. That doesn't mean it is to everybody. And so then, I haven't finished living my life. I could do something at any given time that would so displease God that I forget to ask and say, hey, I'm really sorry I did that, and then not make it into heaven. So, it's not exactly not cryptic or some sort of perfected thing, because the whole time I'm here on earth, I could choose to do the wrong thing. Somebody could hurt Christian, for instance, and I could do the wrong thing as in revenge, and God could say, oh, no, you blew it. I asked you not to do that. If you know.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
The moment has passed, but I came up because there was an epistemic question asked, the kind of how do you know that? It's just on faith, that kind of thing. And I suspect that if we asked Christian why he's a Christian, he'd probably just tell us he was born into a Christian family.
He was
right?
born named Christian.
Right. Like, it's like almost like not a choice, right? So when Lynn appeals to, well, it's just faith, I have this applied virtue of that, like, faith is good and faith is how I get into heaven and that whole thing.
It's not by faith alone, though, guys.
It's really confused because then she says that, like, souls existed before we were formed, and I'm just like wondering, like, where does this suppository of souls exist? When was that created? And this is a very extra biblical view. It's just what makes sense to you. And, like, now you're appealing to a totally different level of epistemology because it's not just about faith anymore. Now it's about what makes sense.
Tell you
Suppository of Souls is my new death metal album, by the way.
Cool.
That's the name of my sex set.
When I was alone with my girlfriend, Faith, man, those are some great times.
Oh, God. Also, Rose, my name isn't Christian. It's an alias, but yeah.
What?
Alias.
Oh. I thought you were using your real name, and I thought there was only one tree.
Did you think that I didn't teach him better than that?
Massive learning day for Roy.
Oh, wow, Rosa.
You guys aren't
Did
gonna tell
you
me
think
that I made that mistake, are you? You're gonna keep.
Now I think
No,
Dolphin.
don't tell them.
Dolphin.
People on here can't wait till I slip up. They can't.
Dolphin.
Wait.
I'm just kidding, Roy. You didn't fuck up.
That wasn't a dolphin. Dolphin is when I don't know what's going on.
Right. Exactly.
But I was in that room and I left for like a little while and I came back and it was a dolphin situation.
Yeah.
I know you guys developed the whole.
Because it was Daniel and me, dude, and we were quick and subtle.
Well, I made up the big kabam theory, so I hope that made up for it.
Lynn, are you under the impression that this possibly could just all be wrong?
You cannot prove or disprove it, and that's the point.
What do you mean you can't?
That's what makes it faith. That's what makes it faith-based. Could I be wrong? I'm not a perfect person. I am certainly not.
So yes, you could be wrong.
I could be wrong.
Okay, that's all I asked. Yeah, at least you're honest,
Yeah.
I also agree with the point of Lynn.
I find that, so if something can't be demonstrated to be true or demonstrated to be false, what would be convincing to believe in that?
For me, it's been a personal experience.
You'd have to lay out your parameters of what you require to be convinced.
Yeah, things that align with reality, right? So that's where things are true to me.
But okay, so, but your parameters would have to be more detailed than that, right?
Why?
Well, okay, for example, do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead?
No.
Okay, but if I told you he fainted on the cross and then recovered after they laid him down, would you believe that?
Yeah, that's a probability. That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I think you're very reasonable in your assessment.
Well, that's one reasonable explanation that could be cast over like a landscape of reasonable explanations, right? Saying it's more reasonable than like regularities in nature were suspended in my favor. It is like very different. Like I kind of like the twin hypothesis, right? Like that's the one that I go towards. But like I think a lot of this is just metaphor. Like people are like eating dinner with some guy and then deciding after the fact that was Jesus. That's clearly just like a metaphor. They're making some kind of reference to where we were gathered, we were eating together, and therefore Jesus was there. It's not even a claim that like the actual person was there.
Okay, so how do you, or maybe you've experienced it, but I have not, how do you suspend regularities of nature? Or how would you experience that?
Yeah, I don't think that happens. I'd love to see an example of regularities in nature being suspended.
Yeah, you can have people misinterpreting.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, you can have people misinterpreting natural phenomena as a suspension of reality.
Absolutely. I think that's a good point. And as a matter of fact, that's the great skill of all magicians is misdirection to get you to believe something that didn't really happen.
Do you think part of the reason that, like, despite the moral code being written on Adam and Eve's heart, and despite them being untainted by anything outside of the garden and God's influence, do you think that part of the reason they were so weak is because they didn't have a mom involved in their lives?
But that's just it. The moral code was not written on their hearts. What was written on their hearts was looking at the world in terms of, is this going to help or hurt me? It wasn't a moral code.
They didn't have the moral. They didn't have God's moral right. Like they don't have what we have.
No, I don't believe so. All they had was like looking at things differently than animals. They had fear and desire all of a sudden.
Do you believe, Lynn, that because when I read the Bible, when I read Genesis, and I read the timeline of events that occurred when God, he commissioned Adam to name all the animals that were created before him, and it seems like if you just read it in its plain language. Now, again, I don't know Aramaic or Assyrian or Greek or anything. I don't really know what the original said, but based on the translations that I'm, having access to, it seems like based on the timeline, God really did think that one of these animals were going to make a suitable mate and partner for Adam. Do you agree with that?
No.
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
Lynn, are you doing something else? Because I don't want to address your other stuff.
No, I just sat down to give you my full attention. I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I'm not even, no pressure. I was just wondering because you're the only Christian up here. I don't consider Hans a Christian. There's this timeline of events in the Genesis story that to me, when I read it, indicates that God actually thought that a suitable mate and partner would be found in one of the animals that he was having Adam name. And then it wasn't until that was exhausted to where he said, okay, now let me make this other creature, and made a woman.
Didn't he make man first?
He made Adam first.
Oh, you're saying that he made okay, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I wasn't floating with you there for a second. That might be possible. I mean, you know, he wanted a mate for Adam. That's great.
Yeah. So you think that God, in all his all-knowing, all-powerful state of being and righteousness and everything, he may have in fact felt that, you know, a narwhal or a beaver or like a flying squirrel was going to be a suitable mate for Adam, his human man. Okay.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that he. No, because the woman was made to be a maid for man.
Right, but it was after he, like, this is why I have to get into scripture with you guys, because it doesn't seem like you've read this stuff, but then you speak on it as if you know it like the back of your hand.
Well, okay, so no, he created the animals, he's creating the earth, and then he creates man. So no, I think it's just the chronological order of how he created things. If we believe that God created heaven, earth, and everything on it. So that's just a chronological order. I don't think that he in any way, shape, or form expected an animal to become the mate for Adam.
Okay,
No.
that's interesting. I would disagree with you there, just based on my interpretation and exegesis and all that, you know?
Right, but I just, that's not my understanding upon reading it.
Okay. Is it your understanding that Adam and Eve were somehow faulty in their programming and or development or design features that they possessed? Because it seems like if you're unhindered by anything in a place that's like a perfect garden and only God is available to you as another being to speak with, right? Because I know they weren't talking with the animals, but they could talk with God. Don't you think it sounds kind of fishy, at the very least, to believe that they would have made a wrong choice in any capacity?
What about the angels? What about the devil?
It's kind of like, well, the angels is the veil of forgetfulness. But anyway, so not if you consider the fact that when we have our children, they're all innocent. The first thing that they go and do out of their innocence is make mistakes, right? And if we have had pre-life prior to Earth, then he was here.
Wait, what? I'm already lost. So you compared the kids as innocent children that make mistakes, right? Not adults that disobeyed God and deserved eternal punishment. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the correlation here?
Coming from the concept of heaven to the earth, to the Garden of Eden, they went through the veil of forgetfulness. That's
what do you? Wait. Adam and Eve were in heaven first?
I believe their souls were, yes, not their bodies.
Yeah, the veil of forgetfulness is in my other Death Metal album name.
I'm getting very confused now.
Yeah, me too.
Suppository of.
It just sounds like a lot of layers of nuance, but then I hear that it's simple, and then I hear it's nuance, and then I hear it's simple. So I don't know, I'm confused.
I can't keep up either.
Why does it matter though? Why are you questioning all this?
Oh, because we're trying to expose how silly this stuff is.
Because we're humans, that's why.
Like, how would you prove that it's silly?
Mako, are you Mako? Hold on, Mako, are you a Muslim?
Alhamdulillah.
What was that?
I said yes.
Yeah, is your name Hammer?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What up, buddy?
So, do you read the Torah and the Gospel, Mako?
Nope.
Why not?
I don't care for it.
Why not? Oh, do you read any books?
Yeah.
I mean, do you read any other scriptural books or just the Quran?
I read the Hadith.
You read the Hadith, but you don't read the Torah or the Gospel?
No, I don't care.
Holy smokes. Why would you read the Hadith but not the Gospel and the Torah?
I believe the current Bible that we have has been altered, so it's like.
You scared off the Christian woman and her son, dude.
She's dude.
No, she figured Mako could take over from me.
All right, yeah, probably better than her.
Maybe more interesting, however you want to call it.
Yeah,
these rooms are wild. Like, look, I want to be honest with you guys. I'm just a normal dude. I don't think I'm super smart. I'm just a guy who likes to do shit. I'm a simple guy, and I have a family and stuff. I live in California, and these conversations are fucking insane to me. And I don't know if I'm supposed to take you guys seriously or what.
You should. What the hell?
Okay, so you're really a Muslim, dude. You read the Quran.
Yeah.
You pray 5 times a day.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. So do
God,
you think that God likes it when you pray?
Yeah, I think so.
You think does he need it, or do you just want it?
What?
Does he need it, or does he just want it?
He doesn't need anything.
Right, so he just wants it, huh? He just wants you. He just wants you on your knees.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, he likes it, huh?
Oh, yeah. It's submission.
Yeah.
Submission to God's will. Yeah.
Yeah, he loves it when you
you gotta stop with that, though.
Stop with what?
Stop with what you're doing.
You brought up submission.
Yeah, like you don't submit.
That's right. I don't submit to the invisible boss. You're right.
No, you submit to like other humans.
No, I just submit to life and being a normal dude. Yeah.
No, you submit to lawmakers.
So do you, right?
No.
Oh, you just drive around as fast as you want in your neighborhood?
I mean,
you just submit to lawmakers, man. Dude, that's I think you're probably not very good at chess, dude.
Let me finish. Not in the same capacity as you. They don't dictate like how I live.
Really? So you don't obey the laws in your town?
Well, to a certain extent, yeah.
Yeah. Like what? Like what do you break? Tell me the laws you break that you think are different.
Why would I tell you?
Well, what are you even talking about then?
I'm just saying, like, I follow specific laws that might be contradictory.
Like what? Give me one.
Well, I believe in certain things to be right and
just give me one.
To be wrong that contradict.
Give me one.
Dude, whatever.
You just keep elaborating in vagaries, dude.
A simple one would be it would be legal for you to eat pork, but Mako probably would not eat pork.
For example, like I believe like in cutting off the hands of thieves. Like as capital punishment.
Oh, you believe in that?
Yeah.
Where did you get that idea?
Well, it's God's command, so.
It's in God's commands to cut off hands of thieves?
Yep.
Okay, do you have children?
I do. I don't.
Oh, you don't now. Okay, well, do you or not?
I don't have children.
You don't. Ah, shit, my neighbor's blowing the yard. Fuck. Alright, I might have to relocate.
So fine. The microphone's on. We don't hear
it. Okay, so are you saying that as far as your children are concerned, if your son got caught stealing a candy bar at the grocery store, they should chop his hand off?
Well, I mean, in certain cases, not if he was a kid. If he was a grown-ass man and he didn't,
What if he was 20? What if your kid was 20?
If he was 20 and he wasn't, like, wanting for it, like, yeah, go for it.
You're saying cut off his hand is cool?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't believe it.
Why wouldn't you believe me? I said, what?
I think you're just lying.
Because it's some crazy shit to do that.
Dude, why the hell are you stealing candy bar from another man? What's wrong with you?
Oh, you're going to cut off someone's hand because they took a candy bar?
Well, if it's not out of want, if it's not out of need, yeah.
So a kid took a candy bar. How old does a kid have to be before he cut his hand off for stealing a candy bar?
I don't know, whatever is the age considered to be an adult.
What, 16? If a 16-year-old took a candy bar, you cut off his hand. Is that correct?
I'd ask why he did it first.
He took it because he liked sugar.
He didn't have money to pay for it?
No. Look.
No. He just liked sugar and wanted a snack.
If he didn't have money to pay for it, then,
Michael, but is it a command? Is it a commandment to ask why? Is that part of the commandment? Is there like a list of whys?
Well, you're passing on a judgment. Obviously, there's going to be like sort of an investigation.
Well, hold on. I just want to make sure this is clear to everybody, okay? The only reason we're talking about cutting off Mako's son's hand is because he made the claim that I
I submit to different laws and stuff than he does, and I ask him for an example.
You're.
And he says, hold on. And he says, for example, I think you should cut off a guy's hand for stealing. And I said, really? And I said, so if your son got caught stealing a candy bar, you get his hand cut off, and this is where we are.
Yeah, you submit to somebody else's law of imprisoning that person for, I don't know, a year or 2 years or whatever it is. Yours is even more barbaric.
What does that mean, Mako? Like, what about it, right? Okay, so Honey said, okay, yes, I abide to some laws, so do you. So what? Like, where are you going with this? That's what I'm not getting.
Well, somebody obviously said, this is the intelligent way to do things, and, I think this is right, and you should obey this. And Honey says, like, yeah.
Okay, so Mako, do you think that any laws everywhere in the world, there are some laws that are stupid and doesn't make sense to you in some culture?
For sure, any law that contradicts Islam, yeah.
Okay, so that's you see. So you agree that we kind of need to look at the laws and kind of have some criteria for making a differentiation between them, right? This is stupid. This is not, right?
What? Say again.
So we kind of need to look at all of these laws, and we need to have a criteria to tell apart which ones are stupid and which ones are not, right?
No, maybe you do. Like I said, I just follow Islam, dude.
Okay, well, if you believe in cutting off somebody's hand for stealing a candy bar, I hope you stay away from knives and kids, period.
I'm not saying I'm gonna be the one to do it. Like, Judge would be the one,
Okay, fair
deciding
enough.
that. But,
I'm grateful for that. Good.
It's not just about, like, stealing the candy bars. The motive also is, like, a ton of things. I mean, tell me, you don't think, like, even if you stole out of need, imprisoning that person for, like, a year or 2 years and maybe even fining him, like, you don't think that's more barbaric?
Oh, so it is barbaric.
No, it's your opinion that it might be barbaric. I'm just saying.
Well, but
like,
it's
what do they call it? Steel manning? Steel manning? Is that what it is?
Not really. Well, not in this case, at least.
Well, anywho, answer the question.
Well, it depends, and also it does not necessarily will lead to that, right? Like some fair judge might look at that kid that was in need and not punish him because, wow, it was not, it was justifiable, right? So it would not be barbaric. I don't think so. Like it would be fair and just.
Are you sure about that, or are you just making
I'm
shit up?
sure this happens all the time. I'm very sure. Yes.
Is it more likely that, like, this is your brain on Islam, or that he's just, like, trying to make Muslims look dumb?
Yeah, I think he's trying to make Muslims look dumb.
I think so. Good job.
Yeah, there's something weird going on here.
He's doing well then. Like, oh.
Yeah, he was doing well last time. His name was Hammer before, and he was doing the same thing. So I think he's on a mission.
Mako, are you a Sunni or Shia?
I'm a Sunni.
Oh, that makes sense then. All right, good.
What do you mean?
Well, you know that the ancestors of the Sunni slaughtered all of Muhammad's progeny from Ali and Hussein and slaughtered them all, right?
Meaning, what's your point?
Meaning it makes sense you're a Sunni.
Oh, so you're saying, like, I'm for slaughtering the progeny of the Prophet?
Are you not a Sunni?
I am.
Okay. So if you were a Shia, you would believe that Ali was meant to be the Caliph, right? And he and his progeny were there to interpret the Quran instead of the Sahaba and the Hadith, right? Because most Hadith is crazy crap. It's like Talmud. It's frankly kind of weird and unnecessary.
For example,
But you said you follow Hadith, and that's why you're good with cutting off boys' hands that were reaching for a candy. Who stole the candy bar? You're the one that's coming up with all this weird stuff, man.
Okay, you said a bunch of things. First of all, I'm not for the killing of the progeny of the Prophet. Second of all, I do consider Ali to be part of the Sahaba as well as Abu Bakr and Osman and all the others. Third of all, you said something about hadiths being crazy. Name one. What one hadith that's crazy too?
I do my best to not read Hadith.
So you don't read the hadith, but you find them great. Okay.
No, I have read Hadith, and I think it's totally unnecessary. You know, I also find it quite interesting.
Also,
that,
you just don't want to talk about it then. Okay.
No, I'm happy to talk about it.
Then just
but
give me
I
an
prefer
example.
I prefer to talk about the Prophet and the Quran.
Sure.
Wouldn't you?
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
So you don't find it interesting? I mean, you believe that Muhammad was a prophet and had revelations from God, right?
Do I believe Muhammad was a prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he received revelations from Allah?
Yep.
Yes, I do believe that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Me too. So, but you also believe that Muhammad had scribes, right? Like Muhammad had scribes write out the Convention of Medina, the Treaty of Medina, and the treaty with the Quraysh, the Meccans, right?
He had scribes, yes.
Okay. So if the revelations of Muhammad were important, scribes would have written them down shortly after he got them, right?
Well, yeah, I don't know exactly when it became like standard practice, but yes.
Well, of course, he had scribes with him ever since we know he had scribes with him when he moved to Medina because they wrote down the Convention of Medina, right?
No,
the agreement.
I'm just saying I don't know exactly when it started becoming like standard practice. You know, him receiving a revelation and scribes writing it down.
Well, if his revelations were important and he had scribes, we know he had scribes, they would have written down the revelations as he got them, wouldn't they?
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, of course, that makes sense. And since the revelations were important, they would have safeguarded them, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So at the moment of Muhammad's death, they would have said, okay, well, here's all the revelations that we wrote down as he got them, and now let's copy those revelations, right?
Yeah, I think so. I wanted to just take the time really quick, and this is why I muted you guys. That we have a special guest in the audience. His name is New Jerusalem, and he is very, very adamant about holding regular rooms discussing scripture, but he never wants to address them with someone like myself. He just wants to like talk for minutes at a time and have people that are like kind of, you know, becoming new Christians engage with him, and it's just a lot of preaching and stuff. And I wondered, New Jerusalem, are you able to come up right now and kind of explain some questions I might have for you? Is that okay, or are you just gonna just do what you? Oh, there you go. Yes, New Jerusalem, how are you today?
Honey Badger, how are you?
I'm good, man. Did you?
Good to see you, buddy. You
Coffee?
sound like you're in a good mood today.
Yeah, I'm always in a good mood, man. Yeah. I mean, I take that back. That would sound fake. I'm not always in a good mood, but
It's true.
Yeah, I regularly am.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I have time to talk with you today.
All right.
I don't mind talking with you, but I feel like we've kind of come to a dead end in our conversation.
Really? How could that be? It's Christianity.
I don't believe in Christianity.
What do you believe in?
Christian.
There's
a difference between Christianity and Christian. We didn't really talk about that part yet, though.
Okay, so are you Sadakmak?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Say it again.
Sadakmak is just short for Sadakmak Bivtaj. It's an acronym. Are you part of that crew?
I have no clue what you're talking about, dude.
Oh, the acronym.
You
It's
gotta
Sadakmak
speak English.
Bivtaj.
Just pretend like you're talking to a regular person who's never engaged in any fancy conversations.
Well, that's not true because you are Christian. You guys have a proprietary language of Christianese baby talk that you guys do with one another. So I thought you might know what Sadakmak was. It's basically it
Hey,
stands
honey
for.
badger. Give me about 2 minutes, dude. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, sorry guys. You can get back to tripping out on your inner LARP. Go ahead.
Okay, all I was saying was this, that if Muhammad is the prophet, which I think he is, the final prophet, and his revelations were important, and he had scribes, they surely would have written them down as he got them and safeguarded them. And when he died, they would have said, okay, these are all the revelations, and here they came in the sequence as they came.
Oh wait,
And now let's copy them. And now let's copy them. But in reality, it took 22 years and dozens of scribes to put together the Quran.
Yeah, that's what I was
Why wouldn't they have
gonna say.
just copied it right after his death?
No, by scribes, I think you meant like somebody like appointed by his side 24/7, just writing down, you know.
Well, he didn't
whatever.
sleep with him, but he hired and had scribes that
That's
served him.
That's not how I understood it. Like when I say scribes, like I just meant like regular Sahaba who were literate and had the free time.
Of course.
To be able to jot down things.
Right.
That's
Of
what I meant by
course.
scribe. Not somebody like appointed. No.
Okay. Well, there were scribes appointed by Uthman and Abu Bakr.
Yeah, that came later on, though.
Exactly. So what I'm trying to say is while Muhammad was alive, he certainly had scribes that worked for him and wrote down his treaties and revelations.
That I don't know.
Well, it's a matter of historical fact.
Okay, if you do think it's part of historical fact, because I've never ever read anything like that he employs.
New Jerusalem, are you back yet?
It's something I'm unaware of, Bill.
Yeah, Islam's boring. So we got to move on, dude. Islam's pretty boring.
Well, I don't think cutting off hands is boring, but okay.
Well,
you can't think of like a couple of billionaires that you'd rather cut their hands off so that everybody knows they're billionaires and nobody do business with them. Yeah, you don't like.
Wait, what?
It's actually not a bad idea, but I don't think I could enforce it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Well, cool, Miko. Well, what other laws do you think you're in favor of that I'm not, or vice versa?
I mean, like any Islamic law that you could think of.
Okay, give me one.
Any of
Give
them.
me one. I'm not a Muslim.
For example, stoning of adulterers.
You think that's a good idea, right?
For sure, dude. Like if you do that while married, yeah, you
Totally, dude. If your wife cheats on you, rocks, right?
For sure, man.
For sure, bro.
Right, Michael. And here's the thing, right? Like, so you are saying that you are not just agreeing because it's God's command. I kind of get that, right? If you say that. So you're just saying that, well, even if it was not God's command, that's what I would choose because I look at the options and that's the best. Is that it?
No, that's an interpretation of my belief.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you, right? You can say no, right?
Yeah, I'll explain. First of all, it is because it's God's command. Second of all, I believe in the wisdom of God. Third of all, I see the wisdom behind it.
Yeah, but Mako, just so you know, Mako, we think you're better than that, and we don't believe a fucking shit thing you say, okay?
Bro, you're a bullshitter. Shut up.
I mean it. I think you're actually better than that. I don't think you believe this stuff. And it's funny, so, I mean, keep doing it, because it does help Islam look bad.
Yeah, Mako, do you live in the U.S.? Do you live in America?
No, I don't.
Canada?
Nope.
What country do you live in?
I live somewhere in Europe.
Like, but do they practice Sharia law where you live?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, like, do you speak another foreign language besides English?
I do, yeah.
German?
Nope.
French? Do you speak French?
No, I speak Turkish, I speak Russian, that's it, and I speak Kazakh.
Oh, smoke, dude! So you're like a Russian Muslim, is that right? Like Kazakhstan or something like that?
No, I'm ethnically Kazakh, but I'm part of the diaspora.
Do you prefer like Habib and like Islam and those guys over the rest of the fighter?
Of course, I mean, if I had to support one or the other, yeah.
Are you talking about Nurmagomedov?
No, I'm talking about like Islam Makhachev and Habib Nurmagomedov. You know,
What do you think of them? Do you think they kick ass? They kick ass, don't they?
Yeah, man. He took Conor McGregor to where he needed to go. Humiliated him.
It's true. He did freaking smash him. You know.
Yeah, he did a bit too much, I think. But yeah.
No, man, he was.
I don't think he did too much. I think just after he did too much.
Yeah,
I have a question. Like, I'm not as Muslim as probably you could tell, right? So I have a fair question here. Like, is there anything in God's commands, in the law in general, that would tell you to not talk to people like us? Because I think that would, like, it kind of would make sense to me so far from what I've been hearing. Like, we're not safe people, so.
What do you mean? You're harmless, dude.
No, we're such sinners and bad influences, like from what I've been hearing.
Oh, in that aspect? Yeah, but
any aspect, anything, right?
No, in that aspect, I do agree with you, but like, I'm not befriending you, nor trying to befriend you.
You're too exposed, right? Like, I can contaminate you easily.
I doubt that.
I can waste your time. For example, you could be praying, you are talking, I'm kind of wasting your time. Taking away your focus.
Right now you are, yeah.
Mako, I want to give you props, man, because I do think you're probably a decent dude and you're just trolling, which is funny.
I'm not trolling, dude. Stop.
I'll give you props for knowing like 4 or 5 languages. If this is your 5th language, then you're a fucking stud, dude.
Yeah, I think you can be good. I have faith in you. Yeah. Good hopes. I have hopes.
Yeah, we all know that these people who say this stuff about, God, he told us, so it's a good law. They're full of fucking shit. They just don't have an opinion. So basically, they're amoral. Like if we were having a meeting, right, at the town hall on how to run our society, we would just not invite them.
Well, that's the reason why I'm here. Actually, I don't care to be invited in your town hall meetings. That's what.
Right, but I mean, in society, like the greater good, you're not a part of that, right? Like you don't have an opinion.
I'm for the splitting of society, actually.
Right. But if we were if all the smart people were meeting up to do the best thing for everyone, we wouldn't invite you because you just
go have a.
Yeah. I mean, you just obey. Yeah, you just obey. Yeah.
Just go for it.
Well, I'm letting you know that's how we're gonna be. It's fine. You just obey. You get what I'm saying, Mako? Like you don't have.
Yeah. Keep imagining, bro.
Yeah, you don't have an opinion on this stuff. You just go, well, God told me, so it's the right thing.
I do have an opinion. I think it's all stupid bullshit that you're trying to pull.
No, Mako,
that's why I don't care for
it. Doesn't matter.
You kind of should not have an opinion, right? Like it's, I mean it. It's kind of dangerous, right? Because if your opinion goes against commands, man, that's dangerous, right? Like.
No, that's simple. This is the thing. Like all of you've all been warned many times. You've all been invited to what do you call it? To mutual understanding. You've all been, I don't know, like an olive branch has been waved at you, but Y'all don't
Wait,
care
what does
about
an
it.
olive branch signify?
Like, I don't know, peace?
Oh, okay. So a peace branch has been waved at us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, peace
Like,
is
I like peace.
not. I don't mean like not fighting. Fighting is always gonna happen, but like
What
like common.
Why?
You mean obey? You mean an obeyment branch? Is that what you mean? Obey?
No,
obey me?
no. Telling you to sit your ass down. That's what it means.
Aha! See, I tell you,
Ah,
this Muslim is not
okay.
a real Muslim. He is a faker.
So it's like a removing my freedom branch kind of thing.
No, it says like take your nose out of
Okay.
our business.
Right. So why, if I do the same, you see how bad that is? Are we not equal?
Well, you don't
Right.
want me to take my nose out of your business?
Yes, and still,
Yeah, that's what I'm proposing.
yeah, and I kind of like it, but still, that's not happening, right? Like, lead by example kind of thing is not
All
happening.
right, is New Jerusalem back? Because this guy's just boring, dude. I mean, Mako, I think you're probably okay at this amongst other people, but it's just gets kind of flat after a while.
Stop patronizing, dude.
I'm not patronizing. I'm
It's annoying.
literally mocking you to your face.
Yeah, I'm patronizing a little bit because I really have hopes for you. Like, I think you can do better.
It's funny that you say that.
Yeah, I mean, I ultimately, if you take away the facade, I'm sure he's decent, probably at least a 7 out of 10, and like being nice and a good guy. But the whole this whole act is just not that good, dude. Like, you got to get better at it.
True.
And Mako, are you married?
No, fortunately. Unfortunately.
When did you convert to Islam?
26 or 27.
Okay, so you're probably not a virgin then.
We had the same conversation last time.
Well, remind me, are you a virgin?
Neither confirm nor deny.
Why? Are you ashamed of? Like,
No, what happened is he had sex before he became a Muslim, so now he's afraid to talk about it as if it matters. It's just really strange.
Yeah,
It's like
doesn't really matter. Like,
yeah, it doesn't really matter. That's why you just say, I really don't want to tell you. It's like, you're like Andrew. Andrew does.
Truth should be, you should not be ashamed of your truth, right? Like, you can say it's none of our business, that's different, but, you know.
Yeah, I just think it makes a lot of sense. Like, it helps explain like who he is, right? Like, he knows what he's missing because he's like being cucked by an invisible friend. It's kind of hilarious.
It's a weird way to say it, right? Like, it's okay to say none of our business, but dance around it like, wow.
No, I'm just saying, like, why does it matter?
Well, look, dude, look. You know how many times now I'm gonna group you in with your ilk, okay? Because you know how many fucking times I hear Muslims ask about our sexuality and our preferences and make accusations about people and what they do. So like me asking you if you're a fucking virgin should be a very simple giveaway. You should just go yes or no. It shouldn't be that hard, dude.
Yeah, and either way, like, either you are proud you were, either you are ashamed you were not, and then you are good now, so, or none of our business, like, one of these three, but anything else is so weird.
I'd like to apologize if anybody ever like called you gay or something.
No, they didn't. What happens is I get accused of being too masculine, right? And I think it's because Muslims are actually kind of feminine deep down, and they don't know how to handle their women. That's why they wrap them up in shower curtains and stuff before they let them out the door. So I think what it is this just like this weird insecurity thing they have around me. You know?
I don't know. I'm proud of my like feminine side.
Are you?
Like, yeah, of course, man.
But you would not say for a virgin on that. Okay.
I like flowers. I like nice perfumes, all that.
Flowers are feminine?
Is that feminine stuff? Flowers?
Honestly,
Or is that tons of flowers, dude? Is that femme?
I don't know, bro. That's what they say.
Oh, they do? Who's they?
Who's
I don't know, like so.
I don't know, man. That's what they say.
Flowers are super femme. Like, some of them actually like look like vaginas.
Yeah. Good thing I like them.
Yeah, you ever seen what are those, like those bug catcher plants? They have like a lid and stuff. It's weird.
Okay, old Jerusalem. We gotta go on to New Jerusalem, dude. New Jerusalem, are you back? Because you said a couple minutes, man. All right, I guess he's not here. I guess we can keep picking on you. So what else do you
Can
want
I
to say?
pick on you, honey?
What was that?
Can I pick on you?
Yes, please.
So, yeah, all the stories of religion are funny. Okay, I give it to you. But what is your story?
About what?
About what's going on?
With regard to what?
With regard to, like, we, our friends, our family, nature, what's going on?
Yeah, I agree. Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, what's your story?
My story? Well, I was born and raised in South Orange County, California.
No, your story. Like, how do you explain things that you see around yourself?
To the best of my ability.
Right. So, what is it? I mean,
Well, like, what do you ask? I'm just like, what do you mean? Like, how do I explain the existence of everything in the universe?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know.
You just don't know.
Before
You don't have a...
Yeah, that's
before you get into deep talk,
Michael,
honey,
wait, and I'm picking on honey. So
yeah.
do you want me I tell you your story?
Yeah.
Because you tell like everybody that Adam Hava. So I study your story more than you. So
wait, hold on. Really quickly. I don't know, just like you don't know. Are you telling me that you know something I don't know?
Yeah, I know your story better than you. I'm a scientist.
Okay. So do you know something about stuff that I don't know about?
I know your story better than you know your story. You said I don't know, but like there is a story. Deep down, you believe in science. You cannot say I don't believe in.
Yeah, I believe in science just like most people did. Yeah.
And then I want to tell you how funny science is, the same as how funny Adam and Hava are.
Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to, dude. Is there a language barrier?
That could be. So you believe in science, and I want to prove to you how funny science is.
I believe that science is a useful tool, yep, and I think that all of us agree on a lot of the same things with regard to how science is used.
So you can say religion is a useful thing. However, wait, your claim, not all of us.
Extremely useful tool.
No, not all of us believe how useful science is. There are like a large of us which says science is ruining the environment, so it's not really very useful. Now, taking one step back,
as you use science to talk to us right now.
Yeah. So as a step back, I can say how a lot of us believe how useful religion is, but some of us say that it's ruining like society.
No, I think religion is a very, very useful tool.
So why do you make fun of it?
Because it's hilariously daft.
I can prove to you science is hilariously daft too.
I doubt it.
Really?
If you know your story, it's very
Go for it. Go for it.
So do you want to teach you your science?
No, I'm here to bag on theists. Do you have something you want to say about God or?
No, I said I come up and make you cry that your story as a science is so ridiculous.
Aren't you? I'm curious. Like, how is science ridiculous now?
So that's why I said, do you know science? Do you want to engage with me?
No.
Do you know
we're not here for a science lesson, dude.
But
now I
just want to point out.
I want to make.
I have to point this out really quick. Like he's literally communicating with us because of science. If science didn't exist, he would only be able to talk to like the 3 to 10 people around him.
No, I can claim I'm literally communicating to you because of religion, and science is a branch of religion. So I am deep down communicating to you because of religion. So what do you want to do there? So I said science is a religion, is a branch, is the newest branch of religion. So there is a root called God, and then there are all these branches which are different religions. Science is one of them, built on the top of the other religion.
Okay, that's cool.
Hey, he's got a point.
We're not
He's got a point.
So, honey, I want to know, you know the other religions' books so well that you put yourself in a position to make fun of them.
Yeah.
But you don't know the book of
No,
your religion.
But it's not science. It's just mockery.
I don't want.
We can, you know.
No, he's got a point. If it weren't for religion, we'd be at each other's.
I want to make fun of honey, guys. Make fun of honey.
Here, Waithon, I wanna stick to the title of the room. Are you a religious person by chance? Do you have a God and a religion you follow?
Yes, I'm a Muslim.
Oh, you're a Muslim. Okay, are you a Sufi?
Oh, yeah.
Are you a Sufi?
So you want to make fun of me?
No, I'm asking you. Are you a Sufi?
I
No.
live in. Huh?
Oh my God.
No,
dude.
so no, I am a primitive.
No, don't make this any more stupid than it was. Are you a Sufi Muslim? Yes or no?
And just to leave something clear, right? Like when I said mockery, I was just making a distinction about what you said. I'm not mocking you. Just saying that what you described is mockery, not science. Just be clear.
No, I really do want to mock science. I'm a scientist. I am a scientist. I got PhD, I have publication, all of it. I want to mock science. I want to mock people who mock religion, and I want to mock their religion. I'm really here to make honey cry.
Right. So
science
don't worry
is ridiculous,
now, right?
the same as other religions are ridiculous.
If you're
So why are you? Hold on. I want to make sure something's understood here. Why are you putting me in this group of like these science buffs, dude? I already explained myself. I'm just a normal dude. I'm a simple man. So I'm not like on some team physicist. I'm not like a Lawrence Krauss or frickin' Neil deGrasse Tyson fan. I'm not like what are you even talking about?
It's just funny.
I mean, you cannot just go around make up all the stories which is out there.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I think there's a language barrier.
I have a question. I have a question, bro, honey. Hey, honey?
Yes, baby?
You got feelings?
Yes, I do. Yes, I'm an emotional creature. Yes, I am a human animal. Yes.
You ever act upon your feelings?
I always do. Every day, yes.
How do you decide, like, when to act upon or when, not to act upon your feelings?
I'm sorry. Can you rephrase the question so it's something I can understand? Say that again.
Like, how do you tell if your feelings... when you act upon them, if it's the right thing or
that's called self-mastery, because feelings come and go, right? So if you have goals, you might have feelings in the midst of that, and you got to decide which ones to hold on to and which ones to let go of.
Yeah, and take responsibility, right? Like feelings are just feelings. They should not be forcing you to do anything, right?
Well, I mean...
Like, look, I feel like going mountain biking, right? And I was going to go at 3:30, but then I started this room. So now I'm feeling like I'm kind of rushed. So I'm getting my shit on while I do this. So what do you recommend, Mika? What do you think I should feel about that?
Well, I don't know, man. You just said it yourself, like, you got your goals.
Right, my goals were to go mountain biking, right? But I said 3:30 to myself, now it's 3:47. So see how I let go of that goal for a little bit, and I went with my feelings of being involved in this room.
Yeah. So now you got you got to choose your next goal. You're gonna go mountain biking.
Yeah,
but should you choose out of your will? Is that a healthy thing to do?
I'm sorry, what was it?
What?
No, choosing out of your own volition, your own will, is that safe? Like, sounds dangerous to choose.
Yeah, I bet he would recommend
You got no other choice.
Like hours before choice. Yeah.
Do I have a choice?
Of course.
Okay, so isn't dangerous then to choose like instead of obeying?
Well, obeying is a choice.
Well, instead of obeying, but if I choose to obey, I don't need to choose anymore. Be after that, right? Safer, right?
No. See, the thing is, if you choose to obey, you're gonna those qualms, they're gonna keep coming at you. So you're gonna have to keep
Yeah,
on
but
choosing.
then I have a path, right? Then I don't need to re-choose. I can just keep. I just can do my effort towards obeying instead of re-choosing.
Yes,
It's
that's
like
what I'm
not a
saying.
new
Like,
choice.
no. It is like a continuous choice. Like you have to keep on choosing to obey or disobey.
Oh, okay, but it's binary, right? So it's a continuous choice of obeying and disobeying.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Mako, are you going to heaven?
I don't know.
So you're a Muslim and you do all this stuff and follow all the rules and you think you're in touch with Allah and you're doing what he wants, but you're not even sure if you're favored yet or going to heaven?
Was it weird?
Well, because you're a Muslim, I would think there's a payoff.
No, I don't see the future. Who told you that? I
Oh,
see the
okay.
future?
So basically there's no value proposition you could give us.
No value proposition.
Yeah,
I
like what's
could
the
give
benefit
you?
of being a Muslim?
Well, the afterlife.
Yeah, but you just said you don't even know if you're going to get a good one.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm working towards.
And I'm trying. I'm not very confident in my afterlife.
Well, you work towards it, obviously.
Yeah, I feel like I'm more faithful about my afterlife than you are about yours. Isn't that weird?
You could be. I don't deny that.
Yeah, that's right. So that's why I just laugh.
Well, that's why I laughed too.
I don't think you laugh very often from the sound of your voice and your tone.
I mean, I'm laughing as hard as you are.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think
It's just my.
I've already cried twice in this conversation from laughter.
Well, I'm not actually laughing, to be honest with you.
See,
Like,
it turns out you're not laughing as
situation.
much as me.
Yeah.
That was really quick.
No, the thing is, like, I'm not sad for myself. I'm sad for you.
No, I'm laughing out of joy and humor and entertainment.
Okay. I mean, I'm neutral towards my position, but for yours,
Neutral
like,
toward your position?
Yeah, not
You are. You're neutral toward your position of being a Muslim?
No, I'm saying, like, I'm neither feeling laughter nor sadness towards myself, but for you, I just feel sadness.
Oh, you feel sad for me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I see, like, what's become of you, like,
What's become of me?
I don't know,
You don't know? Wait, you said you've seen what's become of me, and then I asked you what, and you said I don't know. Which one is it?
Yeah, let me finish. Like,
Okay.
I'm trying. When
Maybe
I say,
not say I don't know when you're.
Yeah, when I say I don't know, it means I'm gonna.
It
try and
means
come
you
up
do
with
know, and
something
you're gonna tell me
afterwards.
later. Okay.
So you don't know why you are sad.
I mean,
it's a sudden
I
feeling
kinda
and you
feel like
choose to be sad. Is that it?
I'm trying to say. I kind of see like what he's evolved into, like what he could have been, because I've seen like examples of what a human could be.
Well, don't you think maybe the reason that you're so fearful of your afterlife and worried about God punishing you is because you started so late after fucking a chick? You think that might have something to do with it?
I mean, that didn't. I mean, what? We're talking about you. Why are you turning?
Well, because you said you're neutral about it, and then you said you're sad for me, and I think that maybe you're just projecting a little bit.
I'm just saying, like, from where I stand, when I look at you, when I listen to your voice, the way you talk, the things that you say, like, I automatically like compare you, right, to like
to like a Muslim guy.
Yeah, some good Muslim people, yeah.
You can still feel something like that's promising. That's something, right?
No, Mako was sad for you, honey, because he feels like you're not taking this life very seriously.
Oh shit!
No.
You're just too frivolous about it.
Don't interpret it. No, don't interpret it like that. Don't.
Okay, well, please explain to him why you're sad.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, I
worried.
I compare him. What?
Are you worried?
Worried for you?
Yeah, you're sad. Do you think that something bad's gonna happen or something?
I'm not necessarily worried for you.
Because it seems like if you were worried for me, then you would actually like be less knowledgeable about my afterlife than yours, and you don't even know about your own. So I don't understand. I don't get it.
But shouldn't you be worried about him, Mako? If you see he's not on a good path, shouldn't you be worried about that?
I'm not listening right now to any of what you're.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just focus on me, Mako. So are you worried about me or not?
No, I'm not necessarily worried about you.
You're just
What I was trying to say is that I feel sad because I see you in this devolved state, and the reason for that is because I automatically like compare you to people that I know or like people that I've heard about, like examples set forth, and that's like a potential for you, right?
Well, are you saying that you know about people's afterlife?
No, I'm talking about your current state, my guy.
Oh, well, what part of me do you not think is good right now? Like, what am I not doing right?
Well, talk to people, the way you interact with people.
You don't think it's fun?
I don't think it's fun.
Oh, well, why don't you just take off?
I mean, I'm trying to talk to you.
Yeah, I know, but why?
I don't know, just wasting time. I guess.
Yeah, it's super dangerous. Time, I guess.
I think we're doing a bad thing here, Miko.
You never know what they're gonna say next.
You're being a naughty boy being here with us. We are naughty. And we are telling you that we are, and still you are hanging with us. Kind of bad, right?
Well, I guess, yeah. I kind of zone out for a little bit.
Yeah. Hard to deny this one.
Yeah, I mean, Mako, I want to say, dude, after talking with you the last couple days, I'm way more interested in becoming a Muslim. What do you recommend next?
Take the Shahada.
Do the Shahada?
Yeah, for sure.
When I say the magic words and God starts listening?
I mean, if you were to pray right now to God, your prayers still be answered.
My prayer would still be answered? What does that mean?
Like it reach God. It's not like it's automatically discarded just because you're a non-Muslim.
Right. So when you say pray to God, does that mean you like? What does that mean? You like zen in with him, or you tell him what to do, or something? Like, what is it?
No, just like ask for anything, I guess.
Yeah, and then I'll get it.
See how it goes.
Yeah, just ask for stuff and he grants it. Is that right?
Well, basically, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't think you're a real Muslim, dude. I mean, you just got to get better at your shtick, bro. Keep showing up, though. It'll be fun.
What?
Yeah, gotta polish a little bit more. Yeah.
Wait. What'd you say last?
I would go into the Muslim philosophical bro rooms and listen to like Rashid or Rashad or Moshi or Jay Mushu and listen to how they ramble on and bloviate about their LARP and then come back with some of that material.
No. We were talking about like prayers. Like, you don't believe. You don't believe what I'm saying when I say like if you pray to God, your prayer would reach God.
Yeah, I don't think God's interested. I don't think you talk to God, and I don't think He does anything when you say stuff to Him.
Yeah, and I would say we're representing Islam, right? Like that's the other guys are definitely representing it better, and there's a lot to learn with them there. So you could go back after doing that a little bit.
No, I think I like disassociated for a second and I missed the point because he kind of said like he was considering becoming a Muslim. That would mean like he has some sort of like belief in God.
Oh no, I'm just being sarcastic as fuck.
Oh, okay, I see.
For a start, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't catch that, huh, Mika? You thought I was serious when I said after listening to you and talking to you for the last couple of days, I'm finding Islam more attractive. You thought that was serious, right?
Oh, for sure, man.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Sam, what do you think? I'd give him like a 3.
Yeah, no, it's more like a 3. Yeah.
I mean, dude, you are engaging to some degree, but you gotta get better at this, dude. Just like study, like remain silent in rooms, go listen to these Muslim guys, and then like come back in a couple weeks.
For what? What purpose? Like to teach you about Islam?
Be better at the shtick. Yeah.
You teach yourself about Islam.
What shtick are you talking about?
To learn about Islam, not to teach us, primarily.
No, I should do that for sure. But
yeah.
Like, I don't get like why would I come back here after that? Like why?
Well, you are here now, so we're saying it would be better if you were here, and you had done that before. That's what we're telling you.
You think like it'll improve my chances of like converting you?
Yeah, that.
No.
But also being more interesting and sounding more knowledgeable. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be more knowledgeable. That's a fair statement.
All right. I see what you mean.
Have you ever considered Christianity by chance?
No way.
No way, huh? Because I bet I could convince you to be a Christian if you come back in a couple weeks.
I doubt that.
Well, I bet you I could.
There are lots of advantages.
I mean, you're already okay. Look, you already believe in God, right? Because I get told that as well. Like, well, I'm not going to argue for my Quran God yet. I just want to get to this God, this first mover, and then we will be on the same page. So you're already there, right? And you're in the Abrahamics club, right? Lucky for you, you didn't get duped into Hinduism, right? Because that's stupid, right? So you're already on your way to Christianity, Mako.
I mean, I started reading the Bible once, and like it was like, I couldn't.
Are you playing a video game right now, or are you just about to fall asleep, take a nap?
No, it's later where it's like 2 a.m.
Oh, so we were way east, huh?
All right, New Jerusalem, are you back, or?
I'm back, man. California,
Nice.
2 minutes.
Nice, dude.
Actually, California, that was only about a minute and a half.
That's right. That's what I was gonna say. It was like 30 seconds. So, do you think that I'm on the right track here with Mako being kind of like primed and ready to become a Christian since he's already an Abrahamic believer?
Do I believe? Shoot, I don't know, man. I don't know if you're on the right track. I've never seen you work with a person like him, so.
Well, I mean, don't you think
just soaking it in?
I'm harder to reach, right? Because I deny the God itself, the concept of God. But Mako already accepts the general Abrahamic God concept that you worship. So I think he's actually closer to being a Christian than I am. Wouldn't you agree?
No, not at all.
Oh, that doesn't make sense.
Because a non-believer is, what, non-believer A and non-believer B? Which one's closer?
Well, he is a believer.
He's a believer.
Well, I mean non-believer and the same God.
You heard what I said, right?
He is a believer.
Hey, wait. I'm a believer of the God of Abraham.
That's right.
Yeah, don't deny him that. Don't deny him that.
Okay, the God of Abraham is Jesus. According to the Bible.
Yahweh.
Yeah.
No. According to the Bible.
According to the Bible, okay.
Well, still though, I mean, it's the Abrahamic God of Abraham, right?
It's Jesus. It's Jesus. A believer in Jesus. Let's just cut to the chase.
Okay.
It's Jesus is the God of Abraham. The Bible says that clearly. Now, which non-believer is closer to
No, it doesn't. Where do you get that? That's some weird shit. Where do you get that? Show me where in the Bible that Jesus is the God of Abraham.
I'll show you. Slow down.
According to the Old Testament.
Better yet, show me where Jesus says he's the God of Abraham.
Oh, here's your fallacy, your Muslim fallacies again. Jesus must say this or else it's not true.
Well, of course, don't you trust the word of Jesus in the Bible?
How about we do this? We just stick to one question at a time. Show me where... Say that again?
Yeah, that's a simple question. Show me where Jesus says he's the God of Abraham. Or God.
I got a realistic question. Is honey the more problem for you, or am I as a Muslim?
Say that again?
In regards to like the dealings of the world, is honey the bigger problem for you, or like am I as a Muslim the bigger problem for you?
I wouldn't see neither one of you as a bigger problem or a problem at all. I don't understand what you mean by that question.
You don't see us as a problem? Okay.
No, I don't.
All right, so he's being consistent. He thinks we're both equally non-believers, and that's fine.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
No,
Right.
but
So,
do you have like
Bill.
an agenda, Neil? Do you have like a agenda, like the world, the Christianization of the world, like any sort of agenda like that, or like saving people, something like that?
Yeah, my agenda is just to kind of straighten out the story in people's hearts and minds.
Okay, so we're both actively opposing that, right? Me, as a Muslim, I actively oppose that, saying like Jesus was a prophet. Honey, he says like Jesus was a liar. So who's the bigger problem for you in your straightening out of things?
Again, both of you are wrong. So why would one be a bigger problem than the other?
Well, because it's like this, like both of these animals can hurt you. Okay, one's a rattlesnake, and one's a grizzly bear. Right now, they're both 25 feet away from me. You see what I mean?
Yeah, this is boring, dude. What's the
Yeah,
main
I just
point
look.
of it?
You don't
all?
like
I don't understand the main
experiments.
point of it. What's
let
the
me-
main point? It's like if
This is
for
why
this,
you do
we'd
what
all
you
be
do.
drunk. You know what I'm saying? It's like
let me rephrase.
that's not what I do, honey. You know I don't do stuff like that. Go ahead.
No,
rephrase.
you do what you
Okay,
do.
so-
This is why you do what you do. Yeah.
Right, and this is why I come to places like this, and I like to stay in the audience and observe. It's not really my
Okay,
lane.
okay.
It's something, but I'm
Let's
willing
continue.
to talk. But I
Let's
mean,
continue.
I don't know. Like you guys keep asking me the same question, just in different forms, as if I'm gonna give you a different answer, and I'm like, how many times you guys gonna ask me the same question?
We're trying to
What
get
is
the
the
picture
same
for you.
question that you
It's a
keep
logical
getting
question.
asked?
Non-believer A, non-believer B. Which one's a bigger problem? Come on now.
How could you say Mako is a non-believer? He believes that Jesus is the Messiah. Don't you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
I don't know enough. You guys are jumping me in the mid conversation like I know.
That was
everything
a
about
simple question.
Yeah, Neil, I
Do
don't
you
want you
believe
to
that
feel
Jesus is the
uncomfortable.
Messiah?
Look, you guys, I feel like he's being treated a little bit unfairly.
No, no, you guys don't worry about my feelings or anything like that.
I
I'm
don't
just
want you to
saying
feel like you're
guys
being
are-
trapped or overwhelmed.
Oh, I don't feel none of that. I'm just trying to communicate to you. I have no clue what you're talking about. I don't know what Mako
Right, and I don't
believes
want you to feel overwhelmed with too many questions at once and stuff like
in.
that.
No, but let me just answer Bill. Now, Mako, I don't know enough about Mako just to be answering general questions. Like, give me information on him, and then I can answer.
Okay, so
Bill, as far as really quick, Mako, really quick.
Okay.
Bill, Isaiah 9:6 speaks of the Messiah. The Messiah is the everlasting Father, the mighty God. Is the Father and the mighty God the God of Abraham?
I like I said before, I'd rather you just show me where Jesus says. Jesus clearly says he is the Messiah.
Yeah, you want your
right?
own custom stuff. I can't.
No, I
do
don't.
that.
I mean, don't you believe in the New Testament? Don't you believe in the
I
gospel?
believe in the whole Bible. It tells the same story over and over and over again.
Okay, but let's just focus on the words of Jesus for now. And you do know that Peter, or Simon called Peter, was the first person to recognize Jesus as the Messiah, right?
Whatever you say, I mean, just get to the point.
Oh, I guess you don't know the gospel. Okay.
I don't know.
Well,
You know it better than me. Just go ahead and tell me. Teach me.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Yeah,
Okay,
you could just say you agree or not, dude. It's like you're making this really difficult to have.
No, he said he doesn't
No,
know.
New is making this a very difficult conversation.
He doesn't know whether Jesus is the Messiah. Mako, do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, so see, Mako knows, but New doesn't seem to know, even though Jesus says it right there in the Gospel.
Even I know people say this. Like, what is this?
Well, but New doesn't seem to know that Jesus is the Messiah. Well, Mako, was Jesus born of a virgin?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know that, New? Do you know that he was born of a
Bill's
virgin?
question was, what'd you ask me, Bill? Did you know that Peter was the first one to call him the Messiah or something? I'm like,
He was the first one to recognize that Jesus is the Messiah, because Jesus asked his disciples, "Who do you think I am?" And only Simon said, "Oh, you're the Messiah," right?
Wait, Simon
Jesus
says
said,
what?
"Oh, Simon." So, and then Jesus afterwards called him Peter the Rock, that's the foundation of this church, that the recognition that Jesus is the Messiah. And we all, I know that Jesus is the Messiah. Mako and the other 2 billion Muslims all know that Jesus is the Messiah. How come you don't know this? I thought you were a follower of Jesus.
I do know this, which is why I read Isaiah 9:6 to you and told you that the Messiah is the mighty God, the everlasting Father, which is the God of Abraham, which means Jesus is the God of Abraham. I'm just connecting all the dots fast for you. Boom.
Yeah, but you're not connecting them very well. Why don't
I
we
just
focus
connected
on
them
Jesus?
accurately. The
I
Messiah
don't think you
is
did.
the everlasting Father and the mighty God, is he not?
Do you know the Lord's Prayer?
Wait a second. The Messiah is the everlasting Father and the mighty God, correct?
No,
Oh, there you
he's
go.
the
See, you're
Messiah.
the one that doesn't know the Bible story.
Mako, is Jesus the everlasting God? Is Jesus God?
I don't believe that. No.
No, that's absurd. Why would you do? Wait, do you not know the Lord's Prayer? Have you ever said the Lord's Prayer? The only prayer that
Bill,
Jesus
wait a
ever
second,
taught us.
Bill. Why should I go on further with you when you can't even get past step A? You got step A wrong. If
You're
the
the
premise
one
is
that's
wrong, then the
stumbling.
conclusion's going to be wrong.
You're the one that's stumbling.
Okay, hold on a second, Bill.
I guess he's gonna go grab his Bible or something.
I feel like he's very he acts like he doesn't hear what you asked him. He's very apprehensive.
Well, I will say this, and Mako would probably agree with me. Christians are the most confused religious group on the planet. They are incredibly confused.
I don't know about that, but what I want to say is that New Jerusalem, the only thing we differ on is that I don't believe Jesus was Almighty God. I believe he was a prophet of God, but he's also the Messiah. Yes, and that, you know, it means that the Messiah is not the Almighty God.
Yeah. Mako, do you believe that Jesus died for your sins?
No.
Was he a blood sacrifice for your sins?
No, I don't believe that. I believe he was, he wasn't murdered. I believe he's still alive. I believe they tried to murder him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
That makes more sense.
All right, there you go, Bill. Let's work off that as an axiom.
No, dude, I want to hear it straight from the guy's mouth, straight from what Jesus says. Isn't that good enough for you?
No, but see,
Who's a greater prophet, Isaiah or Jesus?
To you that you don't even understand what the Messiah is. Let's go back to where the Messiah is.
No, it's you that doesn't understand what the Messiah is.
What does Isaiah 9:6 say? I just put it in the chat. That's talking about
why,
the Messiah.
That's why you keep on going to the Old Testament. Why don't you just show me where Jesus...
The new really doesn't matter. I just want to go to the premise. Let's start at the beginning.
Show me where Jesus says
at the beginning. You got to have a logical...
No, you'd have to go all the way back to Genesis for that.
Yeah, let's go there then. Let's start there.
Why don't you want to talk about what Jesus had to say? Aren't you a follower of Jesus?
I'll go to step B when you can acknowledge step A. What does Isaiah 9:6 say? I just want you to acknowledge that that's talking about the Messiah, and then we can go look at what Jesus said.
Oh, okay. First thing.
I just don't like when someone just washes over a fact as if it wasn't.
Oh, I think that's what you're doing.
Not at all. I'm just trying to force you to admit the truth.
Okay, you're gonna force me. Okay. Let me look it up.
How come you don't want to force me to know the truth?
Well, I mean, you want to talk to me?
Well, I try to talk to you. I go in your audience all the time, and you guys just end your rooms really quickly. Usually
but that's a time constraint room. We don't really keep that open for dialogue.
I mean, do you want me to? Do you think God wants me to be a Christian?
Are we gonna have two different conversations?
Well, just really, mine's really fast. Mine isn't as detailed as your stuff.
I already answered this question to you. What was the answer I gave you?
Yes.
That's not the answer I gave you.
Oh, does he not want me to be a Christian?
What did I tell you about predestination?
I don't know, dude.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Well, I talk to a lot of people. So
I want Bill to read the chat. Hey, honey, can you help me? Honey Badger, can you help me since Bill's afraid to admit it? I put in the chat Isaiah 9.
I'm not afraid. I'm looking it up. Have a little patience. Have you ever heard of that?
It's in the chat over here. Well, I mean, I don't know why you just can't look at it.
You're just an angry, confused Christian. They're one of many.
What did the Jews think of this passage? How do they interpret it?
You mean the guys that killed Jesus?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would go out.
That's just it. They didn't.
They're guilty. They have the greater sin is on their hands.
You believe that they killed Jesus? I don't believe that. I believe
No. The Bible says they have the greater sin. Now the Romans carried out the execution. Everybody knows that. But Jerusalem is guilty of the blood of the prophets and the saints, according to the Bible.
See, you're wrong again. Jesus said the one that betrayed him has the greatest sin, and that would be Judas. You must not read your Bible very closely.
What I just said is right out of the Bible.
Or you just don't care what Jesus. No, you didn't.
Bill,
Show me.
You just don't know what you're talking about.
Show me.
Show you
Show
what?
me. Show me where it says who has the greater sin.
I will as soon as you acknowledge Isaiah 9:6. You're one of those guys where your pride is blinding you. You think you know everything, but I can clearly tell you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're not prideful at all.
Go read 9:6.
Okay. Well, now that we got that out of the way, do you think God wants me to become?
Wait, honey. Can you acknowledge 9:6 for Bill?
What's the what am I supposed to be confirming from 9:6?
That's about the Messiah. You don't have to confirm that, but what it says about it is that he's the mighty God, the everlasting
that's one place in the entire Bible.
Like the rest of the Bible's going to say something different. I don't think so.
Well, we'll see about that. Okay, so I read it. I'll read it out loud. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Okay, so that's one place in the Bible where it says that. Now, I could show you several places straight out of the mouth of Jesus where he's saying he is not God the Father. So which one should I trust? A simple question there.
You're not going to show me what you think you're going to show me.
What? Oh, you read minds too?
No, I just know this story. Go ahead and show it to me.
I think you're a follower of Paul and not really a follower of Jesus. That's what I think.
That's how ignorant you are of this story. A follower of Paul is a follower of Jesus, according to the story.
Not really. Paul never even knew Jesus, by the way, in case you didn't know that.
Look at the scripture I just put in there. Now that you acknowledge that the Messiah is the everlasting Father and the mighty God, now that you finally read that verse, there's your next one. Who has the greater sin?
I mean, I don't want to
wrong verse. Give me 1 second.
Bill, I don't want to have you continue.
Yeah, it says, "He who delivereth me," and who delivered Jesus to the Sanhedrin? Who betrayed Jesus?
The Jews. I was going to add the Jew part, but we'll just go off that.
No, dude, it was Judah. Judah was the one that betrayed Jesus. How do you not know that?
No, the Jews are the ones that turned Jesus in. The high priest, all them.
Judah was the one.
Who paid Judas?
Hey, you know what, you guys? Can you guys just start your own room so you can figure out who's right?
Yeah, I'm not it. I mean, this guy's just
because I have some bigger questions.
Moronic Christian.
For New Jerusalem.
He's a follower of Paul, who was a rampant homosexual.
Bill, you sound like an ignoramus. Honey Badger, let's talk.
Ignoramus.
Okay, so New Jerusalem quickly, because I gotta go.
It's been entertaining. Thanks for bringing him up, honey. I mean, but he's just a typical confused Christian, man. He's an idiot. He's a follower of Paul. He's not a follower of Christ.
Paul follower.
Mako is a far better follower of the teachings of Jesus than New Jerusalem is. New Jerusalem's a follower of Paul.
And equally as charismatic. Yeah. So New Jerusalem,
charismatic.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, New Jerusalem, are you like under the impression that I'm predestined to either go to heaven or not? Is that the case? That I'm predestined?
That is the case.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's not my opinion, though. I'm just.
Yeah, he's a Calvinist too. What a moron.
This guy Bill is dumber than a box of screws, dude. Every word that comes out of his mouth is let me know he's dumber than I thought.
Well, go follow Paul. He was a homosexual. Maybe you'll become one too.
There you go.
Hey, I believe that too, honey, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Anybody that reads the Gospels and studies Paul for any length of time knows he only traveled with very young men, never got married, didn't like women. He was, I think it was described in the first century as a bow-legged, bald, monobrow, effeminate sort of guy, you know. And I would much rather follow Jesus than that little monkey.
Oh my God.
Hey, you don't gotta do all that.
Oh my God, my girlfriend heard all that. So listen, this was just funny to me that you guys are it's just these clashes between Christ Bible people that think they have the story right. I'm just trying to get the big picture. I want to get the forest. So New Jerusalem, do you think that I'm predestined to go to heaven or hell?
Yeah, I believe that.
He already said yes.
Okay, yeah, I know, Bill. Okay, let's let.
Well, that's the way the Bible story goes. That's why.
Yeah.
Of course it does.
Okay, Bill, we get it. You guys disagree.
Bill, have you ever
Fuck,
read
dude.
Romans 8 or Ephesians chapter 1?
Bill, are you gonna speak?
I have read Paul's bullshit, but
Hey,
I
Honey
prefer it
Badger,
with the
let me
teachings
tell
of
you,
Jesus.
let me explain to you how whacked out of his gourd Bill is. If Bill's telling you he believes in the Bible's full of prophecy. What does Bill think prophecy? It's a foretelling of future events that have a predetermined outcome.
That's right.
Also known as predestination.
No.
And Bill wants to.
Yeah, I was having fun earlier.
This guy is straight loco, dude. Anyways, Honey Badger, what was it that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, so
Well,
okay, Bill, do you want to shut the fuck up for a second so I can actually have a conversation before I go?
All right, I won't ruin it.
All right, thanks, man. Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, so New, I'm just trying to figure out, is it predestined for me to go to heaven or hell?
According to the Bible story, that's the way it goes.
Do you believe the Bible story to be true?
I do.
Okay, then why don't you just say yes?
I did the first time.
Okay, I just want to
asked again, so I answered it two different ways.
Like you're almost afraid to just go, yep.
I said yes the first time, man. And then you asked again, so I explained.
So you believe that God wants me to go to heaven or he wants me to go to hell? Is that the two options?
I don't, yeah, those are the two options. I don't know which one he has set for you, though.
Right, but you believe that it's either of those, right?
There you go.
Okay, and as an atheist who blasphemes, where do you think I'm more likely to be going?
The only unforgivable sin is to die in unbelief.
That's not
so it's hard to say.
Is it?
Well, I'm answering my question. I prefaced my answer with an explanation.
Why do you think I asked it? I already knew that. You think you were giving me new information?
Oh, trust me.
Why do you think I asked the question the way I did? I literally
let me talk to your girlfriend. Let me talk to your girlfriend. I'll ask her, hey, girlfriend, why did he ask the question that he did? You know him better than me.
Oh, because he's smarter than you, and because he already knew that the biggest sin is to blaspheme, so he said that up front so that you'd probably glean that on your own, but you're too dense to get it, okay?
Well, did he blaspheme the Holy Ghost, or did he blaspheme the Son of Man? It's a big difference.
Oh, I blaspheme Jesus Christ, Son of Mary, host of hosts, and men of spirit, the God Almighty. I blaspheme all of them.
Yeah, it could be forgiven you.
Yeah, I can be forgiven for that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, why would I need to be forgiven? Aren't I already predestined?
Well, I mean, all sins are forgiven, and if
I'm already predestined, right?
Yeah, so those are forgiven.
So you're just saying that you don't know who the fuck's going to heaven. They could be the total biggest douchebag.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I tell Calvinists all the time. Yeah, that's what I tell Calvinists all the time. I go, look, you may be just unaware that I'm actually one of the chosen ones, and I'm actually one of those people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you when you say things like that, 100%. I don't sit here and say Honey Badger is going to hell, honey. No, man, that guy might be a Christian one day.
Can I ask one question? So, you were serious when we say that you believe that Honey, being this much of this honey person, he could totally go to heaven predestinated, and you could be pursuing things as in the Bible, and you were not chosen, and by the end you just won't go. Is that it?
That is exactly it. Ironically.
I know.
Interesting. So, okay, so then there's not, well, in the case of that inevitability, there's not anything you can do, right? So there's nothing you should be doing, just waiting to know. as long as you don't, do that one thing.
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't even matter.
I didn't understand Sam's question.
You
Go
can
ahead,
do
say
whatever
that
the
again,
fuck
Sam.
you want, and you might go to heaven.
Right.
Yeah. What I was saying is that there's nothing you need to do. So you should not. You don't need to do anything, right? Just wait for the moment you would know.
Don't even wait. Just be yourself, and don't worry about it, because it doesn't fucking matter apparently.
Yeah, the way people become believers is God sends them preachers. How do I know that? That's what the
we
Bible
don't need
says.
to be believers, right?
Yeah, we don't even need to believe them.
Well, the way people become believers.
Yeah, but
is
who
that
cares?
God sends a preacher
But
to them.
why? Why would I become a believer if I'm either
You don't
chosen
have
or
to if
not?
you don't want
right?
to. Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm
But
just.
someday God might send a preacher that
No, but
kind of catches your ear, catches your
But
heart.
it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm either chosen or not.
I have a good
right?
friend right now that has a PhD scientist. He became a Christian just off of one verse.
Yeah, but who cares?
He doesn't need to become one, right? Like, it doesn't matter.
What a waste. It just sounds like it's really stressful and a waste of time.
What do you mean? I think I have more
You're
peace
stressed
than-
out, right?
Right, it's unnecessary, right?
Yeah,
So let me rephrase, right? So any way he can live a peaceful life, that's fine then.
I don't understand what you're saying, Sam.
Well, because you're saying he's peaceful, right? So it's not about being a Christian because regardless of whatever he's chosen or not. So
who said it's not about being a Christian? I don't know. You're just saying things that I.
You don't
say.
need.
I haven't
Well,
said much,
I'm
man.
saying okay. So I'm saying that,
You're
right?
saying,
So
yeah, you're saying.
if you are no, what I said you said is that he's peaceful. So I am saying that.
Who's peaceful?
Okay, you guys, this is fucking.
I don't know what he's talking
hell.
about, honey. You're gonna have to clear up the conversation.
Okay, listen, I'll clear it up right now. Okay, you've already conceded like 7 times that I could be just a blasphemous, murderous thug. Okay, and still go to heaven. And despite all of your fucking morning coffee with the Bible, you could end up burning in hell forever. Isn't that true?
Not me personally, because I'm a believer.
Hold on a second. Yeah, but you might be mistaken, and God might have predestined you to just believe and waste your fucking time.
There are definitely plenty of guys like that.
Yeah. And you could be one of them.
Why are we rehashing this?
Yeah, you
again?
could be one of them, right?
Not me, no.
No, you could be, right?
Somebody like me could be, yeah.
No, you could be.
No, I could not be.
Oh, really? How did you determine that?
Because he's a believer. Could you please tell us, New, what you believe in? What do you believe in, New? Please.
The gospel of salvation is what makes a person a believer.
Okay, and what is the gospel of salvation?
That Jesus is Christ.
And okay, but all Muslims go ahead, I'm sorry.
And that Jesus is Christ, meaning God in the flesh, like we showed in Isaiah 9:6, and that he paid for everyone's sins, the sins of the world was with his own blood, that he was buried in a tomb for 3 days. He resurrected on the 3rd day and was witnessed by many. This is a true story.
Okay,
so
you also believe that when he was crucified or when he died, that the saints came out of their tombs and wandered around Jerusalem. You believe that as well, right?
Yeah, that's what the Bible says.
Okay, so you believe every book of the Bible and all of it, even though Bible means library, so you really believe all the books, right?
I believe all 66 books in the King James, yeah.
Okay, and have you ever read the book of Jonah?
What about English Standard Version? What about other versions of the Bible? You don't trust those?
How many guys am I talking to right now?
Oh, just ask a question.
You guys can go ahead and talk, man. We can go one at it. Am I talking to Sam, Bill? Who am I talking to?
Dude, it's just a real quick question, bro. You mentioned King
all right,
James, right?
So JCC. Let's talk JCC. All right.
Doesn't matter.
New conversation.
What's wrong with the other verses of the Bible?
What's wrong with them? I would say the biggest issue is they contradict themselves. Some of them have entire verses missing. I would say a lot of them have many verses missing. I mean, there's just so many problems with them.
So if there's so many problems with different, interpretations of the Bible, who's to say which one's the best interpretation of the Bible?
I just think you take basic mathematical proofing methods. You know, you has to add up within itself. It can't be contradicting itself.
What is that?
Okay, that makes sense. So wouldn't you think
Wait,
the
how
words
does that
of
make
Jesus
sense?
trump everyone else's
How does
words?
that make sense, Bill?
Wait a second. So let me just ask something, because I think just dawned on me, and you, it's Sam here. I raised my hand so you'd know I would be talking to you. So it's me, Sam, okay? And I think I kind of got it now. I feel so dumb. Sorry about that. I was not getting you. So I just realized how the whole thing works now, right? So you say it's a predestination, so anyone else can be saved unless they're predestined. And since you believe now, then you know that you're predestined. So I got it now, because since you're capable of being a believer, that's your test, and now you know you are predestined. So that's so smart. That's really, really interesting. Okay, so that way, everything else, all non-believers are ruled out, and all non-believers can claim that they know that they are chosen. That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, is that true, New Jerusalem? I mean, you're going to heaven, right?
All believers are going to heaven, yeah.
All believers?
All believers.
Okay. I thought you said earlier that it could very well be the case that there's believers that aren't going to heaven. They're not chosen.
Well, once you talk to those people, you discover what it is they're believing in, and you're going to understand they're believing in something. I'm talking about believers in the gospel of salvation, in the Jesus of the Bible.
Yeah. Look, it's people like you that actually help atheism. You know that, right?
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, well, I don't give a fuck. I'm just letting you know.
No. Okay.
Well, do you believe that Catholics are going to heaven?
See, Bill, I think that there are people within the Catholic Church that are going to go to heaven, and people within that church that are not, just like all churches.
What church do you belong to?
Okay, Bill, I don't believe in denominations. That's why I said that about the
okay.
Catholic Church. I believe that
right.
the church is the body of Christ. There's no such thing as denominations and divisions. And so anytime you ask me about a denomination, I already know the leadership there is whacked out because they're doing stuff that isn't scriptural. But talking about the congregation, though, the congregation's a different story. They're just regular people like us. And, regular people become victims. And so are there some people there that have been deceived and will never meet God? Yes. Are there some people that met God someplace else and wound up there? Yes.
Okay, so if I'm an Episcopalian, I could very well be going to heaven. That wouldn't preclude me from going to heaven if I were Episcopalian.
I don't believe it would, and I'll tell you why. Is because where a person gets saved doesn't always happen in a church. And so a person could get saved, right? And I don't know anything about God. Somebody preached to me and I believed. And so I went to the church down the street at the corner, and it just so happened to be the church you're talking about. Am I all of a sudden a non-believer now that I'm going to a false church? I don't think so. I think the guy that goes there is just a babe in Christ, and God will build him up and draw him nearer to himself. So in the same church, you're going to have people that are actual believers and some people that are deceived and confused.
Yeah. And God knows their hearts, so he can sort it out. So when Jesus said, "There will come one after me, a wolf in sheep's clothing, who will lead many astray," who do you think he was talking about?
What Bible verse is that?
Well, yeah, he was warning his disciples, "There will come one after me, a wolf in sheep's clothing, who will lead many astray."
Show me what you're talking about so we can have a better connection with this conversation.
Oh, you've never heard this verse before?
Or else we could talk about something we can both agree on right from the hip.
Well, I believe that Jesus is the Messiah.
Yeah, but Bill,
why don't you take a second to look that scripture up, Bill, and then just say it out loud.
Matthew 7:15.
Okay.
And Bill, your belief in Jesus is a little different than other people, though, right?
I guess I'm not sure, but okay. I'm just talking. My belief comes straight out of the Gospels. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you don't.
The Synoptic Gospels.
But do you agree that Jesus rose from the dead?
No.
Okay, so you do have a different belief in Jesus than others. That's what I meant by
Well, yeah, but the thing is,
I'm a non-believer.
JC, the thing is, Jesus himself said.
Who called you a non-believer? How do you feel about that, Bill?
That's his issue. Jesus said very clearly, because of this evil generation, the only sign that will be given them that I am the Messiah is the sign of Jonah. If you look at the 1,300 pages of the Old Testament, Jonah is the second shortest book. It's only 3 pages long, really easy to read. And in the 1,300 pages of the Old Testament, faint is only mentioned 11 times. But strangely enough, in Jonah, it's mentioned twice. Jonah faints in the fish and experiences death after he faints, because he's unconscious. And then Jonah faints again when he's on the hill overlooking Nineveh from the heat. So that's how you have to look at the Bible. You don't have like New said, oh, I listened to someone preach and then I believed it. Come on, man. The way you do it is you read the words of Christ and you meditate, you cogitate on it. Or you might say the Lord's Prayer 1,000 times before you get it. And I would hazard a guess that New might not even know the Lord's Prayer. That's the only prayer Jesus taught. So I get my belief from reading the scripture and cogitating on it. Bill New gets his belief from some street side corner preacher that was charismatic enough that convinced him. A big difference.
I'll correct you on that. My belief comes from the Bible. Your belief is custom. You don't even believe in the resurrection. You can't even say you believe in the Bible. If you did, you would say you believed in the resurrection.
I believe in the teachings of Christ.
Hey, I let you talk. So my belief.
Well, don't tell me what I believe. I can speak for myself.
You just said what I believe.
Just say what you believe.
You just said what I believed, and I waited.
But that's what you said. You said you listened to some street corner preacher.
No, I
and
said if
Jesus.
a person. I see you're not even a good listener, Bill. Let's just go to the scripture you talked about, Matthew 7:15. The Bible says, "Beware of false prophets." What about it? What do you want to know about it?
Oh, there's another one that's more accurate. I'll get to that one.
Well,
but yeah, he does say, beware of false prophets.
And what were you going to say about that?
Which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravening wolves. Jesus also taught that a good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Do you know that one?
It's the verses.
Or do you want me to look that one up for you, too?
It's literally right after Bill. I'm looking right at it.
Well, it's another way he says it. Do men gather grapes or thorns or figs or thistles? No. And it says, so every good tree brings forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree brings forth evil fruit, right?
Am I jumping the gun if I'm suggesting that you're suggesting that he's talking about Paul?
Did Paul only bring forth good fruit?
Well, why don't you read the part when Jesus said that Paul's a chosen vessel unto him?
Where's that?
Jesus said
Where's that? Where's that?
Let's go look at that in the book of Acts. You really don't know that?
Oh, no, that's the book of Acts. That's not in the Synoptic Gospel, dude. No, I'm talking about this. That's cheating.
Well, that's the big difference
Acts.
Between us, Bill. My belief is rooted in the Bible. Your belief is rooted in your own custom.
No. My belief is rooted in the teachings of Jesus from the Synoptic Gospels.
Yeah.
Your belief is rooted in the teachings of Paul.
In the Bible.
And frankly,
the whole
Paul.
Bible.
Yeah, well, no, it can't be because Paul contradicts
the whole Bible. No, Paul does not contradict. They minister
the
under
teachings
two covenants.
of Moses. He contradicts the teachings of Abraham. He contradicts the teachings of Jesus.
You are so far removed from the truth. It's not.
I know
I
you
hope
think
no
that
Christians
because you're
are
a
listening to
typical
this and think
confused
Bill's
Christian.
a Christian. This guy is so far removed from being a Christian.
I am certainly not a Pauline Christian. That's for damn sure.
No, you guys, the only way you can follow Jesus is by following Paul. What Bill is saying is that.
Oh, really?
Let me
Oh, I
summarize what you're
see.
saying. And
Wait a
then you
minute,
can
say that
respond.
again. The only way you can follow Jesus is by following Paul.
According to the Bible. Anyways.
Oh, you really believe that? According to Paul, not according to the Bible.
Okay, what Paul's in the Bible.
Yeah, but you just said it. The only way you can follow Jesus
Well,
by
that's what
following
the Bible
Paul.
says. I'm just saying that's what the
Not
Bible
by
says.
following the teachings of Abraham or the teachings of Moses.
Right.
Oh, you can't even follow Jesus by the teachings of Jesus, can you? And by your logic, right?
Not by my. I'm just telling you what the story says.
Wait a minute. You just
get
said
mad at
you
the
can
author
only
whenever you
follow
get a chance.
Jesus by the teachings of Paul, not by the teachings of Jesus. That's what you said.
No, let me explain this to you.
That's how confused you are.
No, you're just confused.
So you
Let me
can't
explain.
follow
Hey,
you can't
Bill,
follow Jesus
if you
by
can
the
quiet
teachings
down
of
for
Jesus.
2 seconds, dude, I'll explain it.
I'm just trying to get it straight what you understand.
Hey, let's hear from Bala Walid. What's up, Bala Walid?
Good evening to everybody in the room.
Good evening to you, Bala Walid. What's going on?
I was just listening to Brother Bill and Brother New's conversation. And, I study. I try my best to read and study the scripture, the Bible. And also, the one version, I use the King James Version. So I like to study different scripture, discover the truth by myself. And I'm not going to say everything because I don't know since I was out from the room. But on a high level, what Brother Bill is saying, I actually agree with it because in the 1 Corinthians, it says God is not the author of confusion, but God is the author of peace and tranquility. Then 2 Timothy says that all scripture, the word is all scripture, is God inspired. But when I study the Bible, whether it's Old Testament or New Testament, I find a lot of problems. And one last thing I wanted to mention, I recently was researching and I found most of the New Testament is actually written by Paul. So just a couple of things I wanted to add.
Well, thanks for clearing that up for everybody.
So yeah, the first time you see Paul in the New Testament is he held these guys' coats who were stoning the first martyr, Stephen, who was saying that Jesus is the Son of God and sits at the right hand of God. And Paul held their coats and their valuables so they could, get a good throw on Stephen, right? Is that a good fruit? That was a question for you, now.
I didn't hear that. Say it again, Bill.
I am well aware that you're very selective at what you're willing to hear. You remind me of that line, a man hears what he wants to hear and disregards the rest.
It's not that. I disengaged from the conversation when you cut me off 30 seconds after I started talking.
Oh, go ahead.
JCC said he wanted to talk to all the leads, so I was like, all right, go ahead.
Well, I was breaking up you guys bickering back and forth about scripture. It was funny.
Well, JCC, I wasn't trying to bicker. He just wouldn't let me refute what he was saying. He got a little scared there or something. But I just wanted to clear
No, go ahead. You can project all you want. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to clear up the air. The reason, and I put it in the chat, Romans 11, 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 1. It says, be ye followers of me, even as I also am of Christ, which is Paul talking. And the reason why you have to follow Paul to follow Christ is because there are 2 covenants in the Bible. If you want to be a partaker in the new covenant, you have to follow Paul to follow God. It's conceptually the same in the Old Testament. In the Old Covenant, you had to follow Moses to follow God. It's the same thing here, but Moses points you to Jesus Christ. So all believers are believing in Jesus Christ. You got to follow Paul with the instructions for the new covenant. So they don't contradict each other. They're ministering under 2 different covenants. That's what I want to say about it.
All right, so why can't you just follow the teachings of Christ? Isn't that good enough for you?
But wouldn't you be disobeying Christ if you're not listening to his chosen vessel that he gave specifically for you?
No, he did not choose Paul. Paul was not even a
But
disciple.
that's your opinion. But the way I'm
No, it's
talking about
not.
the way the
Are
Bible
you telling
story
me
goes.
that? Are you telling me that Christ chose Paul as a disciple? As one of the 12? Are you telling me that?
You're making that up in your mind. I never said anything about
No, I'm
the
not.
12.
Okay, well,
I
did
said
Jesus choose Paul as one of the 12?
Chosen vessel. Chosen vessel. Not chosen 12. Chosen vessel. Paul came after the 12.
And where does Jesus say he chose Paul?
In the book of Acts.
Well, that's not one of the Gospels, dude. Show me in any of the three synoptic Gospels.
Is the book of Acts the part of the Bible? You sound crazy, dude. The book of Acts is in the Bible.
You're the crazy one.
I'm telling you stuff out of the Bible, and you're telling me I'm the crazy one.
No, you're telling me stuff that Paul created.
Okay, wait a second.
Right.
Can you at least admit what I said is in the Bible? Paul is a chosen vessel of Jesus according to Jesus in the book of Acts. Can you at least admit that? Yes?
Oh, well, let's see. Acts. Okay, show me what. You probably know this pretty well. Where in Acts does Jesus say he chose Paul?
Acts chapter 9. That's where it starts.
Oh yeah, the road to Damascus story. Yeah.
I mean, so it's funny to me that you would sit here and act like I'm crazy making things up. You can at least just say, yeah, it says that, but I don't agree with it.
No, I don't. I think
that's fine. I totally respect that, Bill. But what I don't respect is when you try to make it seem like I'm just pulling things out of thin air.
No, you're pulling it out of Acts.
Right.
You're not pulling.
Right.
Wait a minute. You're not
was
pulling
that a play on
anything.
words? Was that a play on words right there?
Pretty much. You're not pulling anything out of the Gospels. That's my problem with you, Nu. You're not finding anything in the Gospels, right?
What do you mean finding anything in the Gospels?
Well, you can't show me anything in the Gospels, the Synoptic Gospels. Well, show me. I'm waiting.
Show you what?
You're just showing me Paul saying.
No, every time we say something, what I'm showing you is every time I say something, you say that's not true, and then I show you. And then we start talking again, and you say that's not true, and then I show you. And then we start talking. Man, go look back in the chat.
I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying the same thing over and over again. You are not showing me a single thing to prove your point in the Gospels. Not one Gospel have you quoted. You're only quoting Paul to prove Paul. You're not quoting any Gospel literature at all. Not once. Show me something in the Gospel, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, that proves your point. Just one thing. Let's hear it. I'll wait.
That tells you to follow Paul?
Or that tells you that Jesus is God.
All right. Let's go to the book of St. John.
No, John is not a synoptic gospel, dude. Do you know what a synoptic gospel is?
You made that up, dude. I don't know what that is.
No, we'll Google it. Synoptic. I'll spell it for you. SYNOPTIC. Synoptic.
What's that got to do with the Bible?
Yeah, and
I got to look at observable
synoptic
reality.
gospel has a lot to do with the gospel. Yeah.
For your belief.
So you're quoting Paul over and over again to prove Paul. I'm asking you to quote Christ.
Over and again.
I'm asking you to quote Christ in the Gospels to prove Paul. Very simple. Show me, something in the Gospel that proves your point. You can't. You cannot.
You can't shut up for 2 seconds. Otherwise I would. Shut the hell up.
Before we set it clear, just so I'm
he's getting upset now.
No. What so just so I got it right? So it's not just you said you didn't say, so just we can move on, right? So what Bill is saying is that it might be important because that's the difference between Christianity being a religion founded in Roman truth or in something pre-Roman or by other than Roman. Is that it, Bill?
What I'm saying is very clearly, he says that he's a follower of Jesus, but he never quotes the teachings of Jesus. He doesn't quote any of the Gospels at all. And the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, are basically the teachings of Jesus. And he refuses to discuss those because he's so focused on Paul because he's been led astray.
I don't
That's all I'm saying.
refuse. I'm just following the conversation.
Show me anywhere in the gospel
I didn't know
proves
you.
your
Listen,
point.
Bill. In my defense, I'm just discovering that you hate Paul. I'm learning more about you as we go along.
No, I don't hate him.
Had
I feel bad
had I known that from the get go, then I would not have even brought the guy up. I'm
No, I
sorry
feel
for
bad
bringing
for
him
the
up
guy.
now.
No, you can't help it because that's
you're
all you
saying
know.
I'm avoiding this, and I didn't know I was avoiding. I just thought we were having a Bible conversation.
Okay,
We first
cool.
started talking about Jesus the Messiah. I showed you in the Old Testament. Started talking about following Jesus. I said, okay,
you wanted to show
I'm
he's
just thinking
God.
about the way the Bible story goes. That's the way the Bible story goes. And then you're like, I don't believe in the whole Bible story. And I'm saying, okay, let's go, crazy guy. Where you want to go with it?
I believe in the Gospels, and you seem to be quite ignorant
You have
about
your
the
own
Gospels.
custom belief, dude. You're like a
No, I don't.
cult leader is what you are.
No,
I'm not going to
see,
join
now
your
you have
cult.
to name call. No, I'm talking about the Gospels, and you don't want to read
Dude,
anything
where does
in the
your
Gospels.
belief? My belief comes from the 66 books in the King James. What is your belief?
No, it
What do you
doesn't.
mean, no? I just
Your
told you.
belief comes from the teachings of Paul very clearly.
No, dude, I believe in the entire 66 books of the King James. Where can I find your belief? Just so that I can understand you better. Where can I find your
That's a great question.
beliefs?
Okay, Matthew would be a good start for you. I don't have a problem with anything in the book of Matthew.
So do you believe
or
in the
book
Old
of Luke,
Testament?
or the book of Mark.
What about the Old Testament?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
So from the Old Testament all through Mark.
Are you going to go back to Isaiah again?
No, I just want to know so that I can understand how to satisfy your question. So from the book of Genesis through the book of Mark, that's it, nothing else?
I'm good with the Torah. That's the Pentateuch.
So
I'm
is
good
that
with
a
that.
yes? Can I just get a
I'm
yes
good.
or no?
Well, yeah, the Torah and the Gospel, the Synoptic
Did
Gospel.
I say it right?
Yeah, I don't have
Genesis through Mark? Would that be a good way to say it?
No,
Genesis
it
through
would
Mark?
be. I guess you could do that, but it's basically Genesis through Leviticus, Deuteronomy, the Pentateuch, the Torah.
So you don't believe in the prophecies, the prophets?
I don't think that's as necessary for guidance to God than the Torah and the Synoptic Gospels. I think if
So
you just
believe
looked
in
at
8 books?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with any of those books. Okay. Not at all.
That's fine. I just want to know. I'm not criticizing you. I just want to know. You believe in 8 books.
We can focus on the Gospels if that's helpful for you. But it doesn't seem like you know the Gospels. I don't think we'll have
No, I know them really well, but how can I prove it to you if you won't let me use the other books to prove it to you?
Wait a minute. Why can't you just show me in the Gospels where Jesus says he's God?
Where Jesus said, yeah, I can show you in the Gospels.
Yeah, in Matthew, Mark, or Luke.
Or Matthew, Mark,
and for every place that you can show me, I can show you at least 2 where he says he's not God.
Well, why don't we look at the places where you're telling me he's not God? He says he's not God.
Okay, do you know the Lord's Prayer?
Let's go there.
All right, do you know the Lord's Prayer?
Oh, I'd rather look at it. That's why I don't rely on my memory.
Oh, you don't have the Lord's Prayer, the only prayer Christ taught, memorized?
I might.
And you're a Christian? Wow, dude, I'd be embarrassed.
Yeah, I'm really embarrassed.
Forgive us as we forgive those who trespass against us. Ring a bell there? You?
Yes.
Little bell.
What prayer is that I just kind of like give you a snippet?
It's Lord's Prayer. Thank you for
I
that, JC.
I was asking New, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry.
New didn't even know. Oh my goodness.
Okay, New, just to be helpful, you can go to Matthew 6:6 is kind of where it starts. You could go all the way back to 6:5.
There you go. Thank you, Bill. No, JCC, the reason why I do that is I just want to make sure the person knows what they're talking about. So take me there. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, so Matthew 6:5, he starts teaching us how to pray and what to do and what not to do. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, pray in private, and when thou shuts the door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. But when you pray, don't use vain repetition as the heathen do, for they think they shall be heard for their much speaking. Be ye not therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth what things you have need of before you ask. So he's not really saying to ask for things, he's saying to pray for guidance. And then he says, after this manner, therefore pray ye. And then he starts the Lord's Prayer. He teaches us, hey man, this is really all you need to pray. So for me, that's the recognition of Jesus as the Messiah, and the Lord's Prayer is the foundation of being a true Christian, because that's the core teachings of Jesus, right? Did you want to read the Lord's Prayer, or did you want me to read it for you?
Oh, no, you're doing a good job.
All right. So after he tells us how to pray and where to pray, he comes right out and says, therefore pray this, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. And he says, our Father, thy kingdom come, thy will, doesn't say our will. It's talking about the Father's will. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, or forgive us our trespasses, like JC said. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassers. So it's not a blanket forgiveness. It all depends on your willingness to forgive others. So as you judge, that's how you're going to be judged, is basically what he's saying. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine, it's talking about God again, for thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. So he even says, for if ye forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. So in terms of forgiveness, he's not talking about, hey man, I'm getting ready to die for your sins. No, it's very contingent upon your own behavior. For me, what we just read, what we just looked at, is the essence of being a Christian or a follower of Christ.
And I think your point to bring us here was to demonstrate that Jesus is not the Father. Correct? That was your main point?
Well,
that's what we were talking about.
Actually, to show you the teachings of Jesus, the purest form of the teachings of Jesus. I mean, yeah, the Beatitudes as well, the Sermon on the Mount, but this is probably the most abbreviated, purest form of his teachings, right? So yeah, that's one part where Jesus is saying that, he's making a distinction between himself and God. And he goes on.
Well, he's just telling them to pray to the Father this way, right?
Well, he says our Father, and he's including himself.
He's saying you guys, he says pray ye. After this manner, therefore, pray ye. He's talking to them. He says, you guys, this is how you do it. You say, our Father, which art in heaven. All I'm saying is, if we were just to use this alone, that doesn't support that it's suggesting he's not the Father. That's all I'm saying. Just that one detail.
Why wouldn't he teach him to pray to him then?
Well, he is the Father. Why wouldn't he just say, our Father? The prayer is our Father.
He's not saying that. Okay, so here's the other one that's a little more clear. Okay. When Jesus is asking his disciples, what do you think I am?
What scripture, Bill? So I can turn there.
Let's see, I'd have to find that.
Just take a second. It'll be better if we do it that way.
It might be 548. 548. Ooh. I'm gonna have to take a minute to look it up, because I don't know the chapter and verse by heart, but I'm pretty sure I can find it shortly.
How you doing, Shanito?
What's up, buddy? I just got done eating, actually, so perfect timing. You didn't have to hear me chewing. How you doing, man?
Doing all right.
Good, good, good. Yeah, man, this app is starting to become annoying. Now there's like a paid service that allows people to, like, I don't know, join rooms even if they've got people blocked. People have blocked them in the room and shit. That's weird.
No, it doesn't work if you're blocked out of the room, right? If your account gets kicked out and you try to go back anonymously, it doesn't work.
No, but what I'm saying is that so I was in a room earlier where it was me, T, Victoria, and a few other people, and we were talking about this, and apparently, I don't know if it was T or Victoria, but one of them said that they were having a conversation with somebody who said that they could go into rooms where people had them blocked as long as they went into the room. If they hadn't already gone into the room before with their regular profile, if they just go into it with their
the anon. Yeah, you can just listen though. You can't participate.
Yeah, but still, like, sometimes I don't want people in the room, even if if I've got somebody blocked, I don't want them in my room at all. Right? So it just totally circumvents that. They can record you, and they can still record you and upload it to YouTube. Like, there's certain people like Republican who I fucking hate, who I don't want in any of my rooms.
Yeah, but if they come in anonymous, they can't come on the stage, can they?
No, they can't do that, no.
No, but they can still record you.
Okay, well, I was just in the middle of answering something for new. So I think it's in 16:15 on down. If you want me to read it?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Bill. Thank you.
Okay, so he said to them, his disciples, "But whom say ye that I am?" And Simon Peter answered and said, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God." Right? So he said, "You're the Messiah, you're the Christ, you're the Son of the living God." And Jesus answered. Jesus didn't say, "No, dude, I'm God." Right? So Simon says, "You are the Christ, you're the Son of the living God." And Jesus answered him and said, "Blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood hath not revealed that to you, but my Father who is in heaven." Right? So he's very clearly making the distinction that God revealed that to Peter or Simon. And then Jesus said, "And I say unto thee that thou art Peter, and upon this rock I'll build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it." So I think just by reading this gospel objectively, Jesus is confirming that I am the Messiah, I am the Son of God, and that's the foundation of my church, the recognition that I am the Messiah, not the recognition that he's God, but the recognition that he's the Messiah, the Son of God.
Which I agree with 100%, but interpretation of that is God is a spirit. So I'll first say this. I see this, it's hard to talk with somebody like you, because this is new for me, to talk with somebody with your belief. So I don't know if you believe that God dwells in people. Do you believe that?
Yes, absolutely. Well, it can.
Does God dwell in Christians? In your, I no gotcha or nothing. I'm just trying to wonder. Because
you mentioned that, and because I cannot judge that, I can't judge who God dwells in and who God does not dwell in.
Well, I just want to know if you believe in the concept that God can dwell in two people at once.
Two different people?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe in the Holy Spirit.
Conceptually, then, that fits into this here, that God could be dwelling here and also be there. He can be two places at once, is what I'm saying. We both believe in that concept.
I believe that God can manifest through all of his creatures. Yes.
Right. So just addressing what Jesus
Because
said.
of the Holy Spirit. Because of the Holy Spirit. Yes,
exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. I do believe that. Yeah. What I'm saying is Jesus came as the Messiah, an example to lead us to God. It's like, I bred hunting dogs for decades, and some dogs are natural at fetching. Other dogs, you throw the ball and they can't seem to understand to fetch the ball. So you point at the ball and they look at your finger. They look at your finger instead of looking at the ball, what you're pointing at. And that's the problem I have with some Christians. They're looking at Jesus as God, or instead of looking at what Jesus is pointing at, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying, but your belief and Christians' beliefs aren't the same, because the Christians' belief is built on 66 books and your belief is built on 8 books. So it's going to be
understand
different. And so, I even have the desire now to not even refute your belief, because your belief is built on your 8 books. The only thing I can hold you to is to your 8 books. As long as you don't veer from your 8 books, you're doing fine, and I can never accuse you of being a non-believer in your belief. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like it's my job. I don't feel like it's my objective to change your mind right now. No, I mean, you've already said you don't believe in the other 66 books, so I can't appeal to the other. To the other, 8, 66 minus 8.
No, I get what you're saying.
So I can't even appeal to it. I could only talk to you in regards to this, and then you and I can I'm just trying to make sense in, within your confines of your belief. So
it's not that wait a minute, let me just clarify something. It's not that I don't believe in the other 58 books. I'm saying that the Torah, the Pentateuch, the books of Moses, and the Synoptic Gospels are supreme. They are supreme above all other books. And if there's a contradiction, I choose those books over the other books. If there's a contradiction, that's all I'm saying.
And I would say,
it's not that I throw them out completely. It's that, look, if they contradict the Torah and the Gospel, I believe those books are supreme. So I would choose those over any other books.
All right. And my argument would be that they don't actually contradict. It's just they're two different covenants. One's a shadow of things to come, and one is the image that was casting the shadow.
And in a way, I don't have a problem with that at all. I don't have a problem with that. The only thing I'm saying, and here's the big issue. Here it is, right here. It's that Muslims believe that Jesus is the Messiah. And so the big corrosion between Muslims and Christians is Muslims don't believe that Jesus died for our sins, right? And I wish there was a way to resolve that corrosion, because somebody's obviously wrong there. That's all I'm saying.
I think we'd have to talk more about that to come up with a good plan on that one, Bill.
And I would like that. So, I'm happy that we came to some sort of reconciliation. I very much appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Yeah, likewise here, Bill. Thank you. Shanito, nice to meet you. I didn't get a chance to meet you, really. Heard you talk there a little bit, and just want to say hello to you.
Hey, I guess I was invited, modded, and then left alone. I had no idea everybody bailed.
All right. Well, I don't have much longer, but I'm a Christian, dude. You got any questions or anything like that you want to talk about?
I mean, I just came in to listen. No, I'm an atheist. More specifically, I'm an agnostic, which is not the same as an agnostic. I don't know if you know the difference.
Mm-mm. No, I like to come into these types of rooms to learn about it.
Okay. So as an atheist, I've never formed a belief in God. I'm one of the very rare few atheists that was never indoctrinated into religion. So I'm an outsider looking in kind of deal. And to me, on its face, religious propositions and theological theological propositions in general, to me, don't seem to be very meaningful to me. They may be meaningful to other people, but they're not meaningful to me, right? And so, like, when people say God exists, that doesn't really mean anything to me. Like, it's a proposition, but I can't do anything with it, right? Because, you know, I don't have access to your mind, and I don't know what you're referring to when you say, you know, when people say statements like God exists. I mean, you can try to give like a definition, but the definitions don't do any justice because I've never provided any reference that I can point to. And for me, on its face, the way that it appears to me is people are presented a story. They, you know, form concepts in their minds about the story. Then they become emotionally attached to the story, and then they project it onto reality. That's the way it appears to me, because in every case that I've been presented so far, I've never met a theist that that order didn't take place. Like, I'm never aware of anybody that became a theist before they were presented a story, right? And so, to me, it just doesn't serve me any purpose in my life, the way I live my life. You know, I don't need any of that, so it doesn't serve any purpose, and it's not useful to me. I don't know. That's just in a nutshell my position.
Do you think it would be harmful for you to be a believer? It might do more harm than good for you. Do you have that sort of mindset?
Yes, actually. So I think that believing I think believing anything for flawed reasons opens the door to believing other things for flawed reasons. It's the pathway by which people are taken advantage of. That's what con artists are looking for, because they start by getting you into an agreeable state, and once they've gotten you into an agreeable state, they can start smuggling in, you know, premises and information that you wouldn't normally accept. And I think that rationality is superior when I'm navigating my life, and so I don't believe anything that I don't have good reasons for, or I'm not aware of anything that I believe for bad reasons. When I become aware of something that I believe for bad reasons, I stop believing in it.
Yeah, it just got me wondering is all. I don't really have a response to that. I just want to learn about you. But
that's cool.
I'm wondering if your belief would be harmful to your current belief, because you have that belief, would be harmful to you in some ways, you know.
Which belief are you referring?
Well, whatever. I don't know you well enough to say what it is you believe in. You know, all I know is what you just, you know, what you've told me in over minutes. It doesn't mean I know you at all. I just mean like it's a question that you can only, you know, examine yourself and know what I mean. But, you know, that's just the thought that I had in my mind. A person like you, an agnostic, atheist, we talked about how being a believer could be harmful. So even being a non-believer, because that's what you're believing in, could be harmful too. So I guess what I need to do is learn more about your beliefs and try to understand how that might be harmful. Because I'm wondering, could you ever be convinced?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. That's not a problem for me. That's a problem for the people presenting the propositions. Because if you want me to believe something, you're going to have to do more than just present me a story and being like,
right.
You know, the concept that you construct in your mind is comporting to reality. Like, I live my life through my sense perceptions. And that's really all I have.
A person like you, I'm thinking that I would have to find problems with your belief
and like we'd never do this exercise, but I'd have to find problems with your belief, and then you'd have to plug the hole, and I would just have to keep finding holes, and you keep plugging them until we totally shape your belief. You know what I mean? I think.
Well, I'm still waiting for somebody to present me a hole. Like, I'm not aware of any holes
Right.
in my beliefs.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It would take someone to present it. And I don't know enough about your beliefs. I probably won't ever know enough. You're the first person I met that said that you're an agnostic atheist. So, not that I don't care. Maybe I will take time to look that up and try to learn more about you. But as of now, that's great to meet you, man. I'm glad to talk to you. Are you from United States, I take it? Canada, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, U.S. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm an open book, so if you ever have, questions to ask me, I wouldn't consider my position on this a belief system, because for me, it's a lack of belief. Like, there are some beliefs that I have. Like, I do believe that people become indoctrinated into these religions. I do believe that people are presented the stories before they form a belief. I don't think that theology is something people naturally come to. I don't think it's built into our DNA that's passed on their genetic code, and then, people think about it. I think that that's the way it is, because I don't know about you, but here in the United States and everywhere else that I'm aware of, like, theology is something that's introduced at a very, very young age, probably before people even, remember their earliest memory of their childhood. Thankfully, that's not something that happened to me. There's a lot of people, well, not a lot, but there's quite a few people in the U.S. that don't raise their kids into religion, and so their kids don't get introduced into it until a much later age, which I think is actually beneficial for them, because they can actually start to build a rational basis before they're introduced a story. And I think that's the harm of, like, indoctrination, is most of the time they're introduced a story before their brains have even developed to be able to rationalize the world that they live in.
Can I share my belief with you? And you could think I'm crazy, but
no, yeah, I know I don't. So I'm not on this app to insult people. Like, if you've ever, if this is maybe your first interaction with me, but generally I match people's energy. So as long as you're not insulting to me, I will never insult you.
Okay, we're very similar then. That's why Bill and I ended up the way we did, because he started insulting me, and I said, okay, you want to go there? And I just matched his energy. And then he chilled out, and so I chilled out, and we both ended up friends. But I'm the same way. I'll match your energy. I'll always treat you with dignity and respect, unless you want to start having a little extra fun. But here's my belief. It's going to be wild. All right? Shanito, it's going to be wild. I already know that. And, I've already embraced the fact that, all different types of beliefs are wild. They're all wild. Even if you believed in the Big Bang, or everything is wild. So I'll tell you my belief. My belief is 100% rooted on the King James Bible. That is my belief. I believe the King James Bible is the Word of God, because the Word is God. There's only one God. And I'm talking about in English now, because you and I are Americans. And so all other Bible versions in English are Satan's version of God's Word. And just like the dollar bill would be counterfeit, and you'd have many different types of counterfeits. Some would be executed well, some would be very sloppy. So some you could easily tell aren't real dollar bills, they're counterfeit, and some it takes a little bit more skill to discover if it's a counterfeit bill. And that is basically my belief. You can always tighten the screws on me on what you can find in the 66 book King James. Let me say one more thing about it. There are all kinds of stories. Oh, that book was translated this way, that way. I don't believe that, because the book itself doesn't say that it was translated like that. You know what I mean?
So does it have to? Does a book have to say that it was translated in order for it to be translated?
If that's what I'm saying is the narrative that people use, the way that they say that
oh, the way you got, well, because this is what happens. People try to criticize the King James because they'll say, it says XYZ in the Bible, and then I'll go to the Bible, it doesn't say that. And so the next thing they'll say, is, well, you know, that Bible's no good anyways. It was translated, blah, 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 blah. And I'm telling you, all that blah, 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 blah is just blah, 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 blah. None of that is scriptural. The way that we receive God's word in English is God sent a preacher, and he started preaching in English. That I can prove. I can show you conceptually that's the way it happens.
Yeah, well, so I've got a problem with that. Are you a biblical scholar?
No, just a
regular. Yeah, me neither. But the consensus amongst biblical scholars is that the book was translated multiple times. So, I mean, if you're going to form your beliefs for your own reasons, that's fine. But I'm going to trust the experts on this matter. First of all. Second of all, I do want to address something earlier because you said we all have crazy beliefs, or what was the thing? Thing just wild. You said wild beliefs, and then you started mentioning the Big Bang. What do you think the Big Bang is?
Just another belief.
No. It's not a belief. What do you think the Big Bang is? What do you think it is?
A creation story. Colloquially is known
as it's not.
Story.
It's not. I can help you out with
if I were just talking to my neighbor and I said, hey man, what about the Big Bang?
I can explain this to you. Like, we don't need to talk about your neighbor right now. So even though I'm not an expert in science, I've done enough research and I've talking to many experts on this matter. Okay. So the Big Bang model, what is it? It is a theoretical model, right, that explains the facts. And what are the facts? The fact is that our universe is currently expanding. We can observe the universe at this moment expanding. And so that's what the model is set to explain. It's not set to, create a creation story or anything like that, because that's not even what it does. So we observe the universe expanding, right? And so we're trying to build a model to explain this expansion. And so what we're doing is we're extrapolating all of the data that we're collecting about the stars, the galaxies, the universe, and so there's tons and tons and tons of information that we're gathering. It's like, have you ever built a jigsaw puzzle, right? And so you've got all these pieces that are your data pieces, and then you're putting your jigsaw puzzle pieces together, and you're like, well, this fits here, and this fits here, this goes there, this goes there. And then what happens is, as we extrapolate all of this data, it brings us to a singular point in the past, roughly, because all of these models are provisional. They're subject to revision once we gain access to new information, that we extrapolate this data all the way back to a singular point in the past, which some people will label as the singularity. And that is where the model terminates. It doesn't say anything about creation. It doesn't say anything about like something coming from nothing or like poofing into existence. None of that verbiage is ever used at all in the Big Bang model. That's all straw man that's been presented by, theists when they're trying to, a lot of people that are theists are feeling, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Threatened by science, right? And so they'll like intentionally straw man a lot of scientific endeavors, including the Big Bang models, right? I'm not saying that's necessarily what you're doing, but I don't think that you were ever presented the accurate information about what Big Bang is or what the model is set to explain. So I hope that helps, but yeah, nowhere in the Big Bang model does it ever say something comes from nothing or that, we poofed into existence. It's an explanation for the universe currently expanding, and we're trying to figure out how much information into the past we can learn about up to a certain point. And that point is that singularity. And the reason why we can't investigate any further beyond that is because our understanding of physics breaks down at that point. Not the physics itself breaking down, but our understanding of the physics, which means that there's stuff about physics that we don't know yet. And that's why the model stops there. Now, there's other theories that are trying to go beyond that, but they're kind of wishy-washy and a lot less reliable. and I'm not really educated on those enough to really accept those, because that's where my epistemic reasoning about reality terminates. I accept the Big Bang model because of the fact that the universe is expanding. I can observe it. You can go to an observatory and you can look up the stars and you can see everything is moving away from other objects, right? So everything is expanding and it's moving away. And you can do the extrapolation data yourself. All of this has been published and you can look into it, right? And you can verify it. And not only that, but these models produce novel testable predictions. When there's something about the universe we don't know, we're going, okay, we have all of this data. What should we expect to find given all of this data in areas of the universe where we don't have information? And when we make these novel testable predictions and then go and look in these areas, voila, we find exactly what we predicted we would find in these areas. So that's why these models are extremely important and why they're so valuable, right? But it's not a creation model. It's not a mythological belief system. It's just a functional model in science that produces reliable results. That's it. So sorry that was long-winded. Hopefully that helps.
Spot on, Shanito, spot on.
That was good. Thank you, Shanito.
Yeah.
What I will say about the, you said something about the scholars. Do you know there's no such thing as original Greek or Hebrew manuscripts?
Well, I don't really care. Like, why should I care if there was or wasn't?
Because then we can refute the point of the scholars.
Well, no, no. So what we do have is we do have what's the word I'm trying to think of?
The whole point was this, though, Shanito, is that the King James Bible, there is no original manuscript that it's going to add.
I'm aware.
For word.
Oh, I'm aware. That's the point. That's the point of the biblical scholars. They're saying that we don't have any originals, which to me means.
There we go.
No, what do you mean? There you go. No,
I said there we go. We're on the same page.
No. Because my claim earlier was that we have translations of translations, which we do have translations of translations. That's irrelevant to whether or not we have the originals, because we have multiple translations, including the King James Version. It's not the original translation.
What I'm saying is this 66 King James book, there isn't a manuscript that it adds up, that it aligns with word for word.
Yeah.
So, and even the scholars will admit that. So my point is that not that it was translated word for word, because there isn't even a document that exists right now that it translates word for word from. My point is that the Bible's more accurate in this regard, that a preacher must have been sent and somebody said it in English and wrote it down in English.
Well, I don't know how you ascertained that it's more accurate when we don't even have the originals.
Well, the fact that it doesn't add up with any of the originals, it just...
Well, no, we don't have the originals. We don't have the originals.
Okay, but that's my point. So then how could this be a book translated from something when...
I just explained it to you. I just explained it to you.
You're not listening to me. You're
not listening to me, buddy.
There's nothing that exists today that this thing can go back and translate to Greek or Hebrew.
Again, you're not listening to me. What I'm saying is that the books that you have today have all come from previous translations and rewritten. They've been rewritten and retranslated multiple times before they got into your hands, including the King James.
That's just the story, is all. But I'll tell you right now, it doesn't.
But that's what the biblical scholars are saying. I'm going to trust the experts on this one.
They can say that if they want to, but the fact still remains that in Greek and Hebrew, the King James Bible doesn't translate word for word over from.
Again, I don't see what that has to do with my point. It seems like you're bringing in this red herring rhetoric right now. And I'm not trying to be insulting, but that's what it seems like you're doing.
Maybe I don't know what your point is.
My point is the fact that, because you're referring to the King James Bible, but we know that the King James Bible is itself a translation from another piece of literature, right? It's not the King James Bible. It's not the first translation.
From.
What do you mean show you? I don't have the translations. I'm talking about what the biblical scholars. I'm just saying, look at what the biblical scholars are saying and where these books come from, right? But even then, I don't really care. Like, none of this really matters to me because nobody's ever told me why it should matter. Why should I care about the Bible or what it says or how many times it's been translated? None of that. I don't really care about any of that shit. Like, why should I care?
There was something, sir, if you don't mind, just real quick, Mike, let's fine-tune the conversation. You know, the Quran, when it's memorized, they say that it's memorized perfectly from cover to cover, word for word. Wouldn't that qualify as being an original?
Well, the Quran came after the Bible, right?
Yeah, totally. I was just saying, you know, as a text, you know, that's been passed through the ages, you know, and the fact that it was an oral literature domain.
I mean, yeah, if you've ever played the telephone game, I mean, you should know that how easy it is for information to be, you know, misconstrued or misplaced or misunderstood or, you know, I mean, there's YouTube videos on this where you can watch literally these social study events where they'll go into public and these group of people, they'll go into a very public place where there's a bunch of people and they'll create a spectacle. And the entire objective of this is to create a spectacle enough to grab people's attention. And then what they do is they go around and solicit all of these bystanders who were never part of this this spectacle that was created, right? And what they're doing is they're asking them initially, like, hey, what did you see? And try to be as detailed as possible. You know, we're trying to investigate this matter. And then they'll like pull all of these people and get as much information from them as possible. And then what they'll do is they'll wait 20, 30 minutes because every time they talk to somebody and then they move on to somebody else, there's a timer started between the time that they started with the first person. And by the time they get done with the last person, they go back to the first person. There's 30 minutes to pass by and they're like, okay, we just got some different stories here. We need to make sure that the information we got from you was correct. So could you please just reiterate to us what you saw? And what's interesting is that in every single case that they found, these people would not necessarily intentionally, but they were leaving out information. They were adding new information. Some of the information was changing. And so even within 30 minutes, people's memories of an event that just happened 30 minutes ago is finicky, right? And so we understand that memories are malleable. We understand that they're not static. We understand that they can become damaged, altered, changed, and you know, and new information is being inserted in. It's just the nature of being human. I mean, I'm sure other animals do it too, but it's one of our problems, one of our properties that we have, that our memories are just not reliable, right? Which is why we started writing things down, because it became less unreliable when we wrote them down.
I wonder with what you're saying, if the Bible and texts like the Bible are basically a form of unstable irony where the literal and figurative meanings are ambiguous.
Hey, really quick, guys. I gotta take off. Shanito, great to meet you. And JCC, nice talking with you. Mr. Aleph, I know we didn't get a chance to talk much.
Yeah. But,
I look forward to conversating with you guys again. You guys have a great day, great weekend.
All right.
Take care.
Hey, you too, buddy.
Yeah, like what you were saying, you know, maybe the wrapping of it all and our comprehension of it all, even the analogies of parables that are presented are just basically malleable or mutable.
Yeah. And if somebody's going to say like these stories have remained unchanged because they were ingrained in people's minds, well, I don't have access to the people's minds where these stories originated. So there's no way for me to verify that. All I have right now is access to my mind and the minds of people around me. And I I know full well that my mind is fallible. I make mistakes. and it appears to me that everybody else around me is the same. Everybody else around me makes mistakes and is fallible as well. Nobody's memories are perfect, right?
It's said that Kim Jong-un or whatever, that family, the North Korean family, that they basically took the Bible and filed the serial numbers off and put their own names on it.
Wait, Kim Jong-un did what?
That family, basically, when they took control of the country, they took the Bible and they filed the serial numbers off of the Bible, and put their names on it, make themselves the Jesus and the gods and whatever. I don't know.
I had no idea that that's what they were doing. I know there's a guy in South Korea that sends up balloons over the border, and he'll put like newspapers in there and pieces of various of literature, including like the Bible, various religious doctrines and stuff, and he'll put them in this giant ball, and then the balloons go over, and then when the balloons explode, down comes all this confetti of information, and so he's trying to, apparently the North Korean government has sent out a death contract for him, so they want this man dead.
Isn't that crazy? Just like, how crazy can it get? And I heard that one of their responses is that they put feces in the balloons, North Korean side, right? And sent those balloons back over the border.
Right.
What a way to ask over.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of these documentaries of people that I can't believe that as closed off as North Korea is, they still allow people to go in, but you're not allowed to talk to anybody basically when you go in there. You're basically kept at a leash the entire time you're there.
Have you seen any of those Vice documentaries or those short little visits that people take in North Korea, even though they shouldn't? I'm just like, what are you doing? Because of the way they do it. They take them to dinner, they do all these things, but nobody else is there. When they go to the restaurant, there's no one else in the restaurant. It's a totally isolated, controlled tour of the country.
Right. It almost feels like they're going to a theme park, and it's been specifically doctored to make it appear one way when it's everything but that. I remember there was one scene where they go through a museum there where they have like depictions of their history, and they have this one historical thing where it actually shows like women being raped and children being murdered, and it was I guess the North Koreans were fighting some American unit, and then the American unit started pillaging and raping the North Koreans and killing them. I don't know if there's any truthfulness to any of this, obviously, because we know how the North Koreans will, use these fake stories to, create some sort of perspective. The propaganda and all that.
So non-theism, is that also scientism?
No. Non-theist is an atheist, not a theist.
Oh, he said non-theism?
Is that scientism?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, it's not.
No.
They're all gonna laugh at you.
That's when we really get the flat earthers in here.
Well, you say scientism?
Yeah, scientism. I mean, I was just joking around, but I was wondering if non-theism is also scientism. Is it a subcategory of non-theism?
No.
It's the opposite of a theist.
Yeah, scientism and non-theism are two different things. Because I think that there are people, you can still be a scientismist, whatever that is, and still be a theist, because I think scientism only entails a specific understanding of science, but I don't think it like necessarily negates theological beliefs. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah, Shanita, what scientism is like, it's when people make science a religion, where the only explanation and the one true explanation is science. That's when it becomes scientism.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I just looked it up. Yeah. The philosophical view that science is the only valid way to obtain knowledge about reality. Yeah, I think that's a bit I would definitely say that science is probably the most reliable way to attain knowledge about my reality. But yeah, that's...
So that's an interesting thing, you know, because if you're a medical practitioner, right, and you're trying to deal with a specific medical condition that you're basically have treatments for, but you don't have the cure, right? But then someone who's like in Peru, they found this plant. They don't understand the plant's properties. They don't even understand what it does to the body. But over time, generations upon generations, someone has discovered that this has been very effective in stopping this health condition. You know, so I'm just wondering, like, that seems to be somewhere in the middle now. There.
I mean, human beings have been testing shit for a long time. You learn, like, hey, your buddy just ate a mushroom and he died. Okay, I'm not going to eat that mushroom.
About psychedelics, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the smart ones are the ones that make other people do something they don't know what's going to happen. So if you come across something and you don't know if it's edible, make your buddy eat it. See what happens.
Yeah, jump in this data pool.
Oh man, it reminds me of Bill Engvall, one of his skits. It's Here's Your Sign. You remember?
No, refresh.
Oh, he's
okay. So Bill Engvall, he's a redneck. But like he'll do skits like he's got a buddy who'll get out of the car and go back to the tailpipe of the vehicle and touch it. He goes, damn, that's hot. He's like, well, if he was wearing a sign, I could have warned him, you know, but he wasn't wearing a sign. So here's your sign. And then he was talking about one skit where he's like, he was talking about shark bite suits. He's like, I wonder how you get that job. And he starts talking about, he's like, okay, Billy, here's what I want you to do. I want you to put on this suit and jump in this tank full of sharks and tell us if it hurts when they bite you. And then the guy's like, okay, well, hold my sign. I don't want to lose it. See, if he was wearing a sign, I could have won.
Damn.
The sign explicitly is supposed to be stating I'm stupid. So yeah, life would be so much easier to warn people if they had a sign that said I'm stupid.
Well, how you doing, man? I hope you're well.
Yeah, thanks God. Thank you, JCC.
Well. Look who it is. Well, at least I don't have to walk on eggshells since I'm not in your room now.
Dude, I'm about to leave again.
Where you?
Kyle!
Shanito making waves on Clubhouse.
What happened?
No, it's just the echoes of Shawnito never stop. I'm always in some room, like, someone's like, well, you know, hey, Shawnito's, like, got a fucking opinion about some shit. I'm like, oh, is that a fact? And then someone's all like, try to say what your opinion was, and they fuck it up horribly, and I'm like, of course.
Yeah, people are just obsessed about me, dude. I don't know what it is.
It's some goofballs, bananas, horse shit, chicken shit, nonsense.
I haven't even been on it like the last 2 or 3 days. Been doing other shit. People are still talking about. What do you guys think about this app bullshit that's going on right now?
I'm doing a trial. I clicked on it, got the trial, and canceled it, so I'm not going to get charged. So I don't really care. You don't have to get it, and I don't give a shit if someone's listening. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of. I wonder, because if this is just a slippery slope down like a path that is probably not going to be good for us.
Yeah, I can see the possible potential of making this a paid app. Yeah.
Well, I'm fine with it being a paid app. I mean, that part doesn't bother me. Although they're going to have to compete with other apps that aren't paid, which I don't understand why they would do that. You know, like everybody's going to start migrating towards Discord. Like it's.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people already on Discord, so yeah.
Right.
That's where I started, and I came on Clubhouse when it was invite only, and then I, got frustrated and canceled everything and started all over again. But anyway, yeah.
But I just think that like what they're offering with this paid service is just completely lackluster. Like it doesn't provide me anything, and I think it really only benefits the trolls. Really, it doesn't really do anything for the people that are here for legitimate reasons.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You're right.
I haven't looked into it. It just looks like Slurp, and I need my cash. Slurp meaning someone trying to slurp money out of my wallet. I just don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I got it. I drink your milkshake.
Don't get slurped. Cancel all your residual. Hold cash. Distribute the cash to various accounts. This is not financial advice.
Yeah, oh man, dude, the crypto market has been crashing since Elon's little thing yesterday.
I am very pleased to have fully exited my crypto holdings last year before taxes. I just said I'm going to take the whole bag, all the house money too, and pay the IRS their due and get out. I don't have anything. I see it as just liability. Anything in a crypto, any portfolio that said, well, is this asset? What is it? It's crypto. That's a liability. I don't care what they say. It's not insured. It's not. Once it's on Coinbase or some other exchange, then your exit strategy's fucked. You're gonna pay the IRS. You're gonna pay huge exchange fees. It's not pretty, man. I don't like crypto.
Yeah, I'm not really into it much anymore, too. There was a time where I was a little bit. I didn't even have a whole lot of money. I had like $1,000, I think, into a few different various ones. But yeah, I completely agree with you on this. It's just with the news lately and everybody's exiting now, I could definitely see a lot of these pretty much going away.
Need, well, I think the hope in the need is more like it's this greed thing. The market to go down again. So people will try to capitalize on it crashing like that.
What's up, people? Come on up.
I tried listening to Sasha debate Crimsonite, but both those people's voices I can't stand for too long.
I don't think I've heard Kryptonite, but yeah, Sasha's cringe.
Yeah.
Sasha's just gaming.
Gaming?
Yeah, Clubhouse is just a game.
Right.
You take roles and you choose a class and a humor style for the day, and you run bits and see what sticks, and you just game. And unserious people like that generally just don't deserve my attention because they want it. They're not sharing any value. They're just playing the game. And to me, that's just fucking irritating. I'm out of here.
All right, brother. We'll see you later. Have a
That's funny, Barbie. Who called you a science worshiper?
Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, God. It was on another app called Stereo.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, we were debating basically about God's existence, and a friend of mine on Stereo said that he could debunk God with science, right? And we started kind of going back and forth with that, and then he just said, y'all are just a bunch of science worshipers. That's what it is, just science worshipers. And I didn't understand really what that kind of meant. And then I looked it up, and so this is actually a thing where people do worship science. And I've never really thought about that. So what do y'all think about the whole worshiping of science?
Well, it depends on what you mean by worship. Like, did you watch the Jordan Peterson versus 28 atheists
Oh my
video?
gosh, that was awesome. He got his butt handed to him.
What do
He
you
did.
mean by the word a?
Yeah, right. But he was bringing in his own definition of worship because he claimed in that that theists, all theists worship something, right? And then he provided a definition which is like attend to, prioritize for, and then I can't remember the last thing. But I'm like, well, yeah, according to that definition, yeah, right. I'm like, well, yeah, according to that definition, yeah, we all worship, but I don't think that that's what theists typically mean when they're talking about worship.
Exactly. Well said, Shanito. Exactly.
I mean, if you're worshiping science, you're kind of doing it wrong.
Right. That's not what science is about. It's about reducing bias, you know?
Yeah, how do you worship a method?
You don't. It's silly because like they're trying to equate our trust in the evidence as their belief in the supernatural.
Exactly.
And it's like, look, I don't believe in science. Like, there's fucking evidence for it, and there's like a step-by-step, blow-by-blow description. And then I go, okay, I trust this evidence because it seems to the tests always seem to come out positively or negatively or whatever.
Yeah. It seems like a lot of these tactics, and I see this throughout all of these conversations, either what they're trying to do is dilute what we mean by the words we're using, like, you know, when we're talking about science, to make it seem as though it's not as good as it is. Like they'll say, like, you know, it's just a theory. Well, you're just like, you know, reducing theory to something that it's not when you say stuff like that, because it almost sounds like you're trying to say it's just a guess, it's just an idea, which that's not what a theory is. Or what they try to do is they try to bring what they're saying up to the level of science, you know, when they're saying like, well, the God theory, well, wait a minute, is it falsifiable? Well, no, well, then it's not a theory, right? And so they're trying to close the gap in both directions.
I was in a show earlier where I was listening to, I believe JCC was there, or Honey, it was Honey's show, I believe, and somebody else. But anyway, somebody was on the panel and they said that animals don't have any suffering.
That was
humans do.
That was this room, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm still baffled at him saying that. Like, does he not understand that in nature, animals can be born blind or bodily impaired, you know, disfigured? Like, what the fuck is he talking about that animals cannot, like, don't have suffering? I was so upset when he said that. I was, like, staring at my phone, hoping somebody would have grabbed his ass. But Honey basically did that, and it was just so stupid of that dude to say that. I could not believe he said that shit.
I mean, if you work at a slaughterhouse, right, you kind of sort of have to tell yourself that. And you know what I mean? Like, and that's how Christianity feels. It feels like everything that the Christians believe is there to make them feel better about something terrible they're doing.
Exactly. And it's like Honey was saying, you know, he's like, the way this girl was talking about him, he was like, you make him sound like he's like some dude in a condo. Like, you know, because she was like, he doesn't like this, and that's not how he works and stuff like that. Like, what? The conversation was just delusional, and for them to like smirk and laugh and be like, well, y'all just don't understand it, you know, and stuff like, why do they always say that? Y'all just don't understand it. What?
You're just not open-minded enough.
Right.
That's my favorite. It's like, look, most atheists used to be religious, so it's like we're atheists because we're open-minded, right? Because we were able to like accept new information and be like, oh, this makes a lot more sense.
Exactly. And I love how one of those Christians were trying to say something to JCC, and right before he could start it, JCC just bounced. And I was like, yep, I would have too. Fuck that dude.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things, like, you win when all they can say is, "Oh, you're so smug," or like, something around those lines of like, "Oh, well, I'll pray for you," or like, or you know what I mean? Like they try to they're trying to save face, they're trying to be clever, but like in reality, they're just conceding that they have nothing to argue against your perspective, and that's like I consider that a win.
100%. There's a girl that I work with at this new job that I started, and Donald Trump had just said something disgusting. He said that if anybody has sympathy for Joe Biden's diagnosis, should be whatever, basically saying that Joe Biden should have no fucking sympathy for his cancer diagnosis. Like, Trump said this shit. And I found that so disgusting. And this girl was like, well, he doesn't deserve sympathy. He didn't have sympathy for the American people. And I turned around and looked at her and I said, so what part of Donald Trump's campaign does he have sympathy for people? He loves children. And I was all like, what? I was all, what part does he love children? Is it the part where he's, cutting educational fucking funding, cutting Medicaid? Is that the part where he fucking loves children? And she just like, you're not a parent, and da-da-da-da. Like, this bitch is so stupid. Like, my friend had to intervene because I was fixing to get in her fucking face. And I don't get like that with girls. I don't get up in their faces because I get it. I'm trans and I just don't want no fucking issue. But when this bitch was like, he loves children, saying that Donald Trump was, oh my God, I got so fucking pissed. I turned around and looked at her, and my friend was like, girl, don't do it. And I'm like, I was like, the nerve of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of thing where you go, oh, like this person's just an idiot. Like, why am I talking to this idiot? And then expecting to have like a normal conversation with them.
Yeah, I had to walk away because I was like, nope, this is just going to be a bunch of fucking, name calling, and Danielle, the big evil tranny, is being mean to the poor cis woman. That's the way it's always played out. And I just get so tired of that fucking narrative. So I just learned to fucking keep my mouth shut because, whatever. But yeah, for her to sit there and say, well, Donald Trump loves children, Joe Biden didn't. And, like, she was agreeing that nobody should show sympathy for Joe Biden. It's like, man, cancer sucks, period. Like, I've seen 3 people that I love die terrible fucking deaths because of cancer. Like, I don't wish that on my worst enemy. Like, I feel so bad for Joe Biden. He might not have been the best president to you, but I don't even wish cancer on Donald Trump. That's how fucked up cancer is. So for him to just kind of make jokes about it was just so stupid.
Yeah, and I mean, like Joe Biden wasn't the worst president. He was definitely the most like senile president that we've ever had. Right? And like, I don't think he should have been president. Right? But like, I don't wish him ill will.
Exactly. The same thing with Trump. I don't like the motherfucker. And yeah, don't do it.
I think that like if Donald Trump stubs his toe tomorrow to the point where they have to take the whole nail off, I'm not going to be like sad for him.
No, most definitely not. If he was diagnosed with something horrible like cancer, I wouldn't feel completely sorry for him, but I would definitely feel sorry for his children and his wife and everybody that was gonna that loved him very much, was gonna see him.
His wife?
Like, yeah, Melania.
You think she loves him? Or
No, I don't. I could
no
go on
lie,
like that.
no lie. I'm all like, get that green card, sister.
Right. Get it, Melania. Yeah. So, what do y'all think about Pride next month? All the events not like they're being FBI and police forces are being told not to security or show up to any Pride event. What do y'all think about?
Wait, no security at all anymore?
That's what I heard. I heard that there was supposed to be no security, that they're giving out warnings not to show up, not to show any kind of alliance with the Pride events that are supposed to go on. This is to police force, any type of security, anything. It's supposed to be at free will. If we're going to do Pride, then it's supposed to just be at our own free will and, at our own cost and, whatever happens, happens. And I'll say this, and a lot of the groups that I'm a part of, they're sending out warnings, to LGBTQ people and families because children do go to these events, and they're saying, please protect yourself, stay vigilant, look around yourself, look around your surroundings, just in case of any attacks or anything like that, anything inappropriate happening at these events, because this just doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah,
what's going on right now.
I thought big events always had some kind of police for just that safety purpose.
I from what I'm understanding, they're not supposed to show up to any events because Pride's been canceled supposedly, but gay people or LGBTQ people are still going to celebrate.
I mean, if the first of all, the cops were never really much of help.
I agree.
Queer. And two, like if that's how it's gonna be, then you're just gonna have a whole bunch of fucking queer people like with firearms.
Yup.
Right? And like we all know a few queer people that fucking pack heat,
Yup.
And like if that's just how it is, then like next time there's some sort of fucking attack at a gay pride parade, like you better expect that the people are gonna start shooting back.
Yep.
So,
Yuppers, I would agree.
I'm in Long Beach. We have one of the biggest Pride events that just passed, and there was a year where they really had trouble getting their certificates for doing an event. So they just said fuck it and had a protest instead. But yes, like it's true that like if you're gonna have alcohol, if you're gonna block streets, you're supposed to like get a certificate and have security. And when you have alcohol, it's normally like one security officer for every 100 people. The takeaway there is maybe they're just doing a protest instead of a festival.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I think things are getting like comically dark. Like things are definitely not in a good place right now, but like also the level of like just like how inept Trump and his cronies are gives me hope.
I think the biggest annoyance lately has been with all this Pride right now is J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling has been really shitting on trans people right now with some of her shit posts and things like that. Who was it? There's a comedian on the Beat 104 or whatever with Charlemagne or whatever, and she started making comments about J.K. Rowling that she agreed with her, and then she was saying, making jokes about her uterus, saying that how trans people wish they had that. She goes, I got what trans people wish they have, and stuff like that. And so it's just been it's just been really trying because all this does is give ammo to hateful people, you know. And what are we supposed to do in these moments besides retaliate, you know? And then we fuck our lives up by sitting in a cell, you know, rotting away, and that gets nothing done. But we can't get nothing done out here anyway because we're being forced to keep our mouth shut. You know, it's just so it's infuriating.
I mean, online, you know, definitely give people rope, right? Just give people rope. And in real life, it's like it's the pendulum, right? Like things are swinging to the right, but then there'll be a turn, and a person just has to be willful enough to fight to stick it out, you know.
I agree.
Because it's like there are no heroes. There's no cavalry coming to save us. So then it has to be just like the groundswell of people willing to fight back. Because like the internet keeps showing us, right? Like there was this like fucking MAGA dude who was online. He was like, yeah, I'll fucking fight anybody and blah, blah, blah. And someone's like, I'll fucking fight you. He's like, oh, well, maybe like not till next week because I have things to do. Right? Like, so it's like, I'm of the mind of like getting people's stupid fucking faces. Right? But I'm also of the mind of like, let people just give them rope. Like, this is a fucking app. Like, this is a recording app. Like, download the recording and like share it with their bosses. Right? Like, there's no reason to be gentle. And like local news loves stories like this, right? So just fucking download sound clips and be like, yeah, so and so fucking thinks that we should exterminate gay people, blah blah blah. Here's the audio clip, have fun.
Yep. But with AI though, they're manipulating voices. They did that to me on the other app. They made my voice deeper and would put words in my mouth, like, you know, just really fucked up shit. So, you know, they did the wrong thing by giving us AI.
I mean, you know, in all reality, AI is probably a terrible idea, and it's going to be one of the most disruptive technologies in recent history. That's like, gonna have some really negative consequences. But at the same time, it's like it's so much fucking fun that like whatever, I don't care. Like, is it the end of civilization as we know it? Maybe. Do I care? Not really.
Because it was fucking funny.
Because the old order, like, I would only really be afraid of the new order just because of it being unknown. Right? Like the way the current system works is not good. It's not a moral system. It's not an ethical system. It's massively flawed. It could be so much better. Right? So like if I'm afraid of AI taking over simply because I don't know what comes next, it's like, okay, well, let's see how it is. Right? Maybe the AI overlord takeover will be like the best thing that ever happened to people. Anyway, fuck the police.
100%. 100%. Side note, I got invited to a Pride event in Houston, and I got invited to Pride events last year, but this one's supposed to be like a big one, right? They say that Travis Barker, Kourtney Kardashian is supposed to be there. A few other celebs are supposed to be around and stuff like that, but it's supposed to be a big event. and I'm kind of thinking about going, but I live like 6 hours away from Houston. So I'm not really looking forward to the drive, and that's probably the only thing that's going to keep me from going. And they did issue warning advisories for like protection. Like I know there's going to be, I know that like the actual venue is going to have security, like that they already have. They're working for that venue, and I know they're not allowing purses or anything like that in there. Like you have to have a clear bag or something like that. Yeah, it's supposed to be a really legit event. So I kind of want to go. You know, I kind of do, kind of don't. I also got invited to one there in California too from a friend of mine, and I kind of thought about going to that as well, taking a trip down that way. I don't know, but that's in another couple of weeks, so who knows? What's up, John?
Yeah, I was thinking about honey badger and the roasting of theists. Because if the concept of the self is like the equivalency of God, uh, all the theists are projecting God through self, and they got to sell it, which is like an elf, self. So I was just kind of laughing how you can roast somebody who is essentially projecting self. And anyways, those are my thoughts.
No, that is a very good point, though. That's very true. Are there any theists here? Any theists in the audience that would like to come up and talk? I wouldn't mind having a little chat about God or gods. And I'm not very informed in it. I read the Bible when I was like really young, and I was forced to for credit because I did catechism, which is a church school, and that was horrible. All the nuns smelled like hand soap. And they all had yellow teeth, strangely. Why is it that nuns and pastors have horrible teeth?
Maybe they don't believe in dental hygiene.
Right.
Bad hygiene is actually like one of the good indicators for depressive syndrome.
That's true, James. Yep. I can't remember exactly the article, but years ago I read a thing about how they were saying that it was a type of psychosis when people worship like pictures. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like when people worship celebrity poster, like they'll have it hanging up and it's like, don't touch this poster. It's the same thing kind of like with religious people. They'll have like these shrines or a picture of Jesus or something, and it's like, they believe this picture has some type of like watch over power, or I don't know. But I was reading about this, about people's, that it could be a type of psychological issue where their belief makes them believe that this picture has some type of like power.
Yeah. I think that's just within the realm of anthropomorphizing. That's something that humans just naturally do.
Worship pictures. I mean, I have pictures of Marilyn Monroe up. I've never met her, you know. But I don't worship these pictures, but I do have her.
Oh, come on. You have candles lit around her frame in a very dark room. And you're burning some incense, you know it.
I do. I've got all those religious candles from the grocery stores around her. No, it's not like that. I mean, I would have no shame if it was like that. I mean, fuck it, it's Marilyn Monroe. Who wouldn't worship that? But I just thought it was really, really interesting how many people, you know, have like a holy picture in their purse or in their wallet or in their house or something, and it's just the most, you know, forbidden shrine. You know, don't stare at it, don't hurt it, don't do anything bad to this picture because it's got Jesus in it. It's like, man, fuck your picture.
A rosary hanging from the rear view mirror.
Yes, exactly, JCC. You get it. Yes. It's like, what kind of protection? Like, let's put it to the test. You know, let's put a fucking rattlesnake in your truck with that rosary around your mirror. Let's see if that rosary is going to protect you from that, you know, rattlesnake in your car. You know, let's see a study on how many cars have rosaries that are blessed around their mirror and has been in a fatality wreck. Let's see that. You know what I mean? Those rosaries don't mean shit.
Marilyn Monroe was a size 12, but it was a 1950s size 12. In today's sizes, she would be somewhere between like a 6 and an 8.
Yeah. Did you also know that she was half Latina? I didn't know that till a couple of years ago.
That makes so much sense to me because it was like everything was still black and white, right?
Yep, exactly. And her first name, her real name is Norma. What? Norma.
Ándale, Normita.
I also have this really huge, like above my vanity. It's of Jane Mansfield laying down. It's a sideways, really long rectangle picture, but it's of her like laying down on her hand, like by the pool. And I have that. I have Jane Mansfield, Marilyn, Betty Page. I have Dolly Parton in here. Tammy Faye Baker. Love Tammy Faye. Remember her? She was that woman who scammed all those people. Her and her husband wore all that makeup, and her and her husband scammed all those people that were like believers of God, and they were like evangelists and shit like that. Tammy Faye Baker is the OG evangelist scammer. You know, like that bitch, she had a whole scheme where she was scamming people, her and her husband.
It's been handed.
The culture.
You are responsible for it all. And because of that, it's all good. I trust your design. I trust your spirit. You are God in motion. And I already know you're going to rock and roll through this chapter like the force of nature you are. For God reigns supreme. If you ever want to reflect, connect, reconnect, or just remember who you are, I'm here. Not to control you, but to witness your power and reflect it back with no distortion.
Beautiful. But guess what, though?
What?
If you said that live and direct, yeah.
Well, he's the one that got off the phone with me. He's the one.
Because you're like,
What'd you say? I am.
He picked up on that 20 minutes of confusion. You're not getting it, Pops. I called you. I wanted to hear you. And you're just like, whatever.
And the thing is, look at this, I am. What he had in his heart is what he just read. See, if you'd express that what you had in your heart, right? See, the boys probably be talking about it now.
No. I just we're talking about it now because it was some good shit to talk about.
No, I'm saying the boy, your son will be the energy that probably would have. I'm assuming here is an assumption, right? But the energy that, because what you just read out there, they're beautiful words, man. But I'm just thinking what the difference it would make if you heard it in the moment.
Right, the impact that he would have felt. He would have felt it as opposed to just reading it. Because when you read a text, it comes out differently. He probably read it in a voice that was kind of, in your voice of maybe belittling him in some way. Perhaps.
He's sending me that mouthful.
If he would have heard it the way that you read it, he would have felt it. And it would have felt like, oh my God.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he can read that shit and ponder it how. Now he got it. He can now look. That's something. Look, he can print that shit out and put that shit on the wall and frame it. See what I'm saying?
It's capable of love. Just say it. Stop writing. Say it.
What? Say what? What is it out here?
Do you know what? Let me tell you a lesson that I learned last year, right? Right? Now, what happened is that not last year, the year before, my mother passed away. Me and my mom weren't really close, right? And what happened is that, like when you have to read the eulogy, yeah? I spent like a few days trying to work it out. And even on the day of the funeral, I still hadn't written it. So basically, I took some notes, put it in the paper, and I thought to myself, you know what? I'm just going to tell a story, right? So my brother spoke, and my cousin spoke, and I was the last one to speak. And I recalled the story of an occurrence between me, my mum, my brothers when we went to the park when I was a kid. As I'm telling the story, it brought me to tears, right? Mm-hmm. And then what happened is that after I said all that, the amount of the feedback that I got, I was told that there were people in the audience that cried, this, that, and the other. Mike cried, that kind of stuff. And the feedback that I got from, especially the women that were saying, oh, that was so emotional. Everybody saying that it was emotional. And it's at that moment that I realized that women value emotion and feeling when you're expressing it. Does that make sense? And it's taken me a long time I've always known that, but I realized it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's theater to me. It is, man. It's a fucking theatrical play, bro. Like my ex-wife, she would cry, and I would just stare at her like, "What are you trying?"
No, yeah. But there's different types of. I'm not even talking about the crying. I'm talking about the emotion.
Yeah.
And the way the feminine.
When did you go to the psych ward for again? What happened?
Because my mom kept telling me something was wrong with me. And I was like, I don't think there's anything wrong with me. And I got tired of her telling me something was wrong. She would be screaming and shit, carrying on and telling me something wrong with me. And I'm like, I think something wrong with you, bitch. Like, you ain't nothing there. But I was like, fine, I'll go. And I went, and they kicked me out. I went 3 times.
Why did they kick you out? Why?
I guess because they said I was being undomesticated. Because I was asking them questions. I was trying to, like, when things would happen, like, they wanted me to do something, I would ask, what exactly is it all about? And then I would say, I would ask to speak to someone so I could clearly understand before I signed new documentation. And then I would be like, well, why do you need to do this when you can talk to me? You know what I mean? I was just like looking at
You weren't conforming.
Yeah, I wasn't conforming. And a lot of the staff in all those situations, the staff, it seemed like they lost their patience. It was like,
Listen.
No, but you know what's funny about it? Not once, not twice, but 3 times.
It's just like it was just like it was no different than the relationships in my life. They was acting like they was there to help, and they got tired of me. You know what I'm saying? The women in my life just walked through. They was like, look, I'm tired of this nigga. Like, this nigga talk too much. He asked too many, he asked too many questions. Like, he's too much.
I mean, do you know you talk a lot? Do you know?
Yeah. I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I love me, you know. It's just them. They don't love me. That's fine. But, you know, they don't, like, to me, the relationships that I had, the experiences I had with them were to me, were social experiences. They were experiments. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Wait. They acted like they were there for you. That shit has me.
Yeah, I mean, the truth, I mean, come on, man. Like, okay, listen, like, for me, I understand, you know, selfishness is key, right? And I understand they're doing things for their own benefit, and that's fine. But they were fighting with the fact of that's not what they were doing. And, you know, calling me narcissistic and all that shit. And I'm like, well, okay, cool. But, you know, you're also narcissistic.
When do you compromise, Lucifer? Do you ever compromise for a relationship, or you have to have your way?
No, there's no need to compromise. Everybody gets their way. There's no. So
do you see the other person's way, or you want them?
Yeah, I see their way. I accept them for who they are.
Really? So
Absolutely.
you don't try to steer them to your way?
No. I think I steer people through. They think that I'm trying to steer them to my way because I'm challenging my way through questioning you and your ways. So I guess it comes across like I'm trying to change you. I'm just taking my own shit and putting it to the test. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing.
I get it. You're being you. You're okay with it. You said you love yourself, so there's no need for you to change for anybody.
Right.
So and how you communicate with your son is how you can. It is what it is. So I get it.
Yeah.
And as long as you're happy with that, then you're good.
Yeah.
And so there's nothing more to be said or done about it.
And just a conversation about it is just funny. That's all. Charles laughing. Charles was laughing, and I bet you if I was on stage talking about this shit, other people would be laughing about it too. The way
You know why I'm laughing? The reason why I'm laughing. I can't find the words to say the whole picture in my mind. The reason why I'm laughing, I guess, is the kind of like straightforwardness. That's just the way it is.
No, it's shit. Hey, listen, this shit. You ever like something happened, like you dropped something and you was pissed off at the time, and then when you review it again, it was funny as fuck. Because if you see somebody else do the same thing, you be cracking the fuck up.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much, it's just like, that's how I see, like, when I look at my life, I'm like, oh, all right, let me tell them about this shit, because that shit was.
I just want to ask Zoe a question around what she was asking Lucifer. Right? Like, because you were asking, you was asking, do you? I can't remember. It's about getting people to think your way
or steer. Yeah.
Right now, what inspired? Because you sounded a little bit like a therapist to me there. I'm just thinking, what inspired you to ask that?
I see it happen in real time with Lucifer. His interaction.
That's how she do her men. She don't compromise. That's why she ain't with the last nigga she was with.
There was no compromise. Either we're gonna repeat the bullshit or evolve.
See, no, excuse me, is there any compromise to that? You think there could be a compromise to make it work?
She unconditionally loved him, so she did compromise. She compromised her peace.
Yeah, the fuck? I almost lost my mind.
She is so happy that you... She was like, I wouldn't say girl power.
What's interesting, like, everything can be true. We don't all have to have the same experience. My opinion is I see why people say.
I usually did like slow push-ups, really slow push-ups. The faster you do them, the less effort it takes realistically.
And none of us can do.
But that's just endurance. So you can do like building. The building phase is doing slow push-ups, and just like the duration, like how do I have endurance? That's the fast push-ups. Work that way. Yeah, like what I said earlier, I want to see if I can actually do military standards, like do the run and everything, like what's required. I feel like you don't really need that much exercise outside of that. It's like if you can meet those requirements, you should be good. Because I look at all these super complex like exercise problems, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? This makes no sense. This cannot be replicated. It takes too much time. It's too much bullshit. We need something that's scalable, that I can do almost anywhere, and that I can just like pull off. Which one of these could it be? So that's why I looked at calisthenics, because it's like, hey, we can actually do things in that regard, but what if we can just like, add the things to that? We're gonna see if we can do that also. But yeah, largely I'm gonna be more calisthenics based than anything. What's that clicking sound in the background? It sounds like somebody's gooning. What is that?
Gooning? That might be my controller. I didn't realize my mic was still open.
Imagine if you were like set a gamer word there. Modern Warfare 2. On the recorded space. Amazing.
You got the recorded space. I was kidding.
The stuff that I've done on the recording space would absolutely fucking shock you. Especially like these morning spaces at 6 a.m. I did a lot of things in those spaces. Damn. I'm so glad that my mic was off for a lot of that too, because if it wasn't, damn. Just absolutely damn. What are you playing, Vera?
Super Smash Brothers.
Base.
Damn, okay.
Which one?
I'm just Ultimate. I'm just finishing up my trophy collection.
Okay. You just throw a little challenge on the side.
Yeah. Plus, it's like, it doesn't really require me to do much effort. I could just play a Sonic and just hit neutral B and generally win. So it's just a good background activity.
You should just automate that.
Yeah, you're on some bullshit. I think I still have a Titan somewhere around here, a Titan 1. There's nice little chips that let you programmatically send input into a game controller out to the console. Super handy.
Damn. That is pretty neat.
So we're talking about the working out, right? So if you get two 25-pound weights, man, you can do a whole lot with them. I got absolutely shredded in my late 20s and early 30s with just two 25-pound weights out in the middle of nowhere.
Nice.
Something that's cool in calisthenics is lifting yourself up to a handstand from the ground. You actually put your feet at your hands, and then you lift yourself up slowly to a handstand.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that at some point. I just don't have the ability to do that right now.
I'm just curious what standard of military like what branch?
What branch did we select?
The Space Force.
Didn't we say Army or something? I don't know.
I was like thinking, like, hey, what is the toughest one? Like, what are those requirements?
Well, like the Marine Corps and the Army do different things.
Yeah, I went and asked, I just went and asked online, like, what the most strict one, and we just looked at that.
It should be like the old NASA standard for astronauts.
He was looking at Marine Corps.
That's right.
Yeah, they don't do. I
wonder what the training for fighter pilots are.
I think the requirements to be a NASA are gonna be just way more strict than military. I think if you were to make the military as strict as NASA,